hours following the German announcement that Hess was missing, the British finally revealed that he had arrived in England. No details were released. German newspapers were already putting out a reprint of the radio broadcast, but the news from London made it necessary to concoct a fuller official version. This one, published on Tuesday the 13th, acknowledged the landing of the Deputy Führer in Britain before enlarging on his mental state. As is well known in party circles, Hess had undergone severe physical suffering for some years. Recently, he had sought relief to an increasing extent in various methods practiced by mesmerists and astrologers, etc. An attempt is also being made to determine to what extent these persons are responsible for bringing about the condition of mental distraction which led him to take this step. Such an admission caused confusion in Germany that extended to the highest levels. Goebbels told his staff, "Our job is, for the moment, to keep a stiff upper lip, not to react, not to explain anything, not to enter into polemics. The affair will be fully cleared up in the course of the afternoon, and I shall issue detailed instructions from Obersalzberg this afternoon." He tried to assure his people that the Hess flight, admittedly embarrassing at the moment, would be seen in the future as a mere dramatic episode. However, there are no grounds for letting our wings droop in any way or for thinking that we shall never live this down. From this meeting, Goebbels flew to Berchtesgaden to attend an emergency convocation of Gauleiters and Reichsleiters. After Bormann had read aloud the Hess letter, the Führer appeared. Hans Frank had not seen him for some time and was shocked at his disturbed appearance. At first he spoke about Hess very softly, hesitatingly, and with a deep sense of melancholy, but soon his tone changed to one of anger. The flight, he said, was sheer insanity. Hess is first of all a deserter, and if I ever catch him, he will pay for this as any ordinary traitor. Furthermore, it seems to me that this step was strongly influenced by astrological cliques which Hess kept around him. To put an end to all these stargazers because of this insanity, our position is made much more difficult, though not shaken. Particularly my belief that the victory in this Jewish war against National Socialism belongs to our unblemished flag. His listeners had already heard stories of Hess's pet lion. It is time, therefore, as well as his interest in homeopathic medicine and astrology, and were prepared to believe he was mentally disturbed. Yet they wondered, as ordinary citizens did, why then had Hitler retained him in high office. It was significant that the Führer mentioned not a word to his party leaders about the coming invasion of Russia and his fear that Hess might have revealed it to the English. He need not have worried. Hess insisted there was no foundation for the rumors now being spread that Hitler is contemplating an early attack on Russia. What he wanted to talk about was peace with England. Under the interrogation of Hamilton and Sir Yvonne Kirkpatrick, he had come without Hitler's permission, he said, to convince responsible persons that since England could not win the war, the wisest course was to make peace now. As soon as Albrecht Hochhofer learned of the flight, he hurried to his father's study, and with such fools we make politics, he exclaimed. The English would never deal with such a man under such ridiculous circumstances. His father sadly agreed it was a terrible sacrifice, all in vain. Young Hochhofer was ordered to Obersalzberg, placed under guard, and given pen and paper to write a report for the Führer, who refused to see him. Entitled English Connections and the Possibility of Utilizing Them, it revealed as much of the truth as possible. without implicating friends in the resistance, adding that he himself would be indispensable in case of future negotiations with the English because of his many connections. Albrecht told of his friendship with the Duke of Hamilton and of the letter he had written at his behest. This report persuaded Hitler not to act hastily. He ordered Hoscheffer transported to the Gestapo prison in Berlin on the Prince Albrechtstrasse for further interrogation. His father was spared, but Hitler's special rage. The Jewish-tainted professor has Hess on his conscience, he said, and reproached himself for not taking steps earlier to tear apart that whole Munich breed and silence them. Others connected with Hess were arrested, his brother Alfred, lieutenants, orderlies, secretaries, and chauffeurs. Ilse Hess was not imprisoned, but Martin Bormann did his utmost to humiliate her. He also put as much distance as possible between himself and his former chief. He changed the pranomina of his two children, Rudolf and Ilse, named after the Hesses, and appointed more appropriate godparents. Selected as Hess, his successor, he eliminated everything that reminded him of his former employer. All photographs of Hess books and official literature bearing his picture were destroyed. He even attempted to confiscate the Hess home, but this was too much even for Hitler. He refused to sign the eviction notice. Not after someone innocently asked why Hess, his adjutant, was not at the table, and Bormann replied that he was in prison and he will not come out again, typically commented Engel in his diary. The guests at the Berghof were released from the top floor, but no one dared speak of the flight to England. The only one who walks around this hive expectantly is Bormann. We all agree that he considers this his hour. In England, the government had decided not to make public the interrogations of Hess. It would be best to keep the Nazis guessing. Hess was transported secretly to the Tower of London during the night of May 16 to become the world's most famous prisoner of war. A few days later, A. P. Hubbard summarized in verse the Englishman's view of Hess. He is insane, he is a dove of peace. He is Messiah, he is Hitler's niece. He is the one clean, honest man they've got. He is the worst assassin of the lot. He has a mission to preserve mankind. He's nan alcoholic, he was a blind. He has been dutty since the age of 10, but all the time was top of Hitler's men. Stalin was far more perturbed by the Hess flight than Mussolini, who, according to his son-in-law, was glad of it because this will have the effect of bringing down German stock. Even with the Italians, those in the Kremlin, particularly in light of the invasion rumors, suspected the British were really intriguing with Hitler. New regulations were imposed. Travel outside of Moscow by foreigners was forbidden except in rare cases. Hitler confided to several intimates that he respected Hess for his willingness to sacrifice himself on such a dangerous mission. Irate as he was on reflection, he realized that his deputy had made the hazardous flight for him. Hitler did not believe that Hess was mad, only foolish not to have seen what a disastrous political mistake he was making. This more sober judgment was corroborated some months later when Hitler consoled Frau Bruckmann on the death of her husband. We all have our graves and grow more and more lonely, but we have to overcome and go on living, my dear gracious lady. I, too, am now deprived of the only two human beings among all those around me to whom I have been truly and inwardly attached. Dr. Todt Builder of the West, Wall and Autobahn, is dead and Hess has flown away from me. That is what you say now, and to me, reportedly replied Frau Bruckmann, who had a reputation for frankness. But what does your official press say? Year after year, we all go to Bayreuth and are deeply moved, but who understands the real meaning, fulfills the deeper meaning of Wotan's command, seeks to carry out your most sacred wish with heroism and self-sacrifice. Then he is described as insane. She expected the Führer would retort sharply, but he remained quiet and that fool. When our unhappy age at last produce is a man who, like the Valkyrie, is it not enough what I have said to you and to you alone? About my real feeling, he finally said, is that not enough for you? As for Hess, it was enough that he had done his utmost. He was glad, he wrote his wife from the Tower of London, that he had been impelled to fly to England, an urge which he described as the obstinate dragon that would not let him go true. I achieved nothing. I was not able to stop the madness of the war, and could not prevent what I saw coming. I could not save the people, but it makes me happy to think that I tried to do it. The day after learning about Hess, Hitler issued two repressive decrees. One declared that Russian civilians taking arms against the Wehrmacht in the coming invasion should be considered outlaws and shot without trial. The other empowered Himmler to carry out special tasks, which result from the struggle which has to be carried out between two opposing political systems. He was to act independently of the Wehrmacht under his own responsibility. There would be no interference from any source, and the highest personalities of the government and party were to be forbidden entrance into the occupied Russian areas, which would be cleansed of Jews and other troublemakers by special SS units of assassins known as Einsatzgruppen, special action groups, who had recently been appointed commissioner for the central control of questions connected with the East European region. Both directives troubled Alfred Rosenberg. Abate himself, he believed the Soviet people should be treated as anti-Stalinists rather than as enemies of the Reich. He assured Hitler that they would welcome the Germans as liberators from Bolshevik Stalinist tyranny and could be trusted with a certain amount of self-rule. Each state would have to be treated differently. The Ukraine, for instance, would be an independent state in alliance with Germany, but Caucasia must be ruled by a German plenipotentiary. Convinced that a heavy-handed policy in the East would destroy the spirit of Lebensraum, Rosenberg submitted a memorandum to Hitler objecting to the two directives. How could one possibly build a civil administration in the occupied areas without using the Soviet civil commissars and officials now administering them? He recommended that only senior and very senior officials should be liquidated. Hitler gave no definite answer. He was content to take no active part in the power struggle between Himmler and Rosenberg that would surely begin once the Wehrmacht advanced into the Soviet Union. Characteristically, Bormann, the rising star in the National Socialist hierarchy, would be a decisive factor in this contest. He had already joined forces with Himmler. In the meantime, final preparations for Barbarossa continued. Admiral Raeder informed Hitler on May 22 that he would cease delivering important materials to Russia. Comparatively few shipments had in fact been sent to the Soviet Union, while many had come from the East. In addition to almost 1,500,000 tons of grain, the Soviets had delivered 100,000 tons of cotton, 2 million tons of petroleum products, 1,500,000 tons of timber, 140,000 tons of manganese, and 25,000 tons of chromium. Stalin was still so eager to appease Hitler that he authorized further shipments by express trains from the Far East of other important raw materials. Despite suspicions over the Hesse flight, such as copper, on the same day a meeting with Molotov forced Ambassador von der Schulenburg's earlier conjecture that the recent consolidation of power by Stalin merely meant that the foreign policy of the Soviet Union was completely in his hands. In hopes of staving off Barbarossa, Schulenburg reported that the Soviet attitude toward Germany had improved markedly in the past few weeks. But Hitler was not to be dissuaded by his diplomats any more than he was by his naval chief. Admiral Raeder attempted to turn Hitler's attention from the east by urging him to mount a substantial offensive against Egypt and Suez. On May 30, 3 days after German paratroopers wrested the strategic island of Crete from the British. Now, he urged, was the time to strike with reinforcements. General Rommel could score a decisive victory. This stroke, he said, would be more deadly to the British Empire than the capture of London. Hitler was beyond such advice. Barbarossa was in motion, and nothing short of catastrophe could postpone it. His greatest concern was security. Haunted by the mishap in Belgium a year earlier, he still had not informed Mussolini of the invasion. When he met his senior, at the Brenner Pass on June 2, he talked at length of his determination to force British capitulation, this time by U-boats of Hesse, and of the situation in the Balkans. Not a word did he utter about Barbarossa, not only for the sake of secrecy, but because Ildus had already cautioned him in explicit terms not to attack Russia, which had become a running sore to Germany. The roads and rail lines leading east were dense with traffic as the final phase of preparations for Barbarossa began. On June 6, Hitler summoned Japanese Ambassador Oshima to Berchtesgaden and revealed that large numbers of troops were being sent east because of Soviet border violations. War might be unavoidable between us to Oshima. This was tantamount to a declaration of war, and he immediately warned Tokyo that an invasion of Russia was imminent. Under such circumstance he concluded with a confidence that impressed his listener. It was a significant day for the Führer. He legalized his threat to wage ruthless ideological warfare by instructing Field Marshal von Brauchitsch to issue a directive to liquidate captured Soviet commissars as bearers of an ideology diametrically opposed to National Socialism. His commander-in-chief objected violently until Hitler curtly said, "I cannot demand that my generals should understand my orders, but I do demand that they follow them. The terms of this directive could not be misinterpreted, and they must therefore be treated with all possible severity and dispatch, whether captured during battle or while offering resistance. They must be shed at once." This ideologically motivated order was to be executed by the Wehrmacht together with Himmler's Einsatzgruppen, and its issuance by OKW was more than another victory for Hitler over the military. These commissars are the originators of barbarous Asiatic methods of warfare. It bound them to his political program and made them unwilling accomplices along with the SS. In his grand plan of the future, to achieve this goal, he must first conquer the Red Army, and to do this he needed the help of those states bordering the Soviet Union that could be trusted and that, sharing his own fear and hatred of Bolshevism, had accounts of their own to settle with Stalin. The Finns, forced to accept harsh terms to end their brief, bloody war with Russia, needed little urging to join the crusade, and on June 8, the first elements of a German infantry division landed in Finland. 2 days later, Field Marshal Mannerheim ordered a partial mobilization. Hitler also trusted Romania, and on June 11 he intimated to General Ion Antonis that he had decided to attack Russia, and merely expected of Romania that in her own interest she do everything to facilitate a successful conclusion of this conflict stirred by visions of spoils and military glory. He was by no means asking Antonis for assistance in such a war, he said. The Romanian dictator hastily declared that he wanted to be in on the fight from the first day. On June 14, Soviet secret agent Sorge dispatched a definite warning from Tokyo. War begins June 22, but Stalin still chose not to credit this or similar alarms. That the war could not possibly start until 1942, and that very day ordered publication of a task commune, ridiculing the numerous rumors of war. He had reassured himself despite qualms, all this is nothing but clumsy propaganda by forces hostile to the USSR and Germany and interested in an extension of the war. This statement was so reassuring that there was an easing of tension in the forward positions of the Red Army. In Berlin, selected combat officers were arriving at the Chancellery for a special briefing and luncheon. By now, each one had digested his own orders and become reconciled, if grudgingly, to the inhumane methods Hitler had imposed on the enemy. At 2 p.m., there was a break for lunch, and this, unlike so many other meals at the Chancellery, was mellow and relaxed. Nor was the atmosphere of camaraderie dispelled when Hitler ascended to the podium and began a persuasive lecture on the need to launch Barbarossa. The collapse of Russia, he said, would lead to England's surrender. A final signal went out on June 17, confirming 3 a.m. Sunday, June 22, as 0 hour. That day, a German sergeant who had struck an officer and feared execution crossed into Soviet lines to surrender. He revealed that the German attack would begin before dawn on the 22nd. Frontline officers who learned of the report were disturbed, but their commanding general's reaction was no use beating an alarm. As 0 hour approached, Hitler appeared calm and confident. On Friday the 20th he sent for Frank, formerly his personal lawyer and now Governor-General of German-occupied Poland. Calm yourself, he promised that the German attack it would soon pass through Frank's area, and then waved off his attempt to make another objection. We are facing a war with the Soviet Union, he said, and when the other reacted with consternation, added, I understand your problem very well, but I must insist that you come to an understanding with Himmler. He was referring to their conflicting concepts of treating the occupied areas. I can tolerate no more differences. You too must come to an understanding. That evening Hitler's proclamation to the troops was secretly distributed and, under cover of darkness, assault it began moving forward. By dawn of the 21st, more than 3 million men were in attack position. In London, Cripps, home for consultations, was sounding another warning that Hitler was about to invade Russia. Well, he told Soviet Ambassador Mesky, we have reliable information that this attack will take place tomorrow. Or at the very latest 29 June. You know that Hitler always attacks on Sundays. Mesky sent an urgent cipher message to Moscow. 22 June. At last Stalin sanctioned an alert for the armed forces. He also instructed his ambassador in Berlin to present a verbal note to Ribbentrop, vigorously objecting to the 180 German overflights since April. which assumed a systematic and intentional character. There was tension at the Bendlerstrasse as the clock neared 1:30 p.m., the final moment the attack could be called off. No word came from the Chancellery Barbarossa was on. At the Chancellery, Hitler was trying to explain to Mussolini why he was launching Barbarossa. This, he wrote, I am writing this letter to you at a moment when months of anxious deliberations and continuous nerve-wracking waiting are ending in the hardest decision of my life, the concentration of Soviet forces at the Reich border, he said, was tremendous, and time was on the side of the enemy. I have therefore, after constantly racking my brains, finally reached the decision to cut the noose before it can be drawn tight. He made no criticism of Italy's disastrous ventures in Greece and Africa, nor hinted at other grievances. He maintained a tone of respect approaching supplication throughout, and ended the letter almost as if he were in the confessional, the partnership with the Soviet Union. In spite of the complete sincerity of the efforts to bring about a final conciliation, was nevertheless often very irksome to me, for in some way or other it seemed to me to be a break with my whole origin, my concepts and my former obligations. I am happy now to be relieved of these mental agonies. In Moscow, Molotov had just summoned Ambassador von der Schulenburg. The foreign commissar wanted to add weight to the note verbal which his ambassador in Berlin had not yet been able to deliver to Ribbentrop. There are a number of indications, he told Schulenburg, that the German government is dissatisfied with the Soviet government. Rumors are even current that a war is impending between Germany and the Soviet Union. It was an embarrassing situation, and all Schulenburg could do was promise to transmit the question to Berlin. He returned to his office as ignorant as Molotov that an attack was coming in a few hours. One of the Eastern Front commanders was reading out Hitler's exhortation to the troops. Weighed down for many months by grave anxieties, compelled to keep silent, I can at last speak openly to you. My soldiers, he told of the Russian build-up on the German frontier, of the numerous border violations. That was why they had been brought up to the greatest front in world history, along with allies from Finland and Romania. German soldiers, you are about to join battle, a hard and crucial battle. The destiny of Europe and future of the German Reich, the existence of our nation now lie in your hands alone. All along the tortuous 930-mile front, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, 3 million men listened and believed. With fear and expectation, they huddled in their positions. It was the shortest night of the year, the summer solstice, but it seemed endless to those waiting in the pale light for the command to attack. Just before midnight, the Moscow-Berlin Express rumbled over the frontier bridge into German territory. It was followed by a long freight train filled with grain, the last delivery Stalin would make to his ally, Adolf Hitler. In Berlin, that evening there was an air of expectation. The international journalists were gathered at the Foreign Press Club in the Waisenstrasse, hoping to get some information from a group of Foreign Office officials. But as midnight approached with no official announcement, the newsmen began to leave for home. At the Chancellery there was such unusual activity that even those like Hitler's press chief Dietrich, who knew nothing of Barbarossa, felt sure that some tremendous action against Russia was in progress. Hitler was the personification of confidence. There will be a collapse on the part of the Russians such as the world has never before seen, but this was only in 3 months, at the latest, he told one adjutant. He could not close his eyes that night any more than he could on the eve of the invasion of the West. At 3 a.m. June I, exactly a year after the surrender of France at Caen, the Egerman infantrymen moved forward. 15 minutes later, flame and smoke burst out all along the eastern front. The pale night sky was turned to day by the flash of guns. Barba, as long a dream, was reality, but its creator was already nagged by concern. The 5-week delay caused by the Yugoslav venture loomed more ominously. Perhaps Hitler recalled that on that same day in June 129 years before Napoleon had crossed the Niemen River on his way to Moscow, being of historic bent. 15 minutes before 0 hour, Ambassador von Bismarck delivered Hitler's long letter to Ciano, who immediately telephoned Ildis. Mussolini was incensed as much by the ungodly hour as by having been kept uninformed. Not even I disturb my servants at night, he grumbled to his son-in-law. But the Germans make me jump out of bed at any hour without the least consideration. In Moscow, Schulenburg was en route to the Kremlin with an accusation that the Soviet Union was about to fall on Germany's back. Consequently, the Führer had ordered the Wehrmacht to oppose this threat with all the means at its disposal. Molotov listened silently to a solemn reading of the statement, then said bitterly, "It is war. Your aircraft have just bombarded some 10 open villages. Do you believe that we deserved that?" At the will, Helmstress-Ribbentrop finally sent word that he would see the Russian ambassador at 4 a.m. Never before had Schmidt seen his chief so excited. Pacing up and down the room like a caged animal, Ribbentrop kept repeating, "The Führer is absolutely right to attack Russia now, it seemed," thought Schmidt. As if he were trying to reassure himself, the Russians would certainly themselves attack us if we did not do so now. At exactly 4 a.m. Soviet Ambassador Dukhanozov entered, right hand innocently extended. Ribbentrop interrupted his attempt to relay the Soviet grievances. "That is not the question now," he said, and announced that the Soviet government's hostility had compelled the Reich to take military countermeasures. "I regret that I can say nothing further," he said, "especially as I, myself, have come to the conclusion that, in spite of serious endeavors, I have not succeeded in establishing reasonable relations between our two countries." Quickly regaining his composure, Dukhanozov expressed his own regret at the course of events. Laying the entire blame on the non-cooperative attitude of the Germans, he rose, bowed perfunctorily, and left the room without offering Ribbentrop another handshake. Correspondents all over Berlin were being wakened for a 6 a.m. press conference at the Foreign Office. Several heard the news en route to the will, Helmstress from outdoor loudspeakers as a message from the Führer was broadcast. "People of Germany, National Socialists, the hour has come. I can at last speak frankly," he told of the machinations of Russia and England to crush the Axis with the aid of American supplies. Oppressed by grave cares, doomed to months of silence, I therefore decided today to lay the fate and future of the German Reich in the hands of our soldiers. May God help us above all in this fight. One after the war, the Marquis de Valdegulcias, in the presence of Franco, asked General Weygand, a close friend of Canaris, if it was true that the admiral had worked against Spanish interests. Franco lunged from his chair. "No, no," he exclaimed, "Canaris was an excellent friend of Spain. Perhaps," observed the Marquis, He was a closer friend of Spain than his own country, at this point, recalled Valdegosias. The Caudillo's extreme excitement confirmed my impression that this was true, and others in the diplomatic community, but it is extremely doubtful that Hitler had recently complained that Franco treated him like a little haggling Jew, had been informed of this by his own diplomats. This was known by the British ambassador to Spain, Sir Samuel Hoare, who had also hidden from him the fact that Molotov's wife was Jewish. For some time, members of the Ultra team had been attempting to relay vital information to the Soviets without revealing the source. For this purpose, recalled Hugh Trevor Roper, we had a special liaison officer in Moscow. But such was the Russian distrust that he was never able to make contact with his Russian opposite number. I remember that he once told me that the nearest he had got to him was when the Russian, a general, waved to him in the opera. We were luckier with the Russians in London, said Asher Lee, and gave them the guts, but not the teeth of Ultra. Lee dealt with a mixed bag, an officer in the NKVD, an air Attica test pilot, and a member of the Supreme Soviet with the rank of colonel. But they too were suspicious and, according to Lee, virtually ignored Ultra material, at any rate for the pre-Stalingrad period. For there were wholesale arrests of astrologers and occultists suspected of knowing Hess. Performance is involving demonstrations of an occult, spiritualist, clairvoyant, telepathic, or astrological nature were outlawed. 5. As a reward, Hess, described by Wiedemann as the straightest character among the Nazi leaderships, already served more than 30 years of solitary confinement. He remains the last Allied prisoner at Spandau prison. In all those years, he has been separated from visitors by a wide table. Never has he been allowed to embrace or kiss a loved one. Chapter 24. A DOORINTO a DARKUNSEE NROOMJUNE 22 DECEMBER 1941. By early morning of June 22, single-sheet extra editions of Berlin newspapers were on the streets. The public felt a sense of relief since few had been able to understand why a treaty had been made with the Reds in the first place. Although confused by the abrupt attack on an ally, Hitler set Goebbels the task of explanation, and that morning the propaganda chief began laying down the guidelines to his subordinates. Now that the Führer has unmasked the treachery of the Bolshevik rulers, National Socialism, and hence the German people, are reverting to the principles which impelled Thum's struggle against plutocracy and Bolshevism, the Führer, he added, had assured him the Russian campaign would end within 4 months. But I tell you, it will take only 8 weeks. That afternoon, he was repeating his prophecy to guests at a party. Turning to film star Olga Tchechova, the niece of Chekhov, he said, "We have a Russian expert here. Will we be in Moscow by Christmas?" Irritated by both his manner and the question, her answer was terse. "You know Russia, the endless land." Even Napoleon had to retreat, for once Goebbels was at a loss for words and could only say so, but within 10 minutes his adjutant was telling the actress, "I imagine, madame, you are ready to leave. The car is outside." The Soviet Union was in disarray. Within hours, the Red Air Force had admittedly lost 1,200 aircraft, and infantry resistance was uncoordinated. Stalin ordered the Red Army to keep out of German territory and the Red Air Force to restrict raids to within 90 miles of the frontier. refusing to believe in the gravity of first reports. He was so convinced that the Nazi invasion was a mistake and he could halt the war by diplomatic means that he kept open radio communications with the will. Helmstress, while requesting Japan to mediate any political and economic difference between Germany and the Soviet Union, his ambassador in England was under no such illusion. Miskey called up Foreign Secretary Eden and asked directly whether the British government was going to reduce its war effort somewhat and perhaps now listen to Hitler's peace offensive. Eden firmly replied in the negative. I would make at least a favorable reference to the devil in the House of Commons, made it official in a stirring broadcast to the nation. And that evening, Churchill, who had recently remarked, if Hitler invaded hell, we are resolved to destroy Hitler and every vestige of the Nazi regime. From this nothing will turn us, nothing. We will never parley. We will never negotiate with Hitler or any of his gang. He pledged to give the utmost help to the Russians. We shall appeal to all our friends and allies in every part of the world to take the same course and pursue it, as we shall faithfully and steadfastly to the end. George Kennan, assigned to the American Embassy in Berlin. It seems to me that to welcome Russia as an associate in the defense of democracy would invite misunderstanding of our own position and would lend to the German war effort a gratuitous and sorely needed aura of morality. Had reservations which he passed on in a personal note to a friend in the State Department. In following such a course, I do not see how we could help but identify ourselves with the Russian destruction of the Baltic states, with the attack against Finnish independence, with the partitioning of Poland and Romania, and with the domestic policy of a regime which is widely feared and detested throughout this part of the world, and methods of which are far from democratic. At the same time, this should not prohibit the extension of material aid whenever called for by our own self-interest. With the crushing of religion throughout Eastern Europe, it would, however, preclude anything which might identify us politically or ideologically with the Russian war effort. Roosevelt was equally aware of Stalin's dictatorial policies, his secretiveness and greed for territory, but he feared Hitler far more and promptly approved a State Department declaration that giving assistance to communism would benefit American security. He told reporters, "Of course we are going to give all the aid we possibly can to Russia," but failed to add when or how this could be done. The Pope's attitude was not at all vague. While taking no definite stand on the German invasion, he made it clear that he backed the Nazi fight against Bolshevism, describing it as high-minded gallantry in defense of the foundations of Christian culture. A number of German bishops predictably openly supported the attack. One called it a European crusade, a mission similar to that of the Teutonic Knights. He exhorted all Catholics to fight for a victory that will allow Europe to breathe freely again and will promise all nations a new future. Within 24 hours, German public interest began to slacken. After the first rush for the newspapers, which contained only general reports from the front, the citizens returned to their normal life as if it were only another of Hitler's exploits. At 12:30 p.m. on June 23, he and his entourage left the capital in the Führer train. Destination, Shan's Wolf's Lair, the new headquarters in a forest several miles from Rastenburg, East Prussia. Confidence in a quick victory ran high among the staff as they settled in the wooden huts and concrete bunkers, but the Führer had mixed feelings. "We have only to kick in the door, and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down," he told Jadl, yet shortly remarked to an aide at the beginning of each campaign, "One push is a door in't. A dark, unseen room. One can never know what is hiding inside." The early victories seemed to justify the highest hopes. Within 2 days, hordes of prisoners were taken and bridges seized intact. There seemed to be no organized enemy resistance as German tanks burst through Soviet lines and roamed at will. For a week, no details were given to the German public. Then on Sunday, the 29th, 10 special Kameniks, personally prepared by Hitler, were announced over the radio at hourly intervals. Goebbels had objected to this abrupt flood of information, but Hitler thought it a brilliant idea. And when Otto Dietrich reported that Sunday radio listeners were extremely annoyed at having to keep to their apartments on such a fine day, he retorted that he knew the mentality and emotion of the masses better than Dietrich and all the other intellectuals put together. As the day wore on, however, he received complaints that a spectacle was being made of the war. There were such piercing advances. It is no exaggeration to say that the campaign against Russia has been won in 14 days. The Führer also told his entourage that to all intents and purposes the Russians have lost the war. How fortune! It was such mass almost 500,000 to date. Ethert Holder wrote in his diary on July 3, he exulted that we smashed the Russian armor and air force right at the beginning. Never, he said, could the Russians replace them. Many Western military experts shared this estimate, and talk in the Pentagon was that the Red Army would fold up in a month or so. Following in the wake of the advancing troops were 4 SS gruppen of 3,000 men each, whose mission was to ensure the security of the operational zone, that is, prevent resistance by civilians. These were police of a very special nature, given an additional task by their chief, Reinhard Heydrich. They were to round up and liquidate not only Bolshevik leaders but all Jews, as well as gypsies, Asiatic inferiors and useless eaters, such as the deranged and incurably sick. To supervise this mass killing, Heydrich and Himmler had been inspired to select officers who, for the most part, were professional men. They included a Protestant pastor, a physician, a professional opera singer, and numerous lawyers. The majority were intellectuals in their early 30s, and it might be supposed such men were unfitted for this work. On the contrary, they brought to the brutal task their considerable skills and training, and became, despite qualms, efficient executioners. The majority of the victims were Jews. They had no idea of Hitler's racial cleansing program, since few German anti-Semitic atrocities were reported in the Soviet press. Consequently, many Jews welcomed the Germans as liberators and were easily trapped by the special units. Contrary to the opinion of the National Socialists that the Jews were a highly organized group, testified Obergruppen für von dem Bach Zelewski, the senior SS and police commander for Central Russia. The appalling fact was that they were taken completely by surprise. It gave the lie to the old anti-Semitic myth that the Jews were conspiring to dominate the world and were thus highly organized. Never before has a people gone as unsuspectingly to its disaster. Nothing was prepared, absolutely nothing. The exterminations proceeded with cool calculation. It was a tidy, businesslike operation, and the reports were couched in the arid language of bureaucracy, as if the executioners were dealing with cabbages. Not human beings, the methodical work of the killing Yun. It was rarely marred by resistance. Strange is the calmness with which the delinquents allow themselves to be shot, reported one commander, and that goes for non-Jews as well as Jews. Their fear of death appears to have been blunted by a kind of indifference which has been created in the course of 20 years of Soviet rule. Heydrich's most awkward problem was coping with the psychological effects of the exterminators. Some enlisted men had nervous breakdowns or took to drinking, and a number of the officers suffered from serious stomach and intestinal ailments. Others took to their task with excess enthusiasm and sadistically beat the prisoners in violation of Himmler's orders. Exterminate as humanely as possible. He himself was witness to the demoralizing effect of daily murder. On a visit to Minsk that summer, he asked the commander of Ein, Sats, Grupp B, to shed 100 prisoners so he could observe the actual liquidation. As the firing squad raised rifles, he noticed one young man was blond and blue-eyed, the hallmark of the true Teuton, and did not belong in this group. Himmler asked if he was a Jew. He was both parents, yes. Did he have any antecedents who were not Jewish? No. Himmler stamped his foot. Then I cannot help you. The squad fired, but Himmler, who had come to see, stared into the ground. He shuffled nervously. Then came a second volley again. He promptly averted his eyes, glancing up. He saw that 2 women still writhed. Don't torture those women, he shouted. Get on with it, shed quickly. This was the opportunity Bakzelewski was hoping for. He asked Himmler to note how deeply shaken the firing squad was. They are finished for the rest of their lives, the SS man said. What kind of followers are we creating by these things, either Attics or Britus? Himmler impulsively ordered everyone to gather round so he could make a speech. Theirs was a disgusting task, he said, but as good Germans they should not enjoy doing it. Their conscience, however, should be in no way affected, because they were soldiers who had to carry out every order without question. He alone, before God and the Führer, bore the terrible responsibility for what had to be done. Surely they had noticed that this bloody work was as odious to him, and moved him to the depths of his soul. But he too was obeying the highest law by doing his duty. Rumors of these atrocities distressed Rosenberg. Ordered by Hitler to draw up a blueprint for occupation of the conquered eastern territories, he had envisaged a far different program with a degree of self-rule. Rosenberg optimistically assumed that Hitler approved his own plan in principle, and that it would be accepted at a special conference on the subject to be held at the Wolf Schanz on July 16. Since the Führer had earlier agreed to establish weak socialist states in the conquered lands of Russia, it is essential, said Hitler according to Bormann's notes of the meeting, that we do not proclaim our views before the whole world. There is no need for that, but the main thing is that we ourselves know what we want. If this did not reveal Rosenberg that Hitler had changed his mind about establishing weak socialist states, what followed surely did. And we shall take them in principle. We must now face the task of cutting up the giant cake according to our needs in order to be able. This need not prevent our taking all necessary measure. Shooting resettlement first, to dominate it second, to administer it third, to exploit it. The Russians have now given an order for partisan warfare behind our front. This guerrilla activity again has some advantage for us. It enables us to exterminate everyone who opposes us. Although Rosenberg left the meeting with the title of Reich Minister of the East, it was a hollow one, for he realized his own dream of the East now had little chance to materialize. What a tragedy, he thought, that Hitler still maintained the false conception of Slavs. Born during his youthful days in Vienna out of inflammatory pamphlets which described the Slavs as lazy primitives, a hopelessly second-class race. Equally disastrous was Hitler's complete misunderstanding of the structure of the Soviet Union. The Ukrainians and other tribes under the yoke of the Great Russians were potential allies of the Third Reich and could be a bulwark of defense against Bolshevism if treated properly and given a measure of self-rule. But the Führer had been persuaded by Bormann and Göring that they were enemies to be controlled by the whip. The struggle to turn Hitler from this path seemed hopeless, but Rosenberg resolved to keep trying. It was a diluted resolve, for no one knew better than he that once the Führer looked in't his eyes, he would, as usual, be too frightened to speak out. Oh, what can ail thee, knight at arms? Alone and pallidly loiter in Kitsch. During these early summer days of 1941, Hitler became sick. To begin with, there were recurrent stomach pains which may have been of hysterical nature. His system was already undermined by an overdose of drugs to 150 anti-gas pills a week, as well as 10 injections of ultraceptyl, a strong sulfonamide. Then he was struck down by dysentery, common malady in the swampy surroundings of the Wolf Schans. A victim of diarrhea, nausea, and aching limbs, he would shiver one moment, sweat the next. A more serious threat to his health came to light during a hot argument with Ribbentrop late in July. The foreign minister opposed to Barbar, Asa from the beginning, lost his temper and began to shout his disapproval. Hitler paled at the extraordinary attack. He tried to defend himself, but halted in mid-sentence, clutched his heart, and sank in a chair. There was a frightening moment of silence. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. Hitler finally said, "You must never again oppose me in this manner." Dr. Morell was so perturbed he sent an electrocardiogram of the Führer's heart to Professor Dr. Karl Weber, director of the Heart Institute at Bad Nauheim and a leading authority on heart disease. He had no idea that the patient was Hitler, only that he was a very busy diplomat. His diagnosis was a rapidly progressive coronary sclerosis, a virtually incurable heart disease. Morell probably did not pass this information on to Hitler, at least once announcing in his presence that the Führer's heart was in good shape. Morell did add a number of other medicines to his patient's growing list of prescriptions: a heart tonic, cardiazol, a quite harmless solution for circulatory weakness, fainting and exhaustion, and sympathol 3, 1% as efficacious as adrenaline. Hitler's illness came at the height of a bitter conflict with his commanders on the conduct of the campaign in the East. He had already ordered the direct attack on Moscow halted. He stripped Army Group Center of its most powerful armored units, one being sent north to facilitate the capture of Leningrad, the other south to bolster the drive into the Ukraine. Both these areas, in Hitler's opinion, preceded Moscow in importance. The first because it was a key industrial center and was named after Lenin, and the second because of its economic importance. Not only was the Ukraine vital for its industry and grain, but the Crimea itself was a potential Soviet aircraft carrier for the bombing of the Plosti oil fields in Romania. Further, once the Crimea was occupied, the Wehrmacht would have easy access to the Caucasus. Hitler's sick spell gave Brochitsk and Halder the chance to sabotage the Führer's strategy. Quietly, they began trying to put their own plan in operation, with Halder exerting his personal influence on Jodl to gain his support. It was not until Hitler was on the road to recovery in mid-August that he fully realized what had been going on behind his back. Neither his own strategy nor that of Halder had been put into effect, but a compromise of both. To clarify the situation, Hitler composed an order on August 21 that could not possibly be misunderstood. But the Crimea, the attack on Moscow, could not begin until Leningrad had been isolated and the Russian Fifth Army in the south destroyed. The most important objective to be reached by winter is not Moscow. This order was followed a few hours later by a lengthy memorandum dictated in anger and read with indignation. It charged that unnamed commanders were driven by selfish desires and despotic dispositions, then characterized the Army High Command as a gathering of minds fossilized in out-of-date theories. Little better than a stern lecture on how to wage a campaign. A black day for the army, Engel wrote in his diary. Unbearable, scrawled Halder in his unheard of. The limit he spent hours on the 22nd with Brochitsk, complaining about the Führer's inadmissible interference with army affairs, ending with the suggestion that the two of them resign. Ailing Marshal refused on the grounds that it wouldn't be practical and would change nothing. He even did his utmost to quell rebellion in his own staff by assuring them that the Führer had personally promised that, but the dispirited, once victory was certain in the Ukraine, all available forces would be thrown into the attack on Moscow. The rebellion, if it could be dignified as, sucked it out in a diminishing chorus of grumbles. This minor crisis was soon overshadowed by the highly publicized visit of Mussolini to the front. He was coming to persuade Hitler to enlarge the Italian expeditionary force on the Russian front, and so share some of the glory of crushing communism. But as his special train approached Wolf, Schan's Ile-dus was in poor condition to match wits with his ally. He was still pale and grieving over the recent loss of his son Bruno in an air crash. Hitler met Mussolini at the little railroad station near the Wolf, Schan's, and for the rest of the day scarcely gave him a chance to open his mouth. The Führer talked incessantly of the forthcoming victory in the East, the stupidity of France, and the evil machinations of the Jewish clique that surrounded Roosevelt. When his guest finally managed to make his offer of more troops, Hitler changed the subject. His almost incessant monologue continued for the next few days until Mussolini became so tired of hearing of German glory and exploits that he began a long discourse on the triumphs of ancient Rome in general and Trajan, who had fought in the region they were inspecting in particular. They inspected an Italian division, and as Bersaglieri with waving feathers in their still helmets roared past on motorcycles, shouting, dus Mussolini's face glowed. Later in the day, at Uman in the Ukraine. But Hitler soon regained the limelight once they entered the still smoking ruins of Uman, and he was cheered by his soldiers. After lunch, he left Mussolini behind and walked informally among his troops. Ile-dus felt insulted, but got his revenge on the return flight. He went forward to talk with Bauer, Hitler's pilot, who was delighted at his enthusiasm, and particularly Mussolini's request to take over the controls. Caught off guard, Hitler gave his consent, but immediately regretted it, constantly fidgeting while his erstwhile idol maneuvered the craft with boyish elan. It was only a passing triumph. On the long rail trip back home, Mussolini was dejected. He had not only failed to get approval for a large Italian contingent, but had gained the uneasy feeling that the war in the East would be a lengthy and bloody one. His depression changed to rage upon learning that Ribbentrop was not going to publish the agreed joint communique of the visit. The foreign minister's name, it seemed, had been mentioned after Keitel's. This time Hitler bowed to Mussolini and asked Ribbentrop to get in line. His honor avenged, ill his spirit rose. He summoned Dino Alfieri, his ambassador to Berlin, and gave him directives for a report on their visit to the front. "Don't forget to mention," he said, "that for a considerable part of the way I piloted the Führer's four-engined plane myself." At the Wolf, Schanz Hitler changed his mind and decided it was now time to launch the attack on Moscow. During tea in the casino with his secretaries and aides, he stared fixedly at a large map on the wall. "In several weeks we will be in Moscow," he said in a deep, rough voice. "There is no doubt of it. I will raise that damned city, and I will construct in its place an artificial lake with central lighting. The name of Moscow will disappear forever." And so, on the afternoon of September 5, he told Halder, "Get started on the Central Front within 8 to 10 days. His mood at supper that night was light, almost frolic. His comments were noted down by Werner Koppen, Rosenberg's liaison man at Führer headquarters. Since early July that year, at Rosenberg's behest, he had been circumspectly recording the Führer's table conversations. Koppen assumed Hitler knew what he was doing and would furtively jot down notes on his paper napkin. Then, immediately after the meal, write out only those parts of the conversation he could distinctly remember. An original and one copy of his records were forwarded to Berlin by courier. Unbeknown to Koppen, there was a second Boswell at the main table. Shortly after their arrival at Wolf, Schanz Bormann had suggested almost offhandedly to Heinrich Heim, his adjutant, that he surreptitiously note down what the chief said, so Hitler wouldn't know he was being put on record. Bormann instructed his adjutant to rely on his memory, but Heim wanted more accurate results, and on his own initiative he began making copious notes on index cards, which he hid on his lap. Bormann was taken aback, but he gave Heim tacit approval to continue taking notes, so the matter went on. Heim recalled, expressing any wishes or anything else except to silently show his happiness that in this way much would be preserved and not forgotten, without Bormann giving me any instructions. To select the most meaningful reflections, sometimes what he was writing down was preceded in importance by Hitler's next words, and to keep the Führer from seeing what he was doing, Heim was constantly faced with two problems. At the noon meal and the evening supper he was able to mask his activities, but during the late night tea sessions, which took place in the bunker, he had to rely on memory alone, except for an occasional scribbled word or two. Heimchen, as the gentle soul was affectionately called, was so unobtrusive, as was Koppen, that Hitler continued to speak freely, spontaneously, on a limitless variety of subjects in an oral stream of consciousness. The records of Heim and Koppen gave rare insight into the momentous events unfolding each day on the Eastern Front. On September 17, for instance, Hitler expounded on the spirit of decision, which consisted, he said, in not hesitating when an inner conviction commands you to act. Last year I needed great spiritual strength to take the decision to attack Bolshevism. I had to foresee that Stalin might pass over to the attack in 1941. It was therefore necessary to get started without delay. In order not to be forestalled, that wasn't possible before June, even to make war, one must have luck on one's side. When I think of it, what luck we did have the tremendous military operation presently in progress, he said, had been widely criticized as impracticable. I had to throw all my authority into the scales to force it through. I note in passing that a great part of our successes have originated in mistakes we've had the audacity to commit. He assured his fascinated listeners that the hegemony of the world would be decided by the seizure of Russian space. Thus, Europe will be an impregnable fortress, safe from all threat of blockade. All this opens up economic vistas which, one might think, will incline the most liberal of the Western democrats toward the new order. The essential thing for the moment is to conquer. Were born slaves who felt the need of a master, and Germany's role in Russia would be analogous to that of England in India. After that, everything will be simply a question of organization. The Slavs, he said, like the English, we shall rule this empire with a handful of men. He talked at length of his plans to make the Ukraine the grand area for all Europe and to keep its conquered people happy with scarves and glass beads. Then ended in a confession, while everyone else was dreaming of a world peace conference. He preferred to wage war for another 10 years rather than be cheated of the spoils of victory. The capture of Kiev 3 days later caused elation at Wolfschanz. It meant predicted Hitler the early conquest of the entire Ukraine and justified his insistence on giving priority to the southern offensive. At dinner on September 21, Hitler glowed with satisfaction as he told of the capture of 145,000 prisoners in the valley near Kiev. This battle of encirclement, he claimed, was the most confused in the entire history of warfare. The Soviet Union was on the verge of collapse. At the Nin Mill on September 25, he revealed his fear of the subhuman farther east. Europe would be endangered until these Asians had been driven back behind the Urals. And neither Bolshevism nor Tsarism makes any difference, said the arbutus in a state of nature. Late that evening he extolled the virtues of battle by comparing a soldier's first battle to a woman's first sexual encounter. They are Brutus, as if he regarded each as an act of aggression. In a few days, youth becomes a man. I would have been incapable of undertaking this cyclopean task, which the building of an empire means for a single man. It was with feelings of pure idealism that he had set out for the front in 1914. If I weren't myself hardened by this experience, then I saw men falling around me in thousands. Thus I learned that life is a struggle and has no other object but the preservation of the species. The table talk was almost exclusively of the battle in the East. Since there was little action on the only other active war front, North Africa, the British effort to throw back Rommel had failed miserably, and by the beginning of autumn there was a standoff in the desert with neither side prepared to mount another offensive. Hitler's energy and the might of the Wehrmacht were being concentrated for an all-out assault on Moscow, but failed. Marshal von Bach warned that it was too late in the season. Why not spend the winter in fortified positions? I used to think the general staff was like a mastiff, which had to be held tight by the collar to keep it from attacking anyone in sight, but it had turned out to be anything but ferocious. Hitler replied with an allegory of sorts before I became Chancellor. It had opposed rearmament, the occupation of the Rhineland, the invasion of Austria and Czechoslovakia, and even the war in Poland. It is I who have always had to goad on this mastiff. He insisted upon attacking the capital in force, and the operation code named Typhoon was launched on the last day of September by Bach. His mission was to destroy the Central Soviet force, with a fearsome aggregation of 69 divisions before advancing on the capital. His basic strategy was a drive aimed at Moscow with a double-tank envelopment. The pincers, meeting 80 miles behind the Red Army, was caught so completely by surprise that Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group raced 50 miles in the first 24 hours through the Red Army ranks. The Soviet High Command, unable to conceive of a major offensive, started so late in the year. German infantrymen rushed into the vacuum to mop up disintegrating pockets of resistance. By October 2, Hitler was confident enough of victory to set off for Berlin in his special train. He had not spoken to the people for months, and the next after noon he strode into the Sportpalast purportedly to make an appeal in support of the wartime winter assistance program. But he had come to issue a major proclamation. On the morning of June 22, he said, his words booming over loudspeakers throughout the Reich, "The greatest battle in the history of the world began. Everything had gone according to plan," he said, and then announced that the enemy was already beaten and would never rise again. The audience broke into wild acclaim. He began listing the statistics of victory: 2,500,000 prisoners, 22,000 destroyed or captured artillery pieces, 18,000 destroyed or captured tanks, more than 14,500 destroyed planes. Over 25,000 kilometers of Russian railway were again in operation, with most of this already converted to the German narrow gauge. The figures rolled on German soldiers had advanced up to 1,000 kilometers. This is as the crow flies. For a man who had just professed that Russia was beaten and would never rise again, he entertained deep concerns. The war in the East, he admitted, was one of ideologies. Therefore, all the best elements in Germany must now be welded into one indissoluble community. Only when the entire German people becomes a single community of sacrifice can we hope and expect that Providence will stand by us in the future. Almighty God never helped a lazy man, nor does he help a coward. It was a remarkable speech, one boasting of victory while calling for further sacrifice to ward off destruction. By evening, the people's thoughts were diverted solely to triumph, with the news that Orel had been seized so rapidly by Guderian's tankers that passengers in streetcars waved. Assuming they were Russians, and vital factory equipment destined for evacuation to the Urals was seized intact. The following day, Hitler was back at Wolf. Schanz and Koppen noted that at supper he was in a particularly good mood. The noonday meal on October 6 was devoted to Czechoslovakia, where there was considerable underground activity. His solution: deport all Jews far to the east. This reminded him that, since Jews were the source through which all enemy information is spread, they should also think of deporting Jews from Berlin and Vienna to the same destination. During the day, Bryansk was taken as Guderian completed the encirclement of 3 entire Soviet armies. At supper, Hitler was in a light-hearted mood, and there was no talk of politics. Instead, he made a lame joke. Major Engel had just been bitten by a dog, and that explained the epidemic of madness ravaging Führer headquarters. Victory continued, and within 2 days, reports from the front indicated that the Red Army could essentially be considered defeated with conquest of Moscow in sight. Hitler ordered that not a single German soldier should enter the capital. The city, he said, will be destroyed and completely wiped from the earth. As Hitler emerged from the military conference on October 9, he called out to Otto Dietrich that the public could now be informed of the latest operations. Half an hour later, as he paced his study in the bunker with vigorous strides, Hitler dictated word for word the victory statement Dietrich was to submit to the press. Dietrich did so the next day in Berlin, then raised his fist high in the air. And on that, gentlemen, he shouted, "I stake my whole journalistic reputation." Axis and Balkan correspondents applauded and cheered, recalled Howard K. Smith of the New York Times then stood and raised their arms in salute to Dietrich. That morning, German newspapers told of a great victory. Soviet army groups had been encircled. The public reaction was electric face. Is previously won and drawn war now beaming. People stood and saluted when the radio played Horst Wessel and Deutsch, and Aber Ale's rumors spread throughout the capital that Moscow had fallen. In beer restaurants. Significantly, on that same day, Field Marshal von Reichenau, the first general to espouse National Socialism, issued an order to the 6th Army for sterner treatment of partisans. This was no ordinary war, he said, but a struggle to the death between German culture and the Jewish Bolshevist system. The soldier must have full understanding of the necessity for harsh but just measures of atonement against Jewish subhuman. Similar orders came from Rund, Stett, therefore Manstein and other senior commanders. Hitler's declaration that the Soviets were defeated and total victory assured was not merely propaganda to raise morale at home. He believed what he said, but he had not quite convinced his pragmatic propaganda chief. Joseph Goebbels started the briefing to his subordinate. It's on the 14th with the optimism of a Dietrich. Militarily, this war has already been decided. All that remains to be done is of predominantly political character, both at home and abroad. Then he contradicted himself by warning that the German people must reconcile themselves to continued fighting in the East for another 10 years. Therefore, it was the task of the German press to help strengthen the people's staying power, and when that was done, the rest will follow of its own accord. So that within a very short space of time, no one will notice that no peace has been concluded at all. If Hitler had similar reservations, they were dispelled upon learning that the Soviet diplomatic corps had fled Moscow on October 15 for Kuybyshev. 600 miles to the east, panic was truly sweeping the city, and at the Kremlin Stalin repeatedly had lost his nerve. A report that 2 German tanks had reached a suburb caused stamp is at railway stations. High-ranking party officials and secret police joined the pell-mell flight in cars, causing the first traffic jam in Soviet history. Pedestrians stormed the stalled cars, robbing and blackmailing the occupants, particularly those thought to be Jews. Other bands of deserters and workers were plundering stores since no police were on hand to stop them. One rumor circulated that Lenin's body had been removed from Red Square for safe keeping. Another that Stalin himself had taken to his hills. A grim minority was building barricades and preparing to die rather than let a single Nazi pass. But most Moscovites were demoralized, awaiting the Germans with a strange mixture of expectancy and apathy. Many of them bought German-Russian dictionaries, so they could greet the conquerors in their own language. In Berlin there was talk in the halls of the Will, Helmstress, that Stalin had made an offer of peace through King Boris of Bulgaria. Fritz Hess asked Ribbentrop whether it was true, and was told in strict secrecy that Hitler had rejected the offer, clearly because he was convinced he could stand the Midi test and emerge victorious in the end. Most of Hitler's commanders shared his confidence. Jodl, for instance, had no doubt that the Soviets had used up their last reserves. At supper on the 17th, Hitler's talk was mostly of the bright future. As far as he was concerned, Lebensraum was a fact. 2 days after Hitler's euphoric monologue, the man he admired and derided had regained his aplomb. Reappearing in the Kremlin, Stalin asked the chairman of the Moscow Soviet, "Should we defend Moscow?" and without waiting for an answer, proclaimed a state of siege. Breaches of law and order were to be dealt with promptly. All spies, diversionists and agents provocateurs were to be shot without trial. With firm direction from the top, morale out the city began to lift. Before Moscow, the Soviet troops stiffened, and the German spearheads, which had driven to within 40 miles of the capital, were slowed. Then came a break in the weather. The fall rains began, and while the powerful German Markievs became mired in the muddy roads, the more maneuverable Soviet T-34 tanks rolled free. Hitler's victories of the past 2 years had come through the superior mobility and firepower brought about by mass panzer attacks closely supported by tactical air forces. But the seas of mud below foundered the armor, and the low visibility above grounded the Luftwaffe, which had already gained air supremacy. With mobility went fire, power and blitzkrieg, upon which Hitler based his hopes. To say that Typhoon was stemmed by the mud and freezing rain, and the Red Army, was only partially true. The principal reason for failure, so in most of his commanders, was Hitler's refusal to launch it a month earlier. If he had followed their advice, Moscow would have been a mass of rubble, and the Soviet government and its force defeated. But Captain von Puttkamer, for one, was convinced that it was the fault of Brochitsk and Halder for sabotaging the Führer's basic plan during his illness. In late October, the slit turned into snow and the mud froze. Conditions for the troops were almost unbearable. There were few advances along the entire line, and these were modest ones. By the end of the month, the situation was so desperate that Giesler, the architect, was ordered to stop work on the reconstruction of German cities. All workers, engineers, building materials and machinery were to be transported at once to the east to construct highways, repair railroad tracks, and construct stations and locomotive sheds. At Mills, Hitler appeared as confident as ever. On the eve of his departure for the annual celebration of the Munich Putsch, he enlivened supper with jokes and reminiscences. In Moscow, his admired enemy was making a speech at the annual Eve of Revolution Day meeting in the huge hall of Mayakovsky subway station. It was an odd mixture of dejection and confidence. First, Stalin admitted that the building of socialism had been greatly impeded by the war, and that casualties on the battlefield already were almost 1,700,000. But the Nazi claim that the Soviet regime was collapsing had no basis in fact. Instead, he said the Soviet rear is today more solid than ever. Would have collapsed. Admittedly, Russia faced a tremendous task, since the Germans were fighting with numerous allies. Finns. It is probable that any other country having lost as much territory as we have Romanians Italians and Hungarians. While not a single English or American soldier was yet in position to help the Soviet Union, he made an impassioned appeal to Russian national pride in the name of Plekhanov and Lenin, Belinsky and Chernyshevsky, Pushkin and Tolstoy, Gorky and Chekhov, Glinka and Tchaikovsky, Sekhanov and Pavlov, Suvorov and Kutuzov. The German invaders want a war of extermination against the peoples of the Soviet Union. Very well, then. If they want a war of extermination, they shall have it. Stalin was back in command, and the next morning, November 7, he spoke with equal force to troops gathered in Red Square. In the distance, guns boomed, and overhead came the snarl of patrolling Soviet fighter planes as he compared their position with that of 23 years ago. How could anyone doubt that they could and must defeat the German invaders? Again, he shrewdly used names of the past conquerors of the Teutonic Knights, the Tartars, the Poles and Napoleoners, a rallying cry. May you be inspired by the heroic figures of our great ancestors, Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, Minin and Paharsky, Alexander Suvorov, Michael Kutuzov. Hitler arrived in Munich the following afternoon. He made an impassioned appeal to a convocation of Reichs, Leiters and Gauleiters, and later delivered a speech at the Hohenbrück Keller, which included a warning to President Roosevelt that if an American ship shot at a German vessel, it will do so at its own risk. His threatening words did not have Stalin's forceful ring. He was depressed by the stalemate on the Eastern Front, and the next day reminded his staff what had befallen Napoleon's army in Russia. In fact, the recognition that neither force is capable of annihilating the other, he predicted, will lead to a compromise peace. But Marshal von Bock argued against such pessimism. He urged that their offensive be continued. So did Brochetsk and Halder. On November 12, the latter was the picture of optimism as he announced that in his opinion the Russians were on the verge of collapse. Hitler was impressed, and 3 days later the push for Moscow resumed. At first the weather was good, but soon ice, mud, and snow began taking control of the battlefield. When General Oshima appeared at Wolfschanz on one of his periodic visits, Hitler explained winter had come much earlier than his weatherman had predicted. Then, in the strictest confidence, he admitted that it was doubtful if they could take Moscow that year. Gone was the season of good humor. There were no jokes at mealtime, and the request for seats at his table diminished. The cold intensified, provoking bitter denunciation of Hitler's earlier edict prohibiting the preparation of winter clothing. On November 21, Guderian phoned Halder to say that his troops had reached the end of their endurance. He was going to visit Buck and request that the orders he had just received be changed, since he could see no way of carrying them out. But the Marshal, under direct pressure from the Führer, would not listen to Guderian's pleas and ordered the attack on Moscow resumed. After short, spasmodic advances, the drive once more faltered. Taking over personal direction from an advanced command post, Bach called for another assault on November 24, despite a brewing storm. The attack was halted by snow ice and fanatic Soviet resistance. Frustration in the center was compounded 5 days later by a crisis in the south. Field Marshal von Rundstedt was forced to evacuate Rostov. The gate to the Caucasus, captured only a week previously. Angered by this 30-mile retreat, Hitler telegraphed Rundstedt to remain where he was. The Marshal immediately wired back, "ITISMADNE, SSTOATTM, PTTOHOLD, FI, RSTTHETROOPSC, ANNOTDO, ITANDSE, COND, IFTHE, YDONOTRETREATTHE, double, UILLBED, STROYED, IREPATTHATTH, ISORDERMUSTBERESC, INDDORTHATYOU, FINDSOMEONELSE. The message was drafted by a subordinate. It, except for the last sentence which runs, Stet added in his own hand. It was these final words that infuriated Hitler, and, without consulting the commander-in-chief of the army, he replied that same night, IAMACCED, INGTOYOURREQUESTPLEASEGIVEU PYOURCOMMAND. After replacing Rund, Stet withfilled Marshal von Reichenau, one of the few who dared speak openly to him. The Führer flew to Mariupol for first-hand information, but to his chagrin learned that the officers of this elite division agreed with Rund, Stet, that they would have been wiped out if they had not fallen back. He sought out an old comrade, Sepp Dietrich, commander of the SS Leibs, Dan Dart. After giving Reichenau orders to do what he had fired his predecessor for doing, Hitler summoned Rund, Stet. He was packing to go home and thought the Führer might make some sort of apology, but their personal discussion turned into a threat. Hitler said that in the future he would not tolerate any more applications to resign. I myself, for instance, am not in a position to go to my superior, God Almighty, and say to him, I am not going on with it, because I don't want to take the responsibility. Announcement of the fall of Rostov caused gloom in Berlin in both the propaganda ministry and the Foreign Office. But this defeat soon paled before a looming disaster on the Central Front. The all-out offensive against Moscow was foundering. Although an infantry reconnaissance reached the edge of Moscow early in December and sighted the Kremlin's spires, it was dispersed by several Red Army tanks and an emergency force of factory workers. Field Marshal von Bach, suffering from severe stomach cramps, admitted to Brochitsk on the phone that the entire attack had no depth and the troops were physically exhausted. On December 3, Bach phoned Halder. This call was even more pessimistic, and when Bach suggested going over to the defense, if the chief of the general staff tried to inspirit him with the kind of admonition that comes from those far from the front line, he said that the best defense was to stick to the attack. The following day, Guderian reported that the thermometer was down to 31 degrees below zero. It took fires under the tank engines to get them started, and the cold made telescopic sights useless. Worse, there were still no winter overcoats and long woolen stockings, and the men suffered intensely. On the 5th, it was 5 degrees colder. Guderian not only broke off his attack, but began to withdraw his foremost units into defensive positions. Launched a massive count. Offensive 100 Division, a 200-mile front. This combined infantry tank air assault caught the Germans off guard, and Hitler had not only lost Moscow, but seemed destined to suffer Napoleon's fate in the winter snows of Russia. That same night, the new Soviet commander of the Central Front, General Georgy Zhukov, despair and consternation swept the German Supreme Command. Commander-in-Chief of the army von Brochitsk, sick and discouraged, wanted to resign. Hitler himself was confused in the Great War. The Russian infantrymen had fought poorly now. They were tigers. Why? Despondent, he admitted on December 6 to Jodl that victory could no longer be achieved. For the past 2 years, Hitler had been Segel, ostly avoiding confrontation with the United States. Convinced that the entire nation was in the clutches of the Jewish clique, which not only dominated Washington but controlled the press, radio, and cinema, he exercised the utmost restraint in the face of Roosevelt's increasing aid to Britain. He did acknowledge their industrial strength and was set upon keeping them neutral, till he was prepared to deal with them properly, although he despised Americans as fighters. Despite the steady flow of war material to the British Isles, Hitler was so eager to avoid incidents that he had forbidden attacks on United States naval or merchant ships. Weapons he ordered are to be used only if U.S. ships fire the first shot, but Roosevelt's quick reaction to Barbarossa threatened to end Hitler's patience. On the day after the attack, the President authorized Acting Secretary of State Sumner Welles to release a statement that Hitler must be stopped even if it meant giving aid to another totalitarian country. Although Roosevelt was vague as to how this was to be done, he soon made it clear. First, by releasing some $40 million in frozen Soviet assets, and then by announcing that the provisions of the Neutrality Act did not apply to the Soviet Union, thus leaving the port of Vladivostok open to American shipping. It was revealed that American forces had arrived in Iceland to eventually replace British forces then occupying that strategic island. 2 weeks later, July 7, German claims that Roosevelt was intervening in the European war were reinforced. Cabled the Will, Helmstress, that this was a further attempt on Hitler's part to provoke Hitler into attacking America through some naval incident so she could declare war on Germany. The German Charge d'Affaires in Washington, Hans Thomson, Hitler made a proposition to Ambassador Oshima in mid-July that was a reversal of his former determination to limit Japan to the task of holding off England and keeping America neutral. Disturbed by these reports, the United States and England will always be our enemies, he said. This realization must be the basis of our foreign policy. It was a sacred conviction reached after lengthy deliberations. America and England will always turn against whomever in their eyes is isolated. Today there are only 2 states whose interests cannot conflict with one another, and these are Germany and Japan. Wasn't it obvious that America under Roosevelt, bent on a new imperialism, was exerting pressure alternately on the European and Asiatic Lebensraum? Therefore, he concluded, I am of the opinion that we must jointly destroy them as bait. He suggested Japan help liquidate the assets of the defeated Soviet Union and occupy its far eastern territories. The proposition was received in Tokyo with polite reserve. The Japanese had already decided not to attack Russia from the east but instead move south to Indochina. They did so, and its peaceful seizure brought a quick response from Roosevelt on the night of July 26. Taking the advice of those like Harold Ickes, who had long been urging him to act forcefully against all aggressors, the President ordered Japanese assets in America frozen, an act which deprived Japan of her major source of oil. To the New York Times, it was the most drastic blow short of war. To Japan's leaders, it was the last step in the encirclement of the empire by the ABCD American, British, Chinese, Dutch powers, denying Nippon her rightful place as leader of Asia, a challenge to her existence. In any case, it was a giant step toward war in the Far East and, to some observers, Roosevelt's back door entrance to war against Hitler. A month later, the president went further when he met Churchill at sea off Newfoundland and signed the Atlantic Charter, a joint declaration of British and American war aims. Its terms not only left no doubt that Roosevelt was Hitler's implacable enemy, but ironically disillusioned the Führer's enemies inside Germany, for no difference was made between a Nazi and an anti-Nazi. Those in the resistance regarded the Charter as Roosevelt's unofficial declaration of war against all Germans. They particularly resented Point 8, which stipulated that Germans must be disarmed after the war, a demand which, Hassel wrote in his journal, destroys every reasonable chance for peace. Roosevelt's determination to smash Hitler was opposed to the sentiments of millions of Americans. In addition to the right wing, America Fusters of Charles Lindbergh and the German-American Bund, there was the traditional isolationist Midwest, which, though sympathetic to Britain and China, wanted no part of a shooting war. Other Americans hate it communism so intensely that they resented any aid going to the Soviet Union. Roosevelt was undeterred by violent press and radio attacks. From now on, he announced in a radio broadcast on September 11, Iceland and similar areas under United States protection, they do so at their peril, though this was a ready excuse for Hitler to remove the last restrictions on U-boat warfare. If German or Italian vessels of war enter these waters, i.e. he could not be provoked in't a misstep. He ordered Admiral Redder to avoid any incidents in the war on merchant shipping before the middle of October. He explained the Russian campaign would be as good as over. Hitler's hope of avoiding a major incident vanished on the last day of October when the United States destroyer Reuben James, escorting a convoy 600 miles west of Iceland, was torpedoed. It sank with 101 Americans aboard. Roosevelt withheld comment, but his Secretary of the Navy told an audience of Marines that the French liner Normandy would be expropriated, loaded with 400 airplanes, and sent to Murmansk. The San Francisco Chronicle demanded that the Neutrality Act be repealed immediately, and the Cleveland Plain Dealer called for immediate action, but isolationist Senator Nye urged restraint. You can't walk in't a barroom, brawl and hope to stay out of the fight, and another senator, who was not isolationist, advised, let us keep cool. The storm of anti-German sentiment couldn't have come at a more propitious time for Roosevelt. A week later, the Office of Lend-Lease Administration was directed to do everything in its power to supply military and economic aid to the Soviet Union. $1 billion was immediately allocated to that end. The following day, November 8, Hitler made his belligerent speech at Munich, which was in fact an excuse for the sinking of the Reuben James. President Roosevelt has ordered his ships to shoot the moment they sight German ships. He shouted, I have ordered German ships not to shoot when they sight American vessels, but to defend themselves as soon as attacked. I will have any German officer court-martialed who fails to defend himself despite the show of anger. This merely indicated that the Führer still wanted to avoid war. Say what he would, he feared Franklin Roosevelt and the industrial power of America. He revealed as much in spite of himself in an interview early that autumn at Wolf Shands. I will outlast your President Roosevelt, he explained to Pierre Huss of INS. I can afford to wait and take my time to win this war in my own way. They were out doors, and Hitler, wearing his long great coat of rubberized filled gray, stood with hands folded behind his back, staring vacantly. lost in thought. Suddenly he said, "I am Führer of a Reich that will last for 1,000 years to come." He slapped a glove in't his left palm. No power can shake the German Reich now. Divine Providence has willed it that I carry the fulfillment of a Germanic task. Although he talked of his own destiny, he was obsessed by resentment of Churchill and Roosevelt, whom he disparaged as minor characters on the world stage. They are sitting over there in their plutocratic little world, surrounded and enslaved by everything proved obsolete in the last decade. The money bags and Jews run the show behind the scenes. A parliamentary circus tramples on what is left in rights and privileges of their people. I have my people behind me, and they have faith in me, their Führer, as the two men continued their walk, followed by a small group of guards and subordinates. Hitler resumed his complaint about the madman who had driven him to war. I had plans and work for my people for 50 years to come, and didn't need a war to stay in office like the Daladiers and Chamberlains, and, for that matter, Herr Roosevelt of America. Huss noted his brow pucker in't a slight frown at the mention of the president. It struck me suddenly, with unmistakable clarity, recalled Huss, that I had stumbled on a secret locked within the Führer's breast, a secret he would never let out and which he may never admit, having Hitler by instinct feared Franklin D. Roosevelt. Ja, Herr Russ, Weltend his Jews, exclaimed Hitler, he wants to run the world and rob us all of a place in the sun. He says he wants to save England, but he means he wants to be ruler and heir of the British Empire. Hitler's hardening attitude toward America was reflected by Ribbentrop. On the evening of November 28, he summoned General Oshima and urged Japan to declare war against both the United States and Britain. Oshima was surprised. "Is your Excellency indicating that a state of actual war is to be established between Germany and the United States?" Ribbentrop had not meant to go that far. Roosevelt is a fanatic, he explained, so it is impossible to tell what he would do. He promised that if Japan should fight the United States, Germany would join her ally. There is absolutely no possibility of Germany's entering into a separate peace with the United States under such circumstances. The Führer is determined on this point. This information was a great relief to the Japanese High Command. A carrier task force was already en route to Pearl Harbor. On the last day of November, Oshima was ordered to inform Hitler and Ribbentrop immediately that the English and Americans were planning to move military forces into East Asia, and this must be countered. Say These instructions were quickly followed by orders to obtain specific pledges from the Germans. Yet when Oshima approached Ribbentrop late on the evening of December 1, the foreign minister was surprisingly evasive. He excused himself on the grounds that he would first have to consult with the Führer, who was still at the Wolf Schanze. Both men knew that Hitler had little time to devote to the drama brewing on the other side of the world, and so O'Shea was not surprised that he did not receive a draft treaty until 3 a.m. on the 5th. In it, Germany promised to join Japan in any war against the United States and not to conclude a separate peace. The first to learn of Pearl Harbor at the Wolf Schanze was Otto Dietrich. Late in the afternoon of December 7, he hurried to Hitler's bunker with word that he was bearing an extremely important message. Hitler had just received depressing reports from the Russian front and feared Dietrich was bringing more bad news. But as his press chief hastily read the message, his look of surprise was unmistakable. He brightened. Extremely excited, he asked, "Is this report correct?" Dietrich said that he had received a telephone confirmation from his office. Hitler snatched the paper and, without putting on coat or hat, strode to the military bunker. Keitel and Jodl were amazed to see him, telegram in hand, a stunned look on his face. It seemed to Keitel as if the war between Japan and America had suddenly relieved Hitler of a nightmare burden with whom the Führer could barely conceal the elation in his voice. "We cannot lose the war," he exclaimed. "Now we have a partner who has not been defeated in 3,000 years. The desperate reports streaming in from the Russian front on Pearl Harbor Day forced Hitler to draft a new directive, which he issued 24 hours later. The severe winter weather it began, which has come surprisingly early in the East, compel us to abandon immediately all major offensive operations and to go over to the defensive. He set down general principles for defense while turning over to Halder the task of issuing subsequent instructions, and the consequent difficulties in bringing up supplies. Then he set off for Berlin to take personal charge of the crisis raised by Pearl Harbor. By this time, his initial relief at the Japanese attack had been replaced by concern. In one stroke, Pearl Harbor had freed Stalin from worry over attack from the east. He could now transfer almost all his strength in Asia against Germany. This war against America is a tragedy, Hitler later admitted to Bormann. It is illogical and devoid of any foundation of reality. It is one of those queer twists of history that just as I was assuming power in Germany, Roosevelt, the elect of the Jews, was taking command in the United States. Without the Jews and without this lackey of theirs, things could have been quite different. From every point of view, Germany and the United States should have been able, if not to understand each other and sympathize with each other, then at least to support each other without undue strain on either of them. One of Hitler's first visitors in Berlin on the morning of the 9th was Ribbentrop with the unwelcome information that General Oshima was requesting an immediate declaration of war against America, but the foreign minister didn't think Germany was obligated to do so since, according to the tripartite pact, she was bound to assist her ally only in case of a direct attack upon Japan. Hitler could not accept this loophole. "If we don't stand on the side of Japan, the pact is politically dead," he said. But that is not the main reason. The chief reason is that the United States already is shooting at our ships. They have been a forceful factor in this war, and through their actions have already created a situation of war. His decision to declare war on America was not lightly taken, nor was its motivation simple. Beyond upholding the spirit of the tripartite pact, there were far wider arguments. The assistance received from Japan would considerably offset the disadvantage caused by America's entry into the war. From a propaganda point of view, the acquisition of a new, powerful ally would have a tremendously heartening effect after the recent setbacks in Russia. Further, an outright declaration of war was in line with his ideological worldview. Why not make 1941 the year in which he declared total war upon the two major enemies of human survival international Marxism, Russia, and international finance capitalism, America, both the creatures of international jury? His Foreign Office regarded the decision as a colossal mistake. In addition to the obvious reasons, it neatly solved another of Roosevelt's domestic problems. The president would not have to declare war on Germany and risk opposition from a substantial segment of the citizenry. American national unity, so unexpectedly won by the surprise attack at Pearl Harbor, would remain intact. On December 11, Hitler convoked the Reichstag. "We will always strike first," he said. Roosevelt was as mad as Woodrow Wilson. First he incites war, then falsifies the causes. Not without calling God to witness the honesty of his attack, after equating international jury with Bolshevik Russia and Roosevelt's regime, then odiously wraps himself in a cloak of Christian hypocrisy and slowly but surely leads mankind to war. Hitler made his declaration of hostilities. "I have therefore arranged for passports to be handed to the American charge d'affaires today," and the following his words were drowned in a bedlam of cheers. As from today, the chief of operations of OKW, you listen to this speech with more concern than enthusiasm, and as soon as Jodl left the Kroll Opera House, he telephoned his deputy, and it was some time before he could announce that Germany was at war with the United States General Warlament. In Wolf Shanz, you have heard that the Führer has just declared war on America. Warlament had just been discussing the matter with staff officers and said they couldn't be more surprised. The staff, said Jodl, must now examine where the United States is most likely to employ the bulk of her forces initially. The Far East or Europe. We cannot take further decisions until that has been clarified. But so far, we have never even considered a war against the United States, and so have no data on which to base this examination. Agreed, this examination is obviously necessary. We can hardly undertake this job just like that. See what you can do, said Jodl. When I get back tomorrow, we will talk about this in more detail. Anxiety over America was soon overridden by new reverse is in the East. The German retreat on the Central Front threatened to degenerate in panic flight. The area west of Moscow and the Tula area was a snow-covered graveyard of abandoned guns, trucks, and tanks. German despondency was accompanied by rising Russian confidence. On December 13, the Soviets publicly announced the failure of Hitler's attempt to surround Moscow, and 2 days later, the Politburo ordered the principal organs of government to return to the capital. The exhausted Brochetsk wanted to continue the withdrawal, but Hitler overruled him and sent out a general order that spread despair among the military hierarchy. Stand fast, not one step back. Marshal von Bock, commander of the Central Front, already suffering from a stomach ailment, reported himself physically unfit for duty. He was replaced by Kluge. The next day, the 19th Brochetsk, just recovering from a heart attack, summoned up nerve enough to face Hitler. For 2 hours they argued in private. Brochetsk left the Führer ashen and shaken. "I am going home," he told Keitel. "He has sacked me. I can't go on any longer." "What is going to happen now, then?" asked Keitel. "I don't know. Ask him yourself." A few hours later, Keitel was summoned. The Führer read out a brief order of the day he had composed. He was assuming personal command of the army, inextricably binding the fate of Germany with his own. The news was to be kept secret for the moment, but he felt Halder should be informed at once. Hitler did so, minimizing the difficulties of the post. This little affair of operational command is something anybody can do, he said. The commander-in-chief's job is to train the army in the National Socialist idea, and I know of no general who could do that as I want it done. For that reason, I have taken over command of the army myself. Previously, he had been de facto commander of the army, keeping himself in the background and allowing the military to take blame for all setbacks. Now he was the official commander-in-chief, and would have to accept praise or blame for whatever happened. Some of these notes were later published in various editions in England, France, and Germany, the last under the title Hitler's Tischgespräch by Henry Picker, who deputized for Heim as court reporter from March through July 1942. Heim was never consulted by any of the publishers or given the opportunity of commenting on the notes and correcting misconceptions on their history. While the published portion of his notes sounds quite accurate, he misses many important passages. Only about 1/6 of his original notes, for instance, appear in the Picker edition. Heim is positive that Hitler never knew his table talk was being recorded. After the war, he was assured of this by Hitler's personal adjutant, Schaub. Heim presently lives in Munich within blocks of Köpen, but was unaware until recently that the other was also making notes. Their two accounts complement each other. Heim purposely omitted all military matters for security. Köpen did not. The latter's notes, moreover, are valuable as corroboration of Heim's far more detailed and personalized minutes. Part 8. And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. Revelation, Chapter 25, ANDHELLFOLLOWEDWITHIM. 2 days after the invasion of the Soviet Union, the man responsible for the deportation of Jews, Reinhard Heydrich, complained in writing that this was no answer to the Jewish problem. Deporting these misfits to the French island of Madagascar, for instance, would have to be dropped in favor of a more practical solution. That on the last day of July, Heydrich received a cryptic order signed by Gring upon instructions from the Führer, instructing him to make all necessary preparations regarding organizations and financial matters to bring about a complete solution of the Jewish question in the German sphere of influence in Europe. It was fitting, therefore. Behind the innocuous bureaucratic language lay sweeping authority for the SS to organize the extermination of European Jewry. Himmler, still shaken by his experience in Minsk, asked the chief physician of the SS what was the best method of mass extermination. As a preliminary step, the answer was gas chambers. The next step was to summon Rudolf Hess, the commandant of the largest concentration camp in Poland, and give him secret oral instructions. Something to the effect, he do not remember the exact words, that the Führer had given the order for a final solution of the Jewish question. He told me, testified as we, the SS, must carry out that order. If it is not carried out now, the Jews will later on destroy the German people. Himmler said he had chosen camp since Auschwitz strategically located near the border of Germany, afforded space for measures requiring isolation. It was warned that this operation was to be treated as a secret Reich matter. He was forbidden to discuss the matter with his immediate, its superior, and so is returned to Poland and behind the back of the inspector of concentration camps, quietly began to expand his grounds with intent to turn them in the greatest killing center in man's history. He did not even tell his wife what he was doing. Hitler's concept of concentration camps, as well as the practicality of genocide, owed much, so he claimed, to his studies of English and United States history, and often praised to his inner circle the efficiency of America's extermination, starvation, and uneven combative, red savages who could not be tamed by captivity. He admired the camps for Boer prisoners in South Africa and for the Indians in the Wild West. Until now, he had scrupulously integrated his own general policy with that of Germany, since both led in the same general direction. The resurgence of German honor and military might, the seizure of lost Germanic territories, and even Lebensraum in the east were approved heartily by most of his countrymen. But at last had come the crossroads where Hitler must take his personal detour and solve, once and for all, the Jewish question. The great majority merely wanted a continuation of the limited Jewish persecution which had already received the tacit approval of millions of Westerners. While many Germans were willing to join this racist crusade, it was Hitler's intent to start eliminating the Jews secretly before leaking out the truth, a little at a time to his own people. Eventually, the time would be ripe for revelations that would tie all Germans to his own fate. His destiny would become Germany's. Complicity in his crusade to cleanse Europe of Jewry would make it a national mission and rouse the people to greater efforts and sacrifices. It would also burn all bridges behind the hesitant and weak-hearted. Until now, all this was kept secret from Hitler's innermost glad secretaries, adjutants, servants, and personal staff. But in the autumn of 1941, the Führer began making overt remarks during his table conversations, perhaps as an experiment in revelation. In mid-October, after lecturing on the necessity of bringing decency into civil life, he said, "But the first thing, above all, is to get rid of the Jews. Without that, it will be useless to clean the Augen stables." 2 days later, he was more explicit. From the rostrum of the Reichstag, I prophesied to Jewry that in the event of wars proving inevitable, the Jew would disappear from Europe. That race of criminals has on its conscience the 2 million dead of the First World War, and now already hundreds and thousands more. Let nobody tell me that all the same we can't park them in the marshy parts of Russia, who's worrying about our troops. It's not a bad idea, by the way, that public rumor attributes to us a plan to exterminate the Jews. Terror is a salutary thing. He predicted that the attempt to create a Jewish state would be a failure. I have numerous accounts to settle about which I cannot think today, but that doesn't mean I forget them. I write them down. The time will come to bring out the big book. Even with regard to the Jews, I've found myself remaining inactive. There's no sense in adding use. Jealously to the difficulties of the moment, one acts shrewdly when one bide is one's time. One reason Hitler had delayed implementing the final solution was hope that his implied threat to exterminate the Jews would keep Roosevelt out of the war. But Pearl Harbor ended this faint expectation, and Hitler's hope turned in bitterness. with extermination becoming a form of international reprisal. The Führer made it known to those entrusted with the final solution that the killings should be done as humanely as possible. The decision taken, this was in line with his conviction that he was observing God's injunction to cleanse the world of vermin. Still a member in good standing of the Church of Rome, despite detestation of its hierarchy, I am now, as before, a Catholic and will always remain so. He carried within him its teaching that the Jew was the killer of God, could be done without a twinge of conscience, since he was merely acting as the avenging hand of God so long as it was done impersonally. The extermination there, for without cruelty Himmler was pleased to murder with mercy. He ordered technical experts to devise gas chambers which would eliminate masses of Jews efficiently and humanely, then crowded the victims in boxcars and sent them east to stay in ghettos until the killing centers in Poland were completed, sent out invitations to a number of state secretaries and chiefs of the SS main office for a final solution conference. The time had come to establish the bureaucracy of liquidation and the man in charge, Heydrich, to take place on December 10, 1941. The recipients of his invitation, aware only that Jews were being deported to the East, had little idea of the meaning of final solution and awaited the conference with expectation and keen interest. Their curiosity was whetted by a 6-week postponement. Frank, head of the Generalgouvernement German-occupied Poland, became so impatient that he sent Philip Bauer, his deputy, to Heydrich for more details, then convened a conference of his own at Krakow in mid-December. One way or another, he told about the important conference soon to take place in Berlin, which Bauer would attend for the Generalgouvernement. I want to say to you, quite openly, said Hitler's former lawyer, that we shall have to finish the Jews. Certainly, the major migration is about to start, but what is to happen to the Jews? Do you think they will actually be settled in eastern villages? We were told in Berlin, why all this fuss? We can't use them in the Ost land either. Let the dead bury their dead. He urged his listeners to arm themselves against all feelings of sympathy. We have to annihilate the Jews wherever we find them, and wherever it is at all possible. It was a gigantic task and could not be carried out by legal methods. Judges and courts could not take the heavy responsibility for such an extreme policy. He estimated it was a gross overestimate that there were 3,500,000 Jews in the Generalgouvernement alone. We can't shoot these 3,500,000 Jews. We can't poison them, but we can take steps which, one way or another, will lead to an annihilation success, and I am referring to the measures under discussion in the Reich. The Generalgouvernement will have to become just as free of Jews as the Reich itself. Where and how this is going to happen is the task for the agencies which we will have to create and establish here. And I am going to tell you how they will work when the time comes. For the Heydrich conference, he was far better prepared than most of the conferees to understand the generalities. Uttered. When Bauer arrived in Berlin on January 20, 1942, at about 11 a.m., 15 men gathered in a room at the Reich Security main office at number Grassenwans C. There were representatives from Rosenberg's East Ministry, Gring's 4-year plan agency, the Interior Ministry, the Justice Ministry, the Foreign Office, and the Party Chancellery. Once they had seated themselves informally at tables, Chairman Heydrich began to speak. The responsibility for working out the final solution of the Jewish problem regardless of geographical boundaries. This euphemism was followed by a veiled and puzzling remark, which involved Hitler himself. He had been given, he said. There is now a further possible solution to which the Führer has already signified his consentimony deportation. The East, instead of emigration, he said. At this point, Heydrich exhibited a chart indicating which Jewish communities were to be evacuated, and gave a hint as to their fate. Those fit to work would be formed in labor gangs, but even those who survived the rigors would not be allowed to go free and so form a new germ cell from which the Jewish race would again arise. History teaches us that Georg Lai, Brandt of Rosenberg's office, was at a loss. Martin Luther of the Foreign Office was also confused. He protested that mass Jewish evacuations would create grave difficulties in such countries as Denmark and Norway. Why not confine the deportations to the Balkans and Western Europe? The conferees left Berlin with a variety of impressions. Bauer knew exactly what Heydrich was talking about, but Luther assured Fritz Hess that there were no plans at all to kill the Jews. Lai, Brandt, and his superior Alfred Meyer gave a similar report to Rosenberg. Not a word, they agreed, had been said of extermination. 30 copies of the conference record were distributed to the ministries and SS main offices, and the term final solution became known throughout the Reich bureaucracy, yet the true meaning of what Heydrich had said was fathomed only by those privy to the killing operations. And many of this select group, curiously, were convinced that Adolf Hitler himself was not totally aware that mass murder was being plotted. SS Lieutenant Colonel Adolf Eichmann, in charge of the Gestapo's Jewish evacuation office, for one, this was a myth. After the 1C conference, he sat cozily around a fireplace with Gestapo chief Müller and Heydrich, drinking and singing songs. Then on't the table and traipsed round and round the chairs and on the table again. Eichmann joined in this celebration with no qualms. After a while we climbed on't the chairs and drank a toast. At that moment, he later testified, I sensed a kind of Pontius Pilate filling, for I was free of all guilt. Who was I to judge? Who was I to have my own thoughts in this matter? He. Müller and Heydrich were only carrying out the laws of the land as prescribed by the Führer himself. A few days later, Hitler confirmed in spite of himself that he was indeed the architect of the final solution. One must act radically, he said at lunch on January 23, in the presence of Himmler. When one pulls out a tooth, one does it with a single tug, and the pain quickly goes away. The Jew must clear out of Europe. It's the Jew who prevents everything. When I think about it, I realize that I'm extraordinarily humane. At the time of the rules of the popes, the Jews were mistreated in Rome. Until 1838, Jews mounted on donkeys were led once a year through the streets of Rome. For my part, I restrict myself to telling them they must go away. If they break their pipes on the journey, I can't do anything about it. But if they refuse to go voluntarily, I see no other solution but extermination. Never before had he talked so openly. His inner circle and he was so absorbed by the subject that on the 27th he again demanded the disappearance of all Jews from Europe. His obsession with Jews was publicly expressed a few days later in a speech at the Sportpalast on the 9th anniversary of National Socialism's rise to power. I do not even want to speak of the Jews, he said, and proceeded to do so at length. They are simply our old enemies. Their plans have suffered shipwreck through us, and they rightly hate us. just as we hate them. We realize that this war can only end either in the wiping out of the Germanic nations or by the disappearance of Jewry from Europe, he reminded the audience, which included some 40 high-ranking military officers, of his 1939 prophecy that the Jews would be destroyed. For the first time, it will not be the others who will bleed to death, but for the first time the Gen. In ancient Jewish law, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth is being applied. The more this struggle spreads, the more anti-Semitism will spread, and world Jewry may rely on this. It will find nourishment in every family which is being enlightened as to why it is being called upon to make such sacrifices. And the hour will come when the worst enemy in the world will have finished his part for at least 1,000 years. It will find nourishment in every Prussian camp. To those presently engaged in designing gas chambers, to those constructing the killing centers in Poland, and particularly to those who were being prepared to administer the mechanics of the final solution. This statement was a clarion call for genocide, but to foreign observers such as Arvid Fredborg, Hitler's words and appearance that afternoon seemed to foreshadow a German disaster. His face, wrote the Swedish journalist, now seemed ravaged and his manner uncertain. To the Führer, the extermination of Jews and Slavs was as important as Lebensraum. He had turned the invasion into ideological warfare, and his military decisions therefore could only be understood in this context. What appeared irrational to his generals was no sudden mental lapse, but the fruit of decisions made in 1928. Ironically, never had he shown more military acumen than after the shocking defeats at the gates of Moscow. Surrounded by demoralized military leaders pleading for general retreat, Hitler did not lose his nerve. He refused to grant any requests to withdraw, who argued that taking up positional warfare in such unsuitable terrain would lead to the useless sacrifice of the best part of the army. He was not swayed by the most successful tank commander, Guderian. He accused Guderian of being too deeply impressed by the suffering of the soldiers. You feel too much pity for them. You should stand back more. Believe me, things appear clearer when examined at longer range. Enforcing his order ruthlessly, Hitler managed to rally the army and stem the Russian advance. The cost was great, but a number of his generals, including Jadl, were forced to agree that he had personally saved his troops from the fate of Napoleon's army. I intervened ruthlessly, he told Milch and Speer, and explained that his top commanders were willing to retreat all the way to the German border to save their troops. I could only tell these gentlemen, mein Herren, return personally to Germany as soon as possible, but leave the army to my leadership. All was well on the other war fronts. In France, the resistance, still hopelessly splintered, was of little concern, and in the Mediterranean, U-boats, Italian human torpedoes and mines had recently sunk or crippled a carrier, 3 battleships and 2 cruisers, thus eliminating Great Britain's Eastern Battle Fleet as a fighting force. Rommel was almost ready to launch another major offensive in North Africa, and Germany's Japanese allies were continuing their unbroken series of victories in the Pacific. Moreover, at the same time, Hitler knew the crisis in the East was by no means over, and so ordered a general mobilization of the industry and economy of the Reich. The present effort, he said, was insufficient, and the blitzkrieg strategy must be abandoned. Although he couched this call for a long war in hopeful terms, he privately retained the nagging fear. so recently confided to Jodl that victory could no longer be achieved. Such dark doubts were never revealed in his table conversations. He continued to chat about the evils of smoking, the joys of motoring dogs, the origin of Tristan and Isolde, the beauty of Frauhan, Stangl and Jews, of the grim struggle. At the front he spoke little, and then with optimism. At the height of the winter crisis, for instance, he declared that no cause was hopeless provided the leadership stood firm. As long as there is one stout-hearted man to hold up the banner, nothing has been lost. Faith moves mountains. In this respect, I am ice cold. If the German people are not prepared to give everything for the sake of their self-preservation, very well, then let them disappear. Such imperturbable performance is at mealtime were belied by his appearance. He is not the man he was who'll told. A friend he has grown gloomy and obdurate. He will shrink from no sacrifice and show no mercy or forgiveness. You would not recognize him if you saw him. His morale received a crushing blow on February 8, when Fritz Tott, builder of the West Wall and the Autobahn system, died in a plane crash. At the breakfast table there was speculation on who would take over Tott's position as Minister of Armaments and Munitions, one of the most crucial posts in the Reich. Every one agreed that Tott was irreplaceable, and Albert Speer, who had spent most of the night talking to Hitler about the Berlin and Nuremberg building projects, was thunderstruck when the Führer appointed him next morning. The architect's protest that he knew nothing about such matters was cut short. I have confidence in you. I know you will manage it. Besides, I have no one else. At the funeral of Tott in the Mosaic Hall of the Reich Chancellery, Hitler was so shaken that during his eulogy he could hardly continue, and once the ceremony ended, he took refuge in his apartment. Somehow he managed to recover his composure enough in the next few days to address 10,000 newly appointed Wehrmacht and Waffen SS lieutenants at the Sportpalast. Grim-faced, he told of the disaster in Russia, sparing no details. You young officers, he said, are going east to save Germany and Western civilization from the Reds. It was such a stirring speech that many in the audience wept. Standing at his side, Richard Schultz, recently promoted to personal adjutant, was so moved he wanted to join in the fight. I felt ashamed to stay home at such a time. The new lieutenants had been ordered not to applaud, but when Hitler started down the aisle they could not restrain themselves. They cheered wildly, many jumping onto their chairs. This spontaneous outburst was a tonic to Hitler, but by the time he returned to the Wolfs' Schanze he was again depressed. He looked exhausted and sallow. The blanket of snow covering the area deepened his despondency. I've always detested snow, he confided to his shadow Bormann. You know, I've always hated it now. I know why. It was a presentiment. Hitler despaired upon reading the report of casualties in Russia up to February 20, 199,448 dead, 708,351 wounded, 44,342 missing, 112,627 cases of frost. But yet he soon rebounded. Confidence abruptly regained, he began to talk at the dinner table of the terrible winter as an ordeal successfully, miraculously endured. He announced to the company with a sigh of relief that Sunday would be the 1st of March. Tested my nervous resistance, he revealed that during the first 2 weeks of December alone, 1,000 tanks had been lost and 2,000 locomotives put out of operation. Boys, you can't imagine what that means to me. How much the last 3 months have worn out my strength. But the worst of winter was at last over. Our enemies can give up the hope of our suffering the fate of Napoleon. Now we're about to switch over to squaring the account. Now that January and February are past, what a relief. His high spirits were no longer spurious, and he began to boast. I've noticed on the occasion of such events that when everybody lose, is his nerve, I'm the only one who keeps calm. It was the same thing at the time of the struggle for power. In the meantime, preparations for the final solution were maturing, and Himmler's Sats Gruppen had begun another deadly sweep. While this second round-up of Jews, commissars, and partisans was carried out in a coordinate manner in the military areas, progress in civilian territories proceeded less smoothly. Even so, the death toll was massive, and Rosenberg's staff begged him once more to urge Hitler to treat the peoples of the occupied areas as allies, not enemies. Rosenberg's aides warmly supported his relatively liberal concept of setting up separate states with varying degrees of self-government, but his turn toward liberalism had not been accompanied by a strengthening of character, and he still trembled at the thought of antagonizing his Führer. A stronger man might have proved as ineffective to approach the Führer. It was necessary to go through Bormann, who had solidly aligned himself with Himmler and Heydrich. Rosenberg's liaison man at Wolf, Schanz Koppen, was finding it increasingly difficult to convey to Hitler the true story of what was going on in the East. He had simply passed on memoranda directly to Hitler, but now Bormann insisted on acting as Go-Beat, with the excuse that the Führer was too busy with military matters before the Hesse flight. And so concluded Koppen, Hitler only saw the problem of the occupied East through the eyes of his right-hand man. Therein lay the fateful development which, in my opinion, cost us victory in the East. While it was true that Hitler had little time for internal matters, it was more likely that Bormann always followed his personal instructions, and there was no doubt that Hitler always took time to oversee the final solution. In this matter he neither needed nor took advice. He made this clear in his message on the anniversary of the promulgation of the party program in late February. My prophecy, he said, shall be fulfilled that this war will not destroy Aryan humanity, but it will exterminate the Jew. Whatever the battle may bring in its course, or however long it may last, that will be its final course, the elimination of Jewry over victory itself. Despite such open hints, fear had yet been initiated into the secret. Goebbels himself still did not realize the enormity of the measures being prepared. One of his employees, Hans Fritsch, did learn about the Sats Gruppen killings from a letter sent by an SS man in the Ukraine. The writer complained that he had suffered a nervous breakdown after receiving an order to kill Jews and Ukrainian intelligentsia. He could not protest through official channels and asked for help. Fritz immediately went to Heydrich and asked point blank, "Is the SS there for the purpose of committing mass murders?" Heydrich indignantly denied the charge, promising to start an investigation at once. He reported back the next day that the culprit was Gall, Eiter Koch, who had acted without the Führer's knowledge, then vowed that the killings would cease. "Believe me, Herr Fritz," said Heydrich, "any one who has the reputation of being cruel does not have to be cruel. He can act humanely. Only that March did Goebbels himself learn the exact meaning of final solution. If necessary by applying the most brutal methods, the Führer was so explicit that Goebbels could now write in his diary, "Then Hitler told him flatly that Europe must be cleansed of all Jews. A judgment is being visited upon the Jews that, while barbaric, is fully deserved. One must not be sentimental in these matters. If we did not fight the Jew, they would destroy us. It's a life and death struggle between the Aryan race and the Jewish bacillus. No other government and no other regime would have the strength for such a global solution of this question." By spring, 6 killing centers had been set up in Poland. There were 4 in Frank's Jenner, Allgouvernement Treblinka Sobie, Bor Belzig and Lublin, 2 in the incorporated territories, Kulmhof and Auschwitz. The first 4 gassed the Jews by engine, exhaust fumes, but Rudolf Kamen, commandant of the huge complex near Auschwitz, thought this too inefficient and introduced to his camp a more lethal gas, hydrogen cyanide, marketed commercially under the name of Zyklon B. Spring revitalized the Führer. His health improved, his spirits rose. The Soviet winter counteroffensive had ground to a complete halt, and a lull set in all along the front. This gave him more time to think of future policies, and on April 24 he telephoned Goebbels that he wanted to deliver a major speech before the Reichstag. The following Sunday at 3 p.m. he denounced Bolshevism as the dictatorship of Jews and labeled the Jew a parasitic germ who had to be dealt with ruthlessly. But the thrust of his speech was a vocal reaffirmation of renewed faith in eventual triumph. At the same time, he made no effort to conceal how close the army had come to disaster. He exaggerated the situation to make his personal role more effective. "Deputies," he exclaimed dramatically, a world struggle was decided during the winter. He compared himself with Napoleon. "We have mastered destiny which broke another man 130 years ago. To prevent a similar crisis he went on to demand passage of a law granting him plenary powers. Its terms were sweeping. Every German was henceforth obliged to follow his personal orders, suffer dire punishment. He was now officially above the law, with the power of life and death. He had, in essence, appointed himself God's deputy and could the Lord's work, wipe out the vermin and create a race of supermen." Unanimously approved the measure. Enthusiastically and noisily to foreign observers, there seemed little reason for such a law. The members of the Reichstag stirred to the Ritz by his manner and words. Hitler already had grasped more de facto power than Stalin or Mussolini, more, in fact, than either Caesar or Napoleon had enjoyed. He had done so. He claimed to end war, profiteering, and the black market, and to prune the overgrown staffs of bureaucracy for additional manpower in the battle of production. He ignored the fact that the bleeding of the German economy had been caused not only by the conservatism in the civil service and the judiciary, but by corruption within the party itself, the plundering by such men as Göring, along with the wide-spread venality and inefficiency on every level of National Socialism, had been draining the strength of the Reich for almost a decade. 3 days later, the Führer met Mussolini at the Baroque Klesheim Castle near Salzburg. The Italians, unlike the enrapt audience at the Sportpalast, had been depressed by Hitler's oratory, and they entered the first conference with some foreboding. Glossing over the misfortunes of the Eastern Front, the German army this winter wrote the finest pages of its history. The Führer talked interminably but said little of interest. He declared that America was a big bluff, and again favorably compared himself to Napoleon. He also expounded on India, Japan, and practically every country in Europe, with categorical pronouncements in each case. On the second day, after lunch though everything had been said, Hitler continued talking uninterrupted for another hour and 40 minutes, as Mussolini kept checking his wrist watch. Hitler's own commanders were bored. General Jodl recalled Ciano after an epic struggle, finally went to sleep on the divan. Within the SD, it was no secret that Himmler distrusted Heydrich, who had monumental files on everyone in the party, including the Führer, and was despised in return. One day Heydrich showed a subordinate, Ginter Syrup, a picture of Himmler. Covering the upper part of his face, he said, "The top half is the teacher, but the lower half is a sadist." But Hitler had great plans for Heydrich. He was even considering him as a successor now that Gring had fallen from favor after the disappointing performance of his Luftwaffe, and made him acting protector of Moravia and Bohemia in addition to his other high offices. After initiating a wave of terror in Czechoslovakia that quickly crushed the resistance movement, Heydrich adopted the guise of benefactor, particularly to workers and peasants. He raised the fat ration for industrial laborers, improved the social security system, and requisitioned luxury hotels for the working class. He plays cat and mouse with the Czechs, observed his fellow intellectual Goebbels, and they swallow everything he places before them. He has carried out a number of extremely popular measures, particularly the almost complete conquest of the black market. The Reich Protector's achievements in Czechoslovakia roused the Czech government in exile to action, since it appeared that the population might passively accept domination by the Third Reich under such a benevolent despot. They decided to assassinate Heydrich. Two non-coms, Jan Kubis and Joseph Gabčík, trained at a school for sabotage in Scotland, were parachuted into the Protector from a British plane. On the morning of May 27, the assassins, accompanied by two compatriots, hid at a curve on the road between Heydrich's country villa and Hradčin Castle in Prague. As the Protector's green open Mercedes was approaching, Gabčík jumped to the road and pressed the trigger of his Sten. Nothing happened. He cocked the gun again. It jammed. Behind him, Kubis lobbed a grenade at the car, which was slowing to a halt. Heydrich shout, "It step on it, man," but the driver, a last-minute substitute, kept slamming on the brakes. The grenade exploded, wrecking the rear of the car. Apparently unwounded, Heydrich leaped to the road, revolver in hand, shooting and yelling as if he were the central figure in a scene out of any Western. Kubis escaped on a bicycle. Gabčík, still unhurt, stood momentarily immobilized when his weapon jammed, then escaped. Suddenly, Heydrich dropped his revolver, grasped his right hip and staggered. Fragments of leather and steel springs from the Mercedes upholstery had penetrated his ribs and stomach. He was taken to a nearby hospital, but his wound did not seem serious, and he refused to be attended by any but a German doctor. One was finally found, who announced that an operation was necessary since grenade fragments were lodged in the membrane between the ribs and lungs, as well as the spleen. Himmler, at temporary headquarters near Wolf, Schanz, wept upon learning that his right-hand man was dying. But some SS men were convinced these were crocodile tears, since he resented Heydrich's rise to favor with Hitler. As Heydrich lay dying in Prague, he whispered a warning to his subordinate, et Syrup, to beware of Himmler. Later, while surveying the death mask of Heydrich, Himmler remarked to Walter Schellenberg, chief of the SS Foreign Intelligence Service, yes, as the Führer said at the funeral, he was indeed a man with an iron heart. And at the height of his power, fate purposefully took him away. His voice was somber, but Schellenberg could never forget the nod of Buddha-like approval that accompanied these words, while the small cold eyes behind the pince-nez were suddenly lit with sparkle like the eyes of a basilisk. The two assassins, along with 5 other members of the Czech resistance, were finally trapped in a Budapest church by the SS and executed. But this was only the beginning of the reprisal, a reign of terror which made Heydrich's actions seem benevolent descended on Bohemia and Moravia. More than 1,300 Czechs were executed out of hand, including all the male inhabitants of Lidus on the fake charge that these villagers had harbored the assassins. Lidus itself was burned, the ruins dynamite and the ground leveled. The eradication of this obscure village not only aroused the disgust and indignation of the Western world, but rekindled the spirit of resistance within Czechoslovakia. It was the Jews who suffered most by the assassination on the day Heydrich died. 152 were executed in Berlin. 3,000 others were removed from the concentration camp of Theresienstadt and shipped to Poland, where the killing centers were already receiving a steady flow of victims. Perhaps the most diabolical innovation of the final solution was the establishment of Jewish councils to administer their own deportation and destruction. This organization, comprising those leaders of the community who believed that cooperation with the Germans was the best policy, discouraged resistance. I will not be afraid to sacrifice 50,000 of our community, reasoned a typical leader, Moses Marin, in order to save the other 50,000. By early summer, the mass exterminations began under the authority of a written order from Himmler. Eichmann showed this authorization to one of his assistants, Dieter Wislitzny, with the explanation that final solution meant the biological extermination of the Jewish race. "May God forbid," exclaimed the appalled Wislitzny, "that our enemies should ever do anything similar to the German people." "Don't be sentimental," said Eichmann. "This is a Führer order." This was corroborated by Himmler in a letter to the chief of the SS main office at the end of July. The occupied eastern territories will be cleared of Jews. The implementation of this very hard order has been placed on my shoulders by the Führer. No one can release me from this responsibility in any case, so I forbid all interference. What Kurt Gerstein learned as head of the technical disinfection service of the Waffen SS had already driven him to despair. That their eventual victory did not seem to him impossible during a tour that summer of the 4 extermination camps in the General government. He was so appalled by the satanic practices of the Nazis, recalled a friend. Gerstein saw with his own eyes what he had read about. At the first camp he and 2 companions, Seichmann's deputy and a professor of hygiene named Fanon, still were informed that Hitler and Himmler had just ordered all action speeded up at Belzec. 2 days later, Gerstein saw these words translated into reality. Who have seen or will see as much as you, Gerstein witnessed the entire procedure from the arrival of 6,000 Jews in Bexkars. There are not 10 people alive, he was told by the man in charge, Criminal Commissar Christian Worth, 1,450 of whom were already dead. As the survivors were driven out of the cars with whips, they were ordered over a loudspeaker to remove all clothing. artificial limbs and spectacles, and turn in all valuables and money. Women and young girls were to have their hair cut off. "That's to make something special for you boat crews," explained an SS man. "Nice slippers." Revolted, Gerstein watched the march to the death chambers. Men, women, children all stark naked, filed past in ghastly parade as a burly SS man promised in a loud, priest-like voice that nothing terrible was going to happen to them. "All you have to do is breathe in deeply. That strengthens the lungs. Inhaling is a means of preventing infectious diseases. It's a good method of disinfection to those who timor." Osley asked what their fate would be. The SS man gave more reassurance. The men would build roads and houses. The women would do housework or help in the kitchen. But the odor from the death chambers was telltale, and those at the head of the column had to be shoved by those behind. Most were silent, but one woman, eyes flashing, cursed her murderers. She was spurred on by whiplashes from Worth, a former chief of criminal police in Stuttgart. Some prayed, others asked, "Who will give us water to wash the dead?" Gerstein prayed with them. By now the chambers were jammed with humanity. But the driver of the diesel truck, whose exhaust gases would exterminate the Jews, could not start the engine. Incensed at the delay, Worth began lashing at the driver with his whip. 2 hours and 49 minutes later, the engine started. After another interminable 25 minutes, Gerstein peered into one chamber. Most of the occupants were already dead. At the end of 32 minutes, all were lifeless. They were standing erect, recalled Gerstein, like pillars of basalt, since there had not been an inch of space for them to fall in or even lean. Families could still be seen holding hands. Even in death, the horror continued as one group of workers began tearing open the mouths of the dead with iron hooks, while others searched anus and genital organs for jewelry. Worth was in his element. "See for yourself," he said, pointing to a large can filled with teeth. "Just look at the amount of gold there is. And we have collected as much only yesterday and the day before. You can't imagine what we find every day. Dollars, diamonds, gold, you'll see." Gerstein forced himself to watch the final process. The bodies were flung into trenches, each some 100 yards long, conveniently located near the gas chambers. He was told that the bodies would swell from gas after a few days, raising the mound as much as 6 to 10 feet. Once the swelling subsided, the bodies would be piled on railway ties, covered with diesel oil and burned to cinders. The following day, the Gerstein party was driven to Treblinka near Warsaw, where they saw almost identical installations, but on a larger scale. 8 gas chambers and veritable mountains of clothing and underwear 115 to 130 feet high in honor of their visit. A banquet was held for employees. "When one sees the bodies of these Jews," Professor Pfannenstiel told them, "one understands the greatness of the work you are doing." After dinner, the guests were offered butter, meat and alcohol as going away presents. Gerstein lied that he was adequately supplied from his own farm, and so Pfannenstiel took the former's share as well as his own. Upon arrival in Warsaw, Gerstein set off immediately for Berlin, resolved to tell those who would listen of the ghastly sights he had witnessed. A modern ancient mariner, he began spreading the truth to incredulous colleagues. As a rock thrown into a pond creates ever-widening ripples, so did the tale of Kurt Gerstein, the coming of spring, 1942, saw almost no change in Germany's military situation. The Eastern Front remained stagnant, and Rommel was still not quite ready for his new desert offensive. There was little of cheer to report except continuing Japanese victories, and Hitler's enthusiasm over these was dampened by his allies' polite but stubborn refusal to conduct the war as he saw it. Ribbentrop persistently pressed the Japanese, through Ambassador Oshima, to turn their major attack toward India, but to no avail, nor was Hitler any more successful when he invited Oshima to Wolf Schanz and repeated the request. The Wehrmacht, he said, was about to invade the Caucasus, and once that oil region was seized, the road to Persia would be open. Then the Germans and Japanese could catch all the British Far East forces in a giant pincers movement. It was tempting, but the Japanese declined the opportunity. They were already contemplating negotiations with the West. Prime Minister Towo had been summoned to the palace and instructed by the Emperor not to miss any opportunity to terminate the war. Towo summoned the German ambassador, General Eugen Ott, and suggested that their two nations secretly approach the Allies. He would fly to Berlin as a personal representative of the Emperor if Hitler would send a long-range bomber. The Führer's reply was polite but lukewarm. He could not take the risk of Towo crashing in a German plane. Determined to defeat Russia even without the aid of Japan, Hitler proceeded as planned with his contemplated drive into the Caucasus. He stressed the importance of the area in words that alarmed his field commanders. If they didn't seize the oil fields at Makop and Grozny, he said, I shall have to liquidate the war. The ambitious operation code named Blau was slowed for weeks by heavy spring rains, and it was not launched by Marshal von Bock until June 28. 6 Hungarian and 17 German divisions drove toward Kursk. 48 hours later, the powerful 6th Army, consisting of 18 divisions, struck just to the south. The Russians made the mistake of committing their tanks piecemeal, and within 48 hours the two German forces met, encircling large number of prisoners. Just ahead lay the Don and the strategic city of Voronezh, but Bock was reluctant to press the attack. He finally took the city on July 6, but by this time Hitler was so disgusted with his dilatory tactics that he relieved him permanently. As Bock headed west into retirement, complaining of mistreatment, Hitler moved his headquarters deep into the Ukraine, occupying a camp in the woods a few miles northeast of Vinnytsia. Christened Werewolf by himself, it was an uncamouflaged collection of wooden huts located in a dreary area. There were no hills, no trees, simply an endless expanse of nothingness. Under the cloudless July sky, the heat was stifling, and this in turn markedly affected Hitler, contributing to the arguments and explosions which would reach unprecedented heights in the weeks to come. Perhaps the heat also contributed to a crucial mistake. Hitler quixotically decided to mount a major attack on Stalingrad, an industrial city on the Volga, while continuing the drive to the Caucasus. Complained openly that it was impossible to take both Stalingrad and the Caucasus simultaneously, and urged that they concentrate on the former alone. Halder, for one, but Hitler remained convinced that the Russians were finished. There was deep concern within the Soviet High Command itself. Stalin replaced the commander of the Stalingrad front and ordered the city to be readied for a siege. As at Moscow and Leningrad, thousands of workers began constructing 3 lines of defense works around the city. Home Guard and worker battalions were sent west to back up retreating Red Army forces. The arguments at Werewolf intensified. "I'll become a pacifist" debate became outright rancor on July 30 at the Daily Führer Conference when Jodl solemnly stated that the fate of the Caucasus would be decided at Stalingrad. After one stormy session, Hitler told his personal adjutant, "If I listen to Halder much longer," and that the 4th Panzer Army, earlier diverted to the former, must be returned to the latter. Hitler exploded and then agreed to do so. If this tank army had never been shifted to the south, Stalingrad would probably already have been in German hands. But by now the Soviets had gathered enough strength in front of the Volga to slow, if not stem, the new assault. On such apparently minor decisions do great issues often depend. With Stalingrad invested by mid-summer, the entire Soviet defense system might have been irrevocably split by winter. It was another revealing example of Hitler's dangerous dispersion of forces. First had come his insistence on striking simultaneously at both Leningrad and the Ukraine, before belatedly pressing on to Moscow. All this was accompanied by a further diffusion of energy through waging political and ideological warfare while pursuing his personal goal of exterminating Jews. Similarly, in the present dilemma, Stalingrad or the Caucasus was insisting on taking both, at the risk of taking neither. The ancient Greeks would have called it hubris, the overweening pride that eventually overtakes all conquerors. If Hitler had qualms over the jeopardy in which his overleaping ambition had placed the Wehrmacht, they were not apparent. A week later, he was blandly assuring an Italian visitor that Stalingrad and the Caucasus would both be taken. His optimism seemed to be well-founded. The overall military situation was auspicious. Rommel had won an unexpected victory in North Africa by taking Tobruk, the linchpin to the British defenses, and then pushing on to El Alamein, only 65 miles from Alexandria. This triumph was followed by announcement of an even greater one at Midway. Hitler had believed the Japanese, whose communiques had been much more accurate than those of the Americans. Nippon had not only lost 4 carriers and the cream of her naval aviators, but the tide of battle in the Pacific had swung. But this time it turned out to be his who grossly exaggerated. The extent of defeat was confirmed by the news that the Americans had just landed in force on Guadalcanal, a strategic island deep inside Japan's defense perimeter. It was a colossal setback, and so unexpected that it was no wonder the arguments at Werewolf grew even more intense. A violent one erupted on August 24 following Halder's request that it presently under heavy Soviet attack be permitted to withdraw to a shorter line. Hitler shouted that his army chief of staff always came with the same proposal: withdrawal. "I expect my commanders to be as tough as the fighting troops." Ordinarily Halder could restrain his resentment, but today he retorted that brave Germans were falling in thousands, simply because their commanders were not allowed to make reasonable decisions. Hitler recoiled. He stared fixedly, then said hoarsely, "Colonel General Halder, how dare you use language like that in front of me? Do you think you can teach me what the man at the front is thinking? What do you know about what goes on at the front? Where were you in the First World War, and you try to pretend to me that I don't understand what it's like at the front? I won't stand that. It's outrageous." The other military men sidled out of the conference room, heads bowed. It was obvious that Halder's days at Führer headquarters were numbered. By late August, fighting began in the northern outskirts of Stalingrad, already set afire by heavy bombings. The city was temporarily cut off when the Red Army communication networks broke down, but apparent victory did not mellow Hitler. He felt he had been lied to by commanders in the field and deceived by those at his own headquarters. His suspicion of both groups was growing pathological, and he rarely listened to advice, never to criticism. Oppressed by the summer torpor, he began making hasty decisions in the grip of anger and recrimination. He was particularly incensed with Bach's replacement, Marshal Liszt. And when he left the conference of August 30, Hitler began to insult and revile him. Liszt's days, too, were numbered. Hitler's conviction that he was surrounded by traitors was confirmed by the discovery late in August of a spy ring. The Rote Kapelle Red Orchestra, which was comprised of prominent Germans. This group had succeeded in informing Moscow about the attack on makeup, the fuel situation in Germany, the location of chemical warfare materials in the Reich, and Hitler's insistence on taking Stalingrad. After wholesale arrests, 46 members of the Ring, including Mildred Harnack, an American citizen, were executed. But secret information continued to flow to Moscow from another German spy, Rudolf Ursler, a publisher of leftist Catholic books in Lucerne. Ursler, whose code name was Lucy, had informants inside Germany, including General Fritz Thiel, the number 2 man in the OKW signal organizations, and his reports consequently were far more important than those of the Rote Kapelle. He could provide the Red Army with the German daily order of battle. Hitler suspected there was a spy at Führer headquarters, since all his moves seemed to be anticipated. Suspicion bred irritability, and his military leaders took the brunt of it. The argument on September 7 was the most tempestuous of all. That morning, Hitler sent Jodl, one of the few staff officers still in his good graces, to the Caucasus to find out why Liszt was making such slow progress in the mountain passes leading out to the Black Sea. After a long interview with Liszt and the commander of the mountain corps, Jodl concluded that the situation was hopeless. He flew back to Vinitsa and reported that Liszt was adhering strictly to the instructions he had received. The Führer jumped to his feet. "That's a lie," he shouted, and accused Jodl of having colluded with Liszt. He was only supposed to transmit orders. Never had Jodl seen such an outburst of rage from a human being. Stung, he struck back. If Hitler had wanted a mere messenger, he said, why hadn't he sent a young lieutenant? Infuriated that Jodl had wounded him in the presence of others, Hitler stalked out of the room, casting glares at everyone. More convinced than ever that he was the victim of lies, Hitler shut himself up in his bunker. The briefing conference now took place in his hut. He pointedly refused to shake hands with any staff officer. The atmosphere of the meetings was glacial, with stenographers recording every word of the Führer's instructions. He was determined that never again would his orders be disputed. It was also the end of the camaraderie at Meltem's that he cherished. From now on the Führer ate alone in his room, attended only by Blondie, the Alsatian bitch which Bormann had recently given him to take his mind off escalating problems. The military community at Vinitsa waited in anxious silence. No one felt secure. On September 9, Hitler summarily removed Liszt and took personal command of Army Group. Then came rumors that Halder, Jodl, and Keitel were soon to be released. Although the latter had never been on intim terms with General Warlimont, he now sought out his advice. Was it possible he forced himself to ask to keep his position and retain his self-respect? Only you can answer that, replied Warlimont in embarrassment. He recalled how petrified Keitel had become the time Hitler angrily threw a file on the table. As it tumbled to the floor, the chief of staff, forgetting his exalted position, had stood petrified as if he were a junior officer. It was a typical case, thought Warlimont, of a man given a position for which he was unqualified. Poor Keitel had overreached himself. It was tragic, since he had never wanted the job. At conference, Hitler continued to display dogged confidence. When General von Weichs of Army Group B and General Friedrich Paulus, the field commander whose task it was to take Stalingrad, warned of the extremely long and lightly held Don front on the northern flank, the Führer made light of their concern. He assured them that the Russians were at the end of their resource, and the resistance at Stalingrad was a purely local affair, since the Russians were no longer capable of launching a major counteroffensive. There was no real danger on the Don flank. Was to concentrate every available man and capture as quickly as possible the whole of Stalingrad itself and the banks of the Volga. That was why he proposed to reinforce Paulus' 6th Army with 3 more divisions. The vital thing, he said, this time there were some grounds for Hitler's optimism. Disorder was rampant among Soviet troops in the Stalingrad area. Numerous units between the Don and the Volga had already disintegrated as officers and troops deserted or fled to columns of refugees taking cattle and farm equipment with them cluttered all roads to the east. One recently assigned commander found that his armor had vanished without orders, and that leading artillery and high-tank and engineer commanders, some holding the rank of general, had decamped. By September 14, disaster seemed imminent. Luftwaffe planes were already mining the Volga behind Stalingrad as German infantrymen ranged through the center of the city, seizing the main railroad station and driving as far as the waterfront. Abruptly, the Soviet defense stiffened. Reinforcements ferried across the river began challenging the Germans. On the 15th, the main railroad station changed hands several times, and Paulus felt obliged to narrow his attack. The fighting became listless, and this had a marked effect on Hitler. So Warlimont noted upon his return to the briefing sessions after an absence of 2 weeks. As the Führer fixed him with a long, malevolent stare, Warlimont thought, "The man's confidence has gone with realization that the Soviets cannot be beaten." That was why he could no longer abide those generals who had witnessed his faults, his errors, his illusions, and his daydreams. He trusts none of the generals, wrote Engel in his diary. He would promote a major to a general and make him chief of staff if he only knew such a man. Nothing seems to sit him, and he curses himself for having gone to war with such poor generals. Hitler decided to rid himself of Holder, who had annoyed him above all others as a prophet of doom, but whom he tolerated for his competence. The end came on September 24. "You and I have been suffering from nerves," said Hitler. "Half of my exhaustion is due to you. It is not worthwhile going on. We need National Socialist ardor now, not professional ability. I cannot expect this of an officer of the old school, such as you." Tears welled in Halder's eyes. A sign of weakness to Hitler, Further grounds for dismissal Halder said not a word in his own behalf. He rose when Hitler finished his tirade, "I am leaving." He said simply, and walked out of the room with dignity. He was convinced that Hitler was dominated by feminine characteristics. The intuition which mastered him instead of pure logic, he later wrote, was only one of the many proofs of this fact. As a replacement, Hitler wanted the antithesis of Halder and chose Kurt Zeitzler. He had none of the advantages of seniority and authority enjoyed by Halder, and it seemed doubtful he could have much influence with OKW and the Army Group commanders, a newly appointed Major General. But Zeitzler's relative youth and inexperience made him all the more attractive to the Führer. He promoted Zeitzler 2 grades to Colonel General. In appearance, he did not fit the role, an extremely short, heavy man. He seemed to be constructed of 3 balls. But in his first meeting with Hitler in the presence of some 20 officers, Zeitzler did not fawn. He listened stolidly as the Führer excoriated the General Staff for doubts and fears. Once the scorching attack aimed at almost everyone in the room ended, Zeitzler said, "Mein Führer, if you have any further objections to the General Staff, please tell them to me under 4 eyes, but not in the presence of so many other officers. Otherwise, you must seek a new chief of the General Staff." He saluted and marched out of the room. The other officers waited for the expected explosion, but Hitler was impressed. He said with a little grin, "He will be back, ja." Those expecting a new spirit of defiance at Führer headquarters were quickly disillusioned. In his inaugural address to the officers of OKH, Zeitzler said, "I require the following from every staff officer. He must believe in the Führer and in his method of command. He must on every occasion radiate this confidence to his subordinate and those around him. I have no use for anybody on the General Staff who cannot meet these requirements." Reassured that he had at last found the right Army Chief of Staff, Hitler set out for Berlin to make another speech. It came on the last day of September, at the Sportpalast rally for winter relief, eagerly awaited by a hand-picked audience, which had no idea what their Führer would say. It was a short, an inspired speech delivered without the usual sparkle. It struck many foreign listeners as pure bombast of no import, but they missed the implications of the anti-Semitic remarks that accompanied Hitler's pledge to take Stalingrad. Perhaps it was because his words about the Jews had been so oft repeated. For the 3rd time that year, he reiterated his prediction that if the Jews instigated an international war, exterminate the Aryan peoples, it would not be the Aryan peoples that would be annihilated, but Jewry itself. Motivation for this repetition was obscure except to those privy to the secret of the final solution. Each mention was a public acknowledgement of his program of extermination. Each gave reassurance and authority to the elite charged with the task of mass murder. Noteworthy, too, was his repetition of the false date of the original prophecy. It was made on January 30, 1939, not as he kept saying on the 1st of September. This could not have been a slip of the tongue, since Hitler repeated it 3 times. By changing the date to that of the attack on Poland, the beginning of the Second World War, he linked his racial program to the war. He was preparing the people for the hard truth they must eventually face. The extermination of the Jews was an integral part of the war, from the very first day of combat. He was also announcing, if obscurely, that his twin program, Final Solution and Lebensraum, was progressing as planned. His listeners left the auditorium with a generally uneasy impression. The unison rendition of the Song of the Eastern Campaign, whose melody even foreign correspondents found extremely moving, they themselves had contributed the only lift to the meeting. We have been standing guard for Germany, keeping the eternal watch. Now at last the sun is rising in the east, calling millions into battle. Their spirit was not shared by a number of officials, shocked by the repressive measures in the east. The most forceful rebukes came from Rosenberg's ministry for the East Territories, and these despite its chief's reluctance to do battle with the formidable combine of Himmler, Bormann, and Erich Koch, the Reich Commissar for the Ukraine, the last a former railroad conductor, had delusions of grandeur and rode round in a horse-drawn carriage like a little emperor. Cowed by the ruthless measures of this trio, Rosenberg had recently made them a peace offering. He fired Gehr or Glei, Brandt's symbol of his own more liberal principles for governing occupied areas, but remaining subordinate. It's continued to increase pressure on Rosenberg to bypass Bormann and go directly to the Führer. They kept submitting new suggestions and reports. The most damning indictment of the Bormann-Himmler-Koch policy was a 13-page memorandum from Otto Bräutigam, who had spent 7 years in the Soviet Union, had been greeted as liberators, but the occupied peoples soon discovered that the slogan liberation from Bolshevism was merely a blind for enslavement. The Germans, he said, instead of gaining allies against Stalinism, the Germans were creating bitter enemies. Our policy, charged Bräutigam, has forced both Bolsheviks and Russian nationalists into a common front against us. The Russian fights today with exceptional bravery and self-sacrifice for nothing more or less than recognition of his human dignity. There was only one solution, concluded Bräutigam. The Russian people must be told something concrete about their future. If Hitler ever read this memorandum, he never followed its advice. He was determined to win or lose on his own terms. November proved to be a month of disaster for Germany, with the enemy scoring victories in both East and West. Since conquest of Egypt was low among Hitler's priorities, he had made defeat in North Africa inevitable by failing to send Rommel sufficient supplies and reinforcements. With the pyramids practically in sight, the Desert Fox was forced into defensive warfare. When his southern section, held by Italians, was pierced by British General Montgomery, Rommel radioed for permission to retreat. On the evening of November 2, the Führer sent his reply, "Do not fall back 1 inch. The troops must triumph or die." Just before receiving this message, Rommel radioed that he had been forced to withdraw. In fact, a retreat had been underway for 5 hours. This information reached OKW at 3 a.m. And since the operations staff duty officer knew nothing of Hitler's original message, he did not think it important enough to pass on to the Führer. Hitler, of course, was angry that he had not been awakened. He summoned Warlement, but as the deputy operations chief started down the path toward his office, Keitel shouted from a distance in a highly unmilitary manner, "You, Warlement, come here. Hitler doesn't want to ever see you again." He was informed that he was relieved of his post. Rommel's retreat, an augury of total defeat in the desert, was closely followed on November 7 by a disturbing report. A huge armada of Allied ships had entered the Mediterranean and was approaching the north coast of Africa. Although these ships had been sighted outside Gibraltar for several days, Hitler and OKW had us They were bound for Sardinia or Sicily. The main reason for German surprise, explained Jadl, probably was that we did not expect such a political false play after the upright, one can properly say, noble treatment which France had received from Germany since the collapse in the forest of Compiègne. For this landing was only possible in agreement with the French and not against the will of France. Hitler neither bothered to make excuse nor reflected the alarm of his military commanders. He cut short the midday briefing conference and, accompanied by most of the high-ranking population of Wolf, Schanz, boarded his special train. Their destination was Munich, the occasion the 19th anniversary of the Putsch. While the Führer slept, the first American and British troops landed on the beaches of Morocco and Algeria. Early reports indicated the French were repelling the landings, and Hitler chided his advisers for their initial panic. To their dismay, he ordered reinforcements sent to Crete at the other end of the Mediterranean. Outwardly, at least, he was more concerned about the address he was to make to old comrades at the Wen, Keller at 6 p.m. It was a fighting speech, defending himself against the charge that his insistence on taking the city, which happens to bear the name of Stalin, was as costly to the German army as Verdun, a weakling who had surrendered the Reich's vast eastern conquests because of a few traitors' sudden desire for an accommodation with the West. He warned that he was no Wilhelm II. All our enemies may rest assured that while the Germany of that time laid down its arms at 11:45, I, on principle, have never finished before 5 minutes past 12. By evening, the reports from Africa were too grim for Hitler to ignore. He ordered Ribbentrop to summon Mussolini for an immediate conference. Roused from bed for the second time within 24 hours, Ciano was persuaded to waken Mussolini, but Ildus refused to make the trip to Bavaria. Already ill, he did not relish facing the Führer under the shadow of defeat. By the time his substitute Ciano arrived in Munich, Hitler had accepted the significance of the Africa landings. It was clear to him that the god of war had now turned from Germany and gone over to the other camp. At the same time, he reacted violently to Ribbentrop's suggestion that Stalin be approached through Madame Colin Tay, the Soviet ambassador in Stockholm, a proposal that most of the conquered territories in the East be given up, if need be brought the Führer to his feet. All I want to discuss, he said with a violence that terrorized Ribbentrop, is a freak and nothing else, as well as a formal request for the Germans to go over to the defensive in the East and shift the bulk of their forces to the West. He also rejected another Japanese attempt to secure a peace with Russia. I understand Japanese reasoning, Hitler told Ambassador Oshima. It was a good idea, but impossible to execute. In such cold country, it was extremely difficult to dig defensive positions. But this was merely rhetoric designed to make refusal palatable to an ally. Any accommodation with Stalin was impossible for a man whose program stood or fell on victory over Bolshevism, and if he could not have victory in the East, Hitler was condemned by his mission to hold back the Red Army until he could rid Europe of Jews. There were increasing rumors in Berlin that Hitler had gone mad. At one large gathering, the wife of Reichs, Minister Funk, reportedly told the wife of Reichs, Minister Frick, "The Führer is leading us head, long int." "Disaster, yes," replied Frau Frick. "The man is insane." This opinion was echoed by Dr. Ferdinand Sauer, Bruck, the noted surgeon. He told friends that during a recent visit to the Führer, he had heard an old and broken Hitler muttering such disjointed phrases as, "I must go to India, or for one German who is killed 10 of the enemy must die." Hitler faced another defeat at Stalingrad. For weeks, the Sixth Army of Paulus had made little progress. Advances were measured in yards, and the cost of each yard was exorbitant. Both Paulus and Lieutenant Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, chief of intelligence in the East, warned of dangerous enemy concentrations to the north. While it is not possible to make any overall assessments of the enemy situation, with the picture as uncertain as it is at present, reported Gehlen on November 12, with the interruption of our railroad to Stalingrad as its objective so as to endanger all German forces further to the east and to compel our forces in Stalingrad to withdraw, we must expect an early attack on the Romanian Third Army. Hitler was at the Berghof and did not read this ominous report, but he too was concerned about the Romanians and specifically asked if something was brewing in their area. The answer was no. Repeatedly no, recalled Pottkammer, who attended every military conference that week. Since bad news notoriously travels slowly, the Führer was not informed of the gravity of the situation. Stung by a recent Hitler criticism that it repeatedly overestimated the enemy, was reluctant to repeat their timorous miscalculations in Poland and France. There was still some doubt as to the strength of the Soviet build-up and the high command. At dawn, November 1940, Soviet divisions attacked the Romanians. The defenders fought ably and with gallantry, but were crushed by overwhelming numbers. The Army Group B commander reacted quickly. First, he ordered Paulus to cease attacking Stalingrad and prepare Yun. It's to meet the threat to his left flank. Then, once it became obvious that the Romanians would collapse, he suggested immediate withdrawal of the Sixth Army. Hitler promptly vetoed this, convinced by earlier reports that the Soviets had been bled to the point of death, and this counteroffensive was only a last gasp. He ordered the men at Stalingrad to stand firm. Help was on the way. The reassuring words did not reflect the state of disarray within Hitler's head quarters itself. Major Engel recorded in his diary that there was complete confusion. Führer himself completely unsure what is to be done during these trying hours, he incessantly paced the great hall of the Berghof, vying against his commanders for repeating the same old mistakes. The tanks he had sent so reluctantly into the battle had already been thrown back, and by November 21, the Romanians, half of whose tanks had been disabled by mice which had gnawed through wires, were cut off. Absolute dismay hastily scrawled one Romanian officer in his diary. What sins have we or our forebears committed? Why must we suffer so? Only that day did Paulus and his chief of staff, Major General Arthur Schmidt, realize their own peril. The appearance of Soviet tanks a few miles from their battle headquarters confirmed that vital links in Sixth Army lines of communication had been captured. After hastily transferring his own headquarters, Paulus asked permission to withdraw. His superior approved the proposal and passed it on to OKW. At the evening's conference in the Berghof, Jodl proposed a general evacuation of the Sixth Army, but again the Führer said no. No matter what happens, we must hold the area around Stalingrad. The next morning, the 22nd, the two arms of a tremendous Soviet pincer movement met, encircling the entire Sixth Army. More than 200,000 of Germany's finest troops, along with 100 tanks 1,800 big guns and more than 10,000 vehicles were caught in a giant Kessel cauldron. At a Sixth Army conference that morning, someone suggested they break out to the southwest. "We can't," said Chief of Staff Schmidt, "because we haven't got the necessary fuel. And if we tried, we should end up with a catastrophe like that of Napoleon's Sixth Army," he added. "Would have to go into a hedgehog defense." By afternoon, the situation had worsened so much that Schmidt began to question his own argument. At this point, Paulus received fresh orders: stand fast and await further orders. "Well," said Paulus, turning to his chief of staff, "now we'll have time to think over what we ought to do. This we'll do separately. Meet me, please, in an hour's time, and we'll compare the conclusions we have reached." They were identical. Break out to the southwest. Hitler now en route back to Wolf. Schanz could not contemplate retreat. That evening he sent a personal message to Paulus. "Sixth Army must know," he said, "that I am doing everything to help and to relieve it. I shall issue my orders in good time." Paulus accepted the decision, but one of his corps commanders began a withdrawal on his own initiative in order to force Paulus into ordering a general retreat. Paulus had authority to remove or arrest him, but did neither, since the situation was so critical. Ironically, once Hitler learned a retreat was underway, he put the blame on the innocent Paulus and rewarded the guilty man in whom he had great faith by giving him an independent command. His suspicion of Paulus was one reason Hitler ignored a personal plea from the Sixth Army commander late on the night of November 23 to break out of the trap. Instead, he chose to accept Göring's assurance that the Luftwaffe could keep the encircled Sixth Army supplied by air, despite the Reichsmarshal's poor performance record, and he dispatched a radio signal next morning ordering Paulus to hold at all costs since supplies were coming by air. In a display of wishful thinking, Hitler eagerly seized upon Göring's rash promise and declared Stalingrad a fortress, thus sealing the fate of the almost 250,000 German and Allied troops. Having lost faith in Paulus' superior, Hitler turned over most of that commander's responsibility to Field Marshal von Manstein, whose ingenious invasion plan of the West had coincided so closely with his own. Manstein was to command a new force Army Grip Don, his task to halt the Soviet advance westward so as to take all pressure off the defenders of Stalingrad. Manstein sent a reassuring message to Paulus that Nin was to maintain the Volga and North Front according to the Führer's order and prepare strong forces to break out to rear, taking this to mean that Sixth Army was to stand firm while Manstein opened up a corridor. "We will do all we can to get you out of this mess, Paulus' present task," he added. Paulus and Schmidt abandoned their own plan to break out without Hitler's permission. 22 of the planes flying supplies to Stalingrad were shut down before the end of the day. On the 25th, another 9 were destroyed and a mere 75 tons of food and armaments reached Paulus. Back at Wolf, Schanz's Army Chief of Staff Zeitzler braved Hitler's wrath on the 26th by suggesting that Paulus be given freedom of action, that is, to attempt to break out or, that failing, have tacit permission to capitulate. Hitler rejected this proposal out of hand, agreeing only to a relief action on the part of Manstein. To all protests, the Führer referred to Göring's repeated hollow assurance is of sufficient air supply. "We are horrified by so much optimism," noted Engel in his diary. which even Luftwaffe general staff officers do not share. That day, Paulus sent a handwritten letter to Manstein, thanking him for the recent promise to help Sixth Army. He told of his request to Hitler asking for freedom of action if it should become necessary. I wanted to have this authority, he explained, in order to guard against issuing the only possible order in that situation. Late, I have no means of proving that I should only issue such an order in an extreme emergency, and I can merely ask you to accept my word for this. Paulus got his answer from the Führer at 5 minutes before midnight. In a personal message to the men of Sixth Army, Hitler ordered them to stand fast with the assurance that he would do all in his power to send them relief. The relief Operation Winter Storm was relatively stingy, consisting of a single thrust by 2 armored divisions. Scheduled to begin in early December, there were so many delays in assembling this minimal force that it was not mounted until the morning of December 12. As 230 tanks rolled northeast toward Stalingrad, some 60 miles distant, there was very little resistance. In some places, there were no Russians at all, and the Germans were puzzled. Even so, only 12 miles were made. The frozen ground began to melt under the sun's rays, and slopes were turned in slippery traps. At the Nin conference, Hitler's first question was, "Has there been some disaster?" And when told that the sole enemy attacks were at the sector held by Italian troops, began grumbling. "I've had more sleepless nights over this business in the South than anything else. One doesn't know what's going on." For 6 days, the men of Sixth Army anxiously waited for sight of friendly tanks, but all they could see were streams of Russians flooding west to stem Winter Storm. Manstein was equally depressed and requested permission on the 18th for Paulus to break out so that most of his men could be saved. Zeitzler very urgently approved the measure, but Hitler remained adamant since the Italian Eighth Army had collapsed that day, opening a huge hole north of the relief force. The following after, Manstein once more radioed Hitler for permission to break out Sixth Army. At first Hitler refused, but he showed signs of relenting under Zeitzler's continued urgings. His indecision encouraged some staff officers to hope against hope that Paulus, on his own responsibility, would attempt the breakout. Paulus would have done so if he could. He was prepared to disobey the Führer's original order, but by now had less than 100 tanks with fuel enough. At best for 20 miles, moreover, there was hardly enough ammunition for defense, let alone an offensive. He and Schmidt rested their hopes on the columns driving to their relief. But the tanks coming to their aid would get no farther east. On December 23, Manstein was forced to call off the relief attack, since one panzer division of this force had to be diverted to plug up the hole left by the fleeing Italians. At 5:40 p.m., he got in touch with Paulus by Rinter and asked if worst came to worst, could he break out? Did this mean, asked Paulus, that he was now authorized to initiate the move? Once it is launched, he said, there'll be no turning back. I can't give you full authority today, replied Manstein, but I hope to get a decision tomorrow. At his headquarters, Hitler remained reluctant to make it, and on Christmas Eve, Manstein had only gloomy words and holiday wishes for the Sixth Army. That evening, Manstein radioed Wolf Schanz that the stamina of the troops at Stalingrad had diminished considerably and would continue to do so at an increasing rate. It might be possible to provide for the men a little longer, but then they would be quite incapable of fighting their way out. The end of the month is, in my opinion, the last possible date, even as Manstein signed the message he knew that Hitler would not listen. The Sixth Army was already dimmed, much as Paulus wanted to break out. He knew it would now be suicidal. He agreed with Manstein that it was the end, but should he explain the situation to his men, troops without hope would not fight. Goebbels tried to give it to them in his New Year message. In an address directed specifically to frontline troops, he promised that 1943 would bring the Reich closer to its final victory, its ultimate victory. He spoke far more frankly to his staff. Propaganda for the coming months, he said, must avoid producing a basically defensive attitude among the people. Since the beginning of the war hour, propaganda has taken the following mistaken line of development. First year of the war, we have won. Second year, we will win. Third year, we must win. Fourth year, we cannot be defeated. Such a development, he said, was disastrous. The German public must be made to realize that we are also able to win because the prerequisites exist as sin as work and effort in the country are fully placed at the service of the war. It was a grim picture and foreshadowed a pharaoh decree. Instead, a fortnight later, ordering the total mobilization of the homeland for the war effort. Just before the new year, Hitler sent his personal pilot, Bauer, to the Stalingrad pocket with instructions to bring back General Hans Hube, commander of the 14th Panzer Corps. At Führer headquarters, the puzzled Hube, who had lost a hand in the First World War, was asked to give an accurate report of Sixth Army's position. Hube's fearless and blunt revelation of the desperate plight of his comrades impressed Hitler, who listened in silence. Much of this is new to me, he said, and promised to send the SS Panzer Corps, presently in France, to the relief of Stalingrad. In the meantime, the airlift would be increased at all costs. With deep emotion, the Führer vowed that he would turn the setback at Stalingrad into victory, just as he had done after last winter's crisis. Hube flew back to the battle with orders to instill new hope in his comrades. He arrived on the 8th, the day enemy planes dropped leaflets containing a Soviet ultimatum to capitulate or die. Heartened by Hube's news, Paulus told his corps commanders that there could be no question of surrender. 2 days later, the main Soviet assault began and Sixth Army's Western Front was slowly pushed back. Food and ammunition supplies rapidly dwindled. The daily ration of most big guns was a single round, and each man got a slice of bread and a little horse meat. The amount of supplies coming in the pocket remained far below that promised by Göring and by now Hitler was disillusioned to the point of biting sarcasm, referring to him as this fellow Göring, this fat, well-fed pig. Perhaps the greatest insult was selecting a subordinate to reorganize the airlift and save Sixth Army. The Führer had already twice praised Field Marshal Milch as one who did not know the word impossible in mid-January. He was brought to Wolf Schanz and instructed by Hitler to get 300 tons of supplies daily in the cauldron. To do so, he was given special powers, including authority to issue orders to any military command. Milch's energetic reforms raised the daily level of supply from 60 to 80 tons, and there was a glimmer of hope inside the pocket. But it soon became obvious that even Milch could do little better, and finally he himself realized his mission was impossible. By January 20, the pocket, already reduced to half its size, showed unmistakable signs of disintegration, particularly in those areas where the fighting was fiercest. Moved by the suffering he saw with his own eyes, Paulus felt bound to appeal once more to higher authority. That day he summoned Schmidt and 2 staff members for their opinion, favored continuing the fight, and Paulus dispatched identical messages to Manstein and Führer headquarters requesting permission. Only one of the 3 an operations officer, once operations were no longer possible, to avoid complete annihilation. Both Manstein and Zeitzler urged Hitler to reply favorably, but he continued to demand that 6th Army fight to the last man in a last desperate measure to bring him around. A major named Witz was flown out of Stalingrad to make a first-hand report of the hopeless situation. Hitler gripped both Witz's hands when he was presented on January 22. "You have come from a deplorable situation," he said, then talked of another relief drive through enemy lines by a battalion of new Panther tanks. Witz was flabbergasted. How could a battalion succeed where an entire panzer army had failed? During a pause in Hitler's dissertation, the major read off figures from a slip of paper he had prepared. He spoke movingly of the trapped men's hunger and frost, the dwindling supplies, the feeling that they had been written off. Permit me to state that the troops at Stalingrad can no longer be ordered to fight to their last round because they are no longer physically capable of fighting, and because they no longer have a last round. My Führer," he concluded. Hitler turned to him in surprise, and Witz felt, stared straight through him. "Man recovers very quickly," Hitler said. He dismissed the major and ordered this message sent to Paulus: surrender out of the question. Troops will resist to the end. Hitler himself had gnawing doubts, but 2 days later, his spirits were lifted by a startling announcement that Roosevelt had just called for the unconditional surrender of the Axis at the conclusion of an Allied conference in Casablanca. For some time, the Germans believed Casablanca was the code name for the White House, and that the conference had taken place in Washington by making any political settlement of the world conflict quite impassable. The president had handed Hitler an invaluable piece of propaganda to incite his people to resistance to the end. It was a ray of hope, for Hitler himself had been forced at last to accept the hopeless situation at Stalingrad. He had reportedly ordered Chief Adjutant Schmidt to fly to Stalingrad and give Paulus a pistol to use on Himselfit. Last moment. Isolated groups of Germans were already surrendering in considerable numbers, but Paulus himself stood firm. He told 2 divisional commanders who brought up the subject of capitulation that the general situation did not permit such action. They must obey the Führer's injunction to hold out to the last possible moment. His own decision weighed heavily on his conscience, since he knew the torment his men were suffering. Until recently, their fighting spirit had been remarkable. With faith in their leaders, they had taken it for granted that relief was coming. Today, the 10th anniversary of the National Socialist takeover, an air of hopelessness pervaded the air. There was no place to put the newly wounded, since every cellar in Stalingrad was crowded almost to suffocation. The supply of drugs, medicines, and bandages was fast disappearing. It was no longer possible to bury the dead in the frozen ground. Forcing himself to rise to the occasion of the day, Paulus radioed Hitler. Führer. THESW. ASTIKASTILLFLUTTERSTALINGRAD MAYOURSTRUIVICTORIOUS. In another personal message, Paulus informed the Führer that his nephew Leo Robbel was wounded. Should he be evacuated by air, the reply was negative, as a soldier he must remain with his comrades. Thus the brother of Hitler's true love jelly was consigned to almost certain death. In a final letter, Paulus wrote his wife, a Romanian of noble birth, "I stand and fight. These are my orders." On the evening of January 30 he armed himself with a rifle for his last battle. Then came word from Wolf Schanz that the Führer had promoted him to the rank of Field Marshal. It was an honor that every officer dreamed of, yet at this moment it seemed of little consequence. The promotion was followed after midnight by a message from Zeitzler, which was its price tag. The Führer asks me to point out that each day the fortress of Stalingrad can continue to hold out is of importance. Just before dawn of the 31st, Chief of Staff Schmidt peered out a window and, in the glare of innumerable fires, saw an incredible sight. In the marketplace, a large group of German and Russian soldiers were standing together, smoking cigarettes. Talking animatedly, Schmidt told Paulus that the end had come. Further, local resistance was senseless unless they were willing to fire at their own troops. Paulus agreed that surrender was the only alternative. Within the hour, the two men were in a Soviet car bound for the headquarters of General M.S. Shumilev's 64th Army. When Shumilev suggested they go to lunch, Paulus said he could not eat a bite until the Russians promised to provide food and medicine for his men. "We are human," said Shumilev sympathetically. "Of course we will do." All this they stepped outside. It was bitter cold, but the sun shone brilliantly. Shumilev spread his arms. A wonderful spring day. At lunch, Shumilev proposed a toast to victory for the Red Army. After some hesitation, Paulus held up his glass. "I drink to the victory of German arms." Affronted, Shumilev put down his own glass, then said good-naturedly, "Forget it, Prosit." Early the following morning, February 1, Moscow announced the surrender of Paulus and Schmidt. At the midday conference, Zeitzler could not believe this was true, but Hitler had no doubts. "They have surrendered there formally and absolutely," he insisted. "Otherwise they would have closed ranks, formed a hedgehog, and shut themselves with their last bull." Its Zeitzler continued to express doubt that Paulus had capitulated. Perhaps he was lying somewhere badly wounded. "Did know it is true," said Hitler. "They'll be brought straight to Moscow and put in the hands of the GPU, and they'll blurt out orders for the northern pocket to surrender too," he rambled on, commending those military men who, unlike Paulus, ended their problems with a shot in the head. "How easy it is to do that, a revolver makes it easy. What cowardice to be afraid of that. How better be buried alive." And in a situation like this, where he knows well enough that his death would set the example for behavior in the pocket next door, if he sets an example like this, one can hardly expect people to go on fighting. He continued to berate Paulus What hurts me the most personally is that I promoted him to field marshal. I wanted to give him this final satisfaction. That's the last field marshal I shall appoint in this war. You mustn't count your chickens before they're hatched. I don't understand it at all. When a man sees so many men, D must really say how easy it is for our. His words became incoherent. He can't have thought of that. It's ridiculous a thing like this. So many men have to die, and then a man like this Bess. Much she's the heroism of so many others. He could have got out of his vale of tears and eternity and been immortalized by the nation. But he'd rather go to Moscow. What kind of a choice is that? It just doesn't make any sense. The next day, the northern pocket surrendered. The Soviets claimed the capture of 91,000 prisoners, including 24 generals and 2,500 officers. Thanks in large part to Hitler's own brutal treatment of Soviet prisoners, these men were treated inhumanly. Reportedly more than 400,000 German, Italian, and Romanian prisoners of war died between February and April 1942. Starvation was the chief cause of death, and cannibalism became a common practice. The strong alone survived, and these lived on excrement from which undigested corn and mullet was picked and washed. Only a few thousand of those captured at Stalingrad would ever return to Germany. One was Paulus, who pleased the Soviets by publicly condemning Hitler and Nazism. After visiting the wreckage of Stalingrad, General Charles de Gaulle remarked to a correspondent, Stalingrad, a remarkable people, a very great people. The correspondent assumed he was talking of the Russians. Mais non, I'm not speaking of the Russians but of the Germans to have come so far. 3 weeks earlier, Hitler had hinted to Hull what he intended to do. I feel like a Robert Koch in politics, he said during a long late-night discussion in the hot bunker. He found the bacillus and with it showed medical science a new way. I discovered the Jew as a bacillus and the ferment of all social decomposition, and one thing I have proven is that a state can live without Jews. That economy, art, culture, etc. can exist even better without Jews, which is the worst blow I could give the Jews. This was our general idea when we flew in a party to murder Heydrich in Czechoslovakia, admitted British Labour MP R.T. Paget after the war. The main Czech resistance movement was the direct result of the consequent SS reprisals. Heim never took another note of table conversation, but Koppen. Upon Hitler's return to the communal table, several months later, made notes until the following January. Thereafter a few inconsequential table conversations were recorded by Bormann or a reporter named Miller. For Hitler had 2 other relatives on this front, Hans Hitler, whose father was the Führer's first cousin, and Heinz Hitler, son of his half-brother, Alois Jr. Hans, escaped to Germany. Both Leo and Heinz were captured. According to Stalin's daughter, the Germans proposed exchanging one of their prisoners. It could have been either Leo or Heinz for her brother Yasha. But Stalin told her, I won't do it, war is war. Reportedly, young Stalin was shot by the Germans. Reconciled to the fact that his uncle had done nothing to save him and more than ever convinced that Hitler was absolutely innocent of his sister's death. Heinz Hitler died in captivity, but Jelly's brother returned home in 1955. Chapter 26. THEFAMILYCIRCLE, 1943. After the traumatic scene with Adolf Hitler retreated to his bunker at Werewolf. Here he ate and slept in solitude. His sole companion Blondie, the Alsatian bitch. As the Battle of Stalingrad approached its climax, the Führer returned to Wolf, Jans, and slowly emerged from solitary confinement. Occasionally, he would invite an adjutant or visitor from Berlin to share his meager repast. As the group enlarged to include the secretaries and other select members of the family circle, the meals were transferred back to the communal dining hall. The military leaders were still excluded, and he still refused to shake hands with them at briefings. For their part, they felt constrained in his presence, most considering him a tyrant and more than a little mad. Even in the depth of his depression, the Führer had treated his adjutants with polite consideration and his interest in the younger ones. Like Richard Schultz, a former Ribbentrop aide, was avuncular, this was the side of Hitler that the Halders never knew. They did not see the man who could be gracious to servants and at ease with chauffeurs and secretaries. Isolation from the military drove him even closer to this family circle, and so his new secretary, Trod Humps, had a special opportunity to get to know her Führer. She was brought to the Wolfs, Jans early that winter to replace the attractive and ebullient Gerda Daranovsky. Dara had left a job with Elizabeth Arden to work for Hitler and now was marrying his Luftwaffe liaison officer. Trudel Humps, the granddaughter of a general, was 22, naive and impressionable. She was so nervous the first time she took dictation that Hitler soothed her as if she were a child. "You don't have to get excited," he said. "I, myself, will make far more mistakes during the dictation than you will." She was summoned again on January 3, 1943. This time Hitler asked if she would like the job of permanent private secretary. It was an exciting and flattering offer, and without hesitation, she accepted it. She soon became accustomed to this new strange world. With no full office, routine, or fixed duty time, she had leisure to spend much of the day wandering in the snow-covered forest. She particularly enjoyed watching her new employer play with Blondie in the morning. The big dog would jump through hoops, leap over a 6-foot wooden wall, climb up a ladder, then beg at the top. Whenever Hitler noticed Trottle, he would come over, shake hands, and ask how she was doing. This affable Hitler was not in evidence at the military briefings. After the fall of Stalingrad, his irascibility was such that attendance at situation conference was kept to a minimum. Guderian, who hadn't seen the Führer since the failure to take Moscow, noticed that while he hadn't aged greatly, he easily lost his temper and raged, and was then unpredictable in what he said and decided. At Meltham's, he managed to control his temper with the family circle, but his conversation deteriorated in quality. After Stalingrad recalled Frühling, Hitler would not listen to music anymore, and every evening we had to listen to his monologues instead. But his table talk was by now as over, played as his gramophone records. It was always the same, his early days in Vienna, the camp seat, the history of man, the microcosm and the macrocosm. On every subject we all knew in advance what he would say in the course of time. These monologues bored us. But world affairs and events at the front were never mentioned. Everything to do with the war was taboo. In Berlin, Goebbels proclaimed a 3-day mourning in honor of Stalingrad's dead. During that period, all places of entertainment, including theaters and cinemas, were closed. He also began preparing the nation for hard times ahead. Everywhere in trains, walls, shop windows, and billboards was splattered the slogan, The wills must turn only for victory. On February 15, he issued a decree addressed to Reichs, Leiters, Gall, Leiters, and all army headquarters demanding complete mobilization for victory. That same day, in a speech at Seldorf entitled, "Do you want total war?" he all but announced Hitler's final solution. 2,000 years of Western civilization, he said, were in danger from a Russian victory, one forged by international jury. There were cries from the audience of "hang them," and Goebbels promised that Germany would retaliate with the total and radical extermination and elimination of Jewry. This brought wild shouts and manic laughter. The gravity of the military situation was underlined next day in a letter from Bormann to his wife, whom he addressed as his dearest mummy girl. Should the war take a turn for the worse, either now or at some later stage, it would be better for you to move to the West, because you simply must do everything in your power to keep your or children out of any danger. In due course, they will have to carry on the work of the future. On the 18th, Goebbels again presented his theme of total war in a speech at the Sportpalast to a select audience of trusted party members. It was a staged affair in every detail. The crowd arrived in civilian clothes rather than uniforms for the visual effect. The songs they sang, their shouts of approval, their spoken choruses were admirably orchestrated. On the podium, Goebbels was more actor than orator, and what he said was not as important as how he said it. In a rhetorical tour de force, he raised his listeners to such frenzy that when he shouted, "Do you want total war? Do you want total war? Do you want it, if necessary, to be even more total and radical than can even be imagined today?" the response was a mighty chorus of jazz. And when he asked, "Do you accept the fact that anyone who detracts from the war effort will lose his head?" there was thundering approval. What an hour of idiocy, he later cynically remarked to his entourage. "If I had told these people to jump from the 4th floor of the Columbus House, they would have done it." So dedicate it was Goebbels to the concept of total war that he took it upon himself to organize the highest ranks of the party int, an ad hoc committee of action. Early in March, he drove up to Gring's home on the Obersalzberg to enlist his help. Hitler had aged 15 years since the war, and it was tragic that he had become such a recluse and led such an unhealthy life. Matters, he said, would have to be taken out of the Führer's hands. It was essential, therefore, that they make up for the present lack of leadership in domestic and foreign policy. One must not bother the Führer with everything. He impressed upon Gring that war must be waged politically, and that the political leadership of the Reich must be transferred to the Ministerial Council for the defense of the Reich. Its membership should be bolstered by ruthless men, dedicated to victory at all costs. Goebbels reassured Gring that they would be acting in Hitler's behalf. "We have no other ambition than that of supporting each other and of forming a solid phalanx around the Führer. The Führer sometimes wavers in his decisions if the same matter is brought to him from different sides. Nor does he always react to people as he should. That's where he needs help." Gring promised to do his best to bring Himmler in. Their grip and Goebbels revealed that he had already won over such important officials as Funk, Ley and Speer, all men of unparalleled fidelity to the Führer. "The cause is greater than any of us, that goes without saying. The men who helped the Führer win the revolution will now have to help him win the war. They were not bureaucrats then, they must not be bureaucrats today. Göring never considered approaching Director of Air Armament Field Marshal Milch. Besides lacking qualification as a National Socialist, he made no secret of his opposition to the Reichsmarschall. A few days after the conspiratorial Göring-Goebbels conversation, Milch took the opportunity, while dining alone with Hitler, to advise replacement of Göring, whom he suspected of reverting to narcotics. He also had the nerve to tell the latest Göring-Goebbels joke, when those two went to Heaven Street. Peter ordered the first to run to a distant cloud and back as punishment for lying so often street. Peter then looked around for Goebbels. Where is the little one with the club? Foot, he asked. Oh, explained an angel. He returned to earth for his motorcycle. After supper, Milch said that he had a long list of recommendations and hoped the Führer would not be offended by his frankness. First, he urged Hitler to abandon the offensive designed to retake Kursk and go over to the defense. The Wehrmacht was weak, supplies were scanty, and lines must be shortened. You cannot persuade me, said Hitler mildly, and made a dot on his pad. The next response was just as radical. Hitler should cancel his daily staff discussions and appoint a new chief of the General Staffmanstein. For instance, give him control of all fronts, not only one area, all under your command. You remain supreme commander while he acts as your assistant. Hitler said nothing, but made another pencil mark that Milch took for nervousness. For another hour, the Field Marshal listed equally provoking suggestions. Finally, he came to the last and most unpalatable one. Mein Führer, he said, Stalingrad has been the gravest crisis for both Reich and Wehrmacht. You simply must act decisively to bring Germany out of this war. I assure you many agree with me there is still time. You must act at once, do so, without ceremony, but above all, act now. It was past midnight. Milch was sweating from exertion and apprehension. He apologized for annoying the Führer with 20 contradictions. Hitler glanced at the dots on his pad. You have contradicted me 24 times, not 20, he said. He did not seem at all angry or even upset. I thank you for telling me this. No one else has given me such a clear picture. Correspondent Louis Lochner had already made several attempts to inform Roosevelt of the resistance movement inside the Reich. Lochner was prepared to give him the radio code of two separate groups opposed to Hitler so that Roosevelt could inform them directly what political administration in Germany would be acceptable to the Allies, in hopes of convincing Roosevelt that not all Germans were Nazis. Lochner wrote a personal note revealing the existence of these codes and emphasizing that they could be handed over to Roosevelt alone. After failing to reach the president through his appointment secretary, there was no reply, but several days later, Lochner was informed that his insistence was viewed by official sources as most embarrassing. Would he please desist? What Lochner did not know was that the president's refusal to see him was official American policy in line with unconditional surrender, designed not only to withhold encouragement to German resistors, but to avoid any important contact. Recognition of the existence of any anti-Hitler movement within Germany was forbidden. The resistance was discouraged, but continued to plot the overthrow of Hitler. It was agreed that seizure of power alone was not sufficient. The Führer himself must first be assassinated, and General Oster and his group selected General Henning von Treer, Field Marshal von Kluge's chief of staff, as executioner. He decided to lure Hitler up front, then plant a bomb in his plane that would explode on the return flight. On the evening of March 13, 1943, one of Gau's junior officers, Fabian von Schlebendorf, arrived at the airport with a parcel supposedly containing 2 bottles of brandy. It was a bomb made from British plastic explosives. Using a key, Schlebendorf pressed down hard on the fuse, triggering the bomb. Moments later, he delivered the parcel to a colonel in Hitler's party who had promised to deliver it to a friend at Wolfschanz. The Führer boarded the plane and it took off. The bomb was expected to explode above Minsk, but 2 hours passed without news of any accident. Then came word that the plane had landed safely in Rastenburg. The conspirators were confounded. Now they had to retrieve the erratic bomb before it exploded or was discovered. Schlebendorf did so and discovered that its firing pin had been released, but the detonator was a dud. A few days later, the conspirators tried again. Near midnight, March 20, in a room at a Berlin hotel, the Eden, Schlebendorf turned over plastic explosives to Colonel Rudolf Christoph Freiherr von Gersdorf, Kluge's chief of intelligence. His mission was suicidal. He was to approach the Führer at tomorrow's celebration of Heroes Memorial Day at the Zeus in Berlin and blow himself and Hitler to bits. The next day, Gersdorf appeared at the Zeus, a bomb in each overcoat pocket. At 1 p.m., Hitler arrived, and after listening to a passage from Bruckner by the Berlin Symphony, he gave a short speech in the inner court. As he headed for the exhibition hall where captured Russian trophies were on display, Gersdorf reached into his left pocket and broke the acid capsule of the British fuse, which needed at least 10 minutes to detonate. Hitler was accompanied by Himmler, Keitel, Göring, and a dozen others, but the would-be assassin had no difficulty getting to his left side. Schmidt had assured Gersdorf that the Führer would spend half an hour at the exhibit, but he showed little interest, and, to Gersdorf's consternation, was out of the building in 5 minutes. There was no possibility of following, and Gersdorf knew he had only another 5 minutes to dispose of the fuse without being observed. He elbowed his way to the corridor. Finally, he found a men's room. Fortunately, it was empty. He hastily removed the fuse from his pocket seconds before it was due to explode, flushed it down the toilet, and left the building with the bombs. Although the Gestapo had no suspicion of these 2 attempts against the Führer's life, they suspected that traitors infested the Abwehr. 15 days later, they arrested Hans von Nunny at Abwehr headquarters. Oster managed to destroy most of the papers incriminating himself, but before long he too was placed under arrest. The conspirators had lost not only an able leader, but their best means of communicating with each other and any friends in the West. Early that April, Hitler and his entourage boarded the train for Berchtesgaden, which would be a welcome respite from the gloomy surroundings at the Wolfschanz. It was a clear, mild winter night, and as they left the snow-covered forest of Rastenburg, Trottle Humps was a bit saddened to leave, yet exhilarated by the promise of new experiences. There was every comfort on the train, including a special car equipped with showers and bathtubs. The food was excellent, and the seats could be converted into comfortable beds. As the train rolled quietly toward its destination the next morning, she thought of other trains in the Reich, without light or heat, their passengers uncomfortable and hungry. Her thoughts were interrupted by an invitation to join the Führer for lunch. The following morning she brick fasted in less exalted company. The gossip among the servants and secretaries was about Eva Braun, who was to board the train at Munich. To them she was the lady at the Berghof, and as such was silently accepted by all guests. That is, except by the wives of Ribbentrop, Gring and Goebbels. The first ignored her regally, the other two snubbed her openly, despite Hitler's request that she be treated with respect. Trottel was given a tour of the Berghof by one of the older secretaries. They started on the second floor where the Führer lived. The walls of the hallway were decorated with paintings by the old masters, beautiful pieces of sculpture and exotic vase. Is everything thought Trottel was wonderful but strange and impersonal. There was deadly silence since the Führer still slept. In front of one door were two black Scotch terrier. Shiva's dogs Stasi and Negus. Next came Hitler's bedroom. The two rooms, it seemed, were connected by a large bath room, and it was apparent they lived discreetly as man and wife. Trottel was taken down stairs to the large living room, which was separated from the famous picture window room by a heavy velvet curtain. The furnishings were luxurious, but despite the beautiful gobelins and thick carpets, she got the impression of coldness. The accommodations were far superior to those at Wolf. Shan's, but here she felt ill at ease. While she was treated as a guest, she was not there of her own free will, but as an employee. The daily schedule at the Berghof was something of a strain, even though it never varied. Hitler's noon briefing rarely ended before mid-afternoon, and it was usually 4 p.m. before the last officer left and the Führer entered the living room where his hungry guests were gathered. As if by signal, Eva would then make her appearance accompanied by her two scampering dogs. Hitler would kiss her hand before greeting each guest with a handshake. The transformation of man of state, burdened by the tragedies of battle, to jovial host eager to please guests and helpmate, was unexpected and somewhat ludicrous. His private life, in fact, was not much different from that of a very successful businessman. The men addressed Eva with a slight bow and a polite gnädige Fräulein. The women called her Fräulein Braun. Several seemed very intimate, particularly Herta Schneider, a school friend. The women began an animated discussion on children, fashion, and personal experiences. Finally, Hitler interrupted, ridiculing Eva's dogs as hand sweepers. She blithely retorted that Hitler's dog, Blondie, was a calf. The banal pleasantries, enlivened by not so much as an aperitif, were ended when Hitler escorted one of the ladies to the table. They were followed by Bormann and Eva, who heartily disliked him, primarily for his flagrant philandering. Anything in skirts is his target, remarked one adjutant, except, of course, Eva herself. The guests enjoyed Sauerbraten, but Hitler kept to the vegetarian meals cooked under the supervision of Dr. Werner Zabel in his Berchtesgaden clinic and warmed over at the Berghof kitchen. Nothing would induce Eva to so much as taste Hitler's thick gruel. Oatmeal soup or baked potato liberally soaked in linseed oil. The Führer teased her about her own meager diet. "When I first met you," he said, "you were pleasingly plump, and now you are quite thin. Women underwent these sacrifice," he added sardonically, "only to make their girl friends envious." The conversation was gay and superficial until Hitler abruptly began propagandizing for vegetarianism by describing in detail the horrors of a slaughterhouse he had recently visited in the Ukraine. The guests blanched as he described work girls in rubber boots, standing in fresh blood up to their ankles. One Otto Dietrich laid down knife and fork with the comment that he was no longer hungry. After lunch, Hitler set out on the daily 20-minute walk to his tea house. It was a round stone building located below the Berghof, reminding some of the guests of a silo or power plant. Tea was served in a large round room whose 6 large windows provided a wide vista. From one end there was a magnificent view of the Ack River roaring down the mountainside between houses that looked like matchboxes. Beyond lay the Baroque towers of Salzburg. Hitler drank apple pill tea, while Eva talked of plays and movies. His only comment was that he could not watch a film while the people were making so many sacrifices. Besides, I must save my eyes for studying maps and reading Frontline, reports the conversation that day palled on Hitler. He closed his eyes and shortly was asleep. His guests continued to chat but in lowered voices, and when the Fuhrer awakened he joined in as if he had just closed his eyes momentarily to think. At 7 p.m., a parade of vehicles arrived at the Berghof and the business of government resumed. 2 hours later, Hitler left the conference and led the way to the dining room where he ate mashed potatoes and a tomato salad while his guests dined on cold meat. He charmed everyone with tales of his youth until he noticed the lipstick on Eva's napkin. Did she know what it consisted of? Eva protested that she only used French lipstick made of the finest materials. With a pitying smile, Hitler said, "If you women knew that lipstick, particularly from Paris, is manufactured from the grease of wastewater, you certainly wouldn't color your lips any more." Everyone laughed. He had another argument, if no adherents. An adjutant quietly informed Hitler that everyone had arrived for the evening military conference. Not wanting his guests, particularly the women, to come in contact with the military, he told them to remain seated. "It won't take too long," he said, and left head lowered but with a strong step. The secretaries went to an office to type air raid reports, while Eva and most of the guests descended to the basement to see a movie. Before it concluded, a telephone rang. A servant reported that the conference was over and the Führer expected everyone in the main hall. Eva hurried to her room to refresh her makeup. Her sister Gretel smoked a last cigarette, then chewed peppermint candy to camouflage her breath, and the rest dutifully repaired to the great hall. It was almost midnight by the time Hitler came down the stairs and seated himself at the fireplace next to Eva and her 2 little terriers. The latter was excluded except on the rare occasions when Hitler asked Eva to banish her 2 darlings so his dog could have a moment in the limelight. Since they did not get along with Blondie, liquor was served, but Hitler took tea and apple cake. The group sat silently around the fire in the semi-darkness, waiting for him to begin the general conversation. Finally, he raised his voice for another lecture on the evils of tobacco. His dentist declared that smoking disinfected the mouth in moderation. It was not at all dangerous. Hitler dissented. "I wouldn't offer a cigar or cigarette to anyone I admired or loved, since I would be doing them a bad service. It is universally agreed that non-smokers live longer than smokers and during sickness have more resistance." He never tired of this crusade against pollution of the body, and had a standing offer of a gold watch for anyone within the circle who renounced tobacco. To Eva, however, he gave an ultimatum: either give up smoking or me. The argument turned to liquor, which he thought less dangerous, and on to painting. Dr. Morrill, after a single glass of port, was fighting to stay awake. He lolled back, fat hands folded over his paunch, and his eyes suddenly closed from bottom to top. Magnified by his thick glasses, it was a frightening sight. Colonel von Below nudged Morrill, who wakened with a start and broke in't. A big smile, assuming that the Führer had told a joke. "Are you tired, Morrill?" asked Hitler. "No, mein Führer, I was just daydreaming," he said, and to show how wide awake he was, began an oft-told anecdote about his experiences in Africa. The Führer began softly whistling a popular song. "No," said Eva, and demonstrated how the tune should go. They argued amiably. She wanted to bet, but Hitler complained that if he won, he always had to forgive the bet in a spirit of generosity. But if she won, he had to pay refusing to be put off. She suggested they play the music to see who was right. Albert Bormann dutifully rose and put on the record. Eva was triumphant. "The composer made the mistake," said Hitler, who had written an opera in his youth. "If he were really talented, he would have written my melody." Everyone laughed as Hitler made this joke. At last, at 4 a.m., Hitler summoned a servant to ask if the air raid reports had arrived. He could not go to bed until he was assured no enemy plane was over Germany, in hopes of transfixing some of his own fighting spirit in Mussolini. The Führer requested another conference. On April 7, he went to the Salzburg railroad station to meet his ally. The two dictators greeted each other emotionally. Hitler was shocked by Ildu's sunken cheeks and pallid face. He kept to his rooms at Klesheim Castle during most of the 4-day session, and rarely saw anyone but Hitler. In their talks, all private, Mussolini was dispirited. The trouble with Ildu's concluded Hitler was age. He was 60 and in poor health. With this in mind, Hitler did his utmost to revive his ally's spirit. Mussolini had come resolved to urge peace with the Soviets and the complete withdrawal of all Italian forces abroad, but was too weak to enunciate this resolve and too dispirited to be animated by Hitler's exhortations. After a final session on April 10, the two men started down the magnificent staircase of the main hall. It was the firstmost of the Italian delegates had seen of Mussolini since his arrival. "They seem like two invalids," whispered one, "rather like two corpses," commented Mussolini's personal physician. That afternoon, an aide telephoned the Berghof that the Führer was just leaving Klesheim. He wanted all his guests to meet him at the tea-house, so he could resume his private existence as pater familias of the family circle. As a general rule, one of Dostoevsky's characters, old Karamazov, observed, "People, even the wicked, are much more naive and simple-hearted than we suppose, and we ourselves are too." Before long, a procession of cars drew up outside, and the Berghof was filled with uniforms. Then the Führer himself arrived, and without ado led another processional, this one on foot, to his tea-house. Hitler was obviously pleased with the talks with Mussolini, and the atmosphere was more relaxed. He had become a creature of routine, and his private life continued with little variation. He laughed as usual when the adjutant assigned to reading descriptions of the Soundels news reels made the usual mistakes, such as announcing a battle only to have a group of farm girls appear, while rarely mentioning war or politics to the family circle. One evening he expressed regret for having to wear a uniform, but after the war I'll hang it on the hook, retire here, and let someone else run the government. Then, as an old man, I'll write my memoirs, and will only have around me bright, Gifted people, he blanched at the thought of the Berghof being turned into a museum after his death. This is where he had breakfast. He would much rather be cremate. It inside the Berghof with all its contents. It would make a magnificent pyre. I can already see the guide from Berchtesgaden showing visitors over the various rooms of my house. Trottle could not restrain herself. Min Führer, when will the war be over? The affable face of Uncle Adi was transformed. I don't know, he said harshly, but only after victory. The sudden change of mood chilled the room. A similar moment came on Good Friday. Henriette von Schierich just returned from Holland, presumed on her long friendship with Hitler to describe a frightful scene she had witnessed in Amsterdam. Jewish women being rounded up in the dead of night for deportation. There was a painful silence. Hitler seemed to be baffled as she went on to criticize other restrictive measures in Holland. The guests looked away in embarrassment. Finally, Hitler turned to her. His face was drawn. His skin and eyes seemed colorless. The demons are devouring him, she thought even, though the idea seemed a little odd. He stared at her for some time before slowly getting to his feet. She too rose. It was apparent he was trying to control himself, but suddenly he burst out angrily, "You are a sentimentalist. What business of yours is it? The Jews are none of your business." As he continued to shout, she ran up the stairs to her room. An adjutant reached her before she could close the door. "Why did you have to do this?" he asked. "You have made him very angry. Please leave at once." On the eve of his 54th birthday, Hitler celebrated by inviting Blondie to the tea session and putting her through her paces. She begged, she played schoolgirl, she even gave a concert, and the more her master praised, the more intensely she sang. Just before midnight, the large doors opened dramatically, and orderlies entered with trays of glasses. All were filled with champagne, except Hitler's, which contained a sweet white wine. At the last stroke of 12 glasses were touched. Some of the guests voiced simple congratulations, and others made little speeches. On April 20, Hitler came down stairs earlier than usual so he could look over his presents. At lunch, Trottle's escort was Himmler. She disliked him, not because he gave the impression of brutality, but because of his attempt to charm her. He kissed her hand, talked in a soft voice, and perpetually presented a genial, obliging countenance. Even his eyes smiled endlessly. Goebbels impressed her. But now I could understand why the girls at the chance Eller used to run to the window to see the propaganda chief leave his ministry while they scarcely took notice of the Führer. She noticed that most of the ladies at the Berghof flirted with him as much for his wit as his charm. He was not good-looking at all, she remembered. Shortly after the birthday celebration, Hitler learned that Trottle had become engaged to Hans Jung, one of his valets. "I really have such bad luck with my people," he remarked at lunch with an exaggerated sigh. "Then I found a satisfactory replacement, and now Trottle Humps is going to leave me and take with her my best servant." He suggested that they get married at once, since Jung was scheduled to leave for the Eastern Front. First Christian married Dara, and took my best secretary. Trottle wanted to postpone such a decisive step after so short an acquaintance. "But you love each other," was Hitler's surprising reply there, "for it is best to get married right away. If you're married, you know, then I can protect you any time someone tries to molest you. I couldn't do that if you were only engaged." And you can still work for me after your married Trottle had to keep from laughing, and was tempted to ask why he didn't marry Eva Braun if love was that important. On May 7, Hitler made a sad pilgrimage to the capital to attend the funeral of another old comrade. Victor Lutz, the successor to him, had died in an auto accident. At least that was the official story. Some survivors of the Putsch suspected foul play. After the funeral, Reich, Leiters and Gauleiters attended a luncheon at the Chancellery. This was followed by a detailed survey of the general situation, which began with the Führer's statement that in 1939, Germania revolutionary stay had faced only bourgeois states. It was easy, he explained, to knock out such nations, since they were quite inferior in upbringing and attitude. A country with an ideology always had the edge over a bourgeois state, since it rested upon a firm spiritual foundation. This superiority, however, had ended with Barbarossa. There the Germans had met an opponent which also sponsored an ideology, if a wrong one. He praised Stalin for purging the Red Army of defeatists and installing political commissars with the fighting force. Stalin enjoyed the further advantage of having rid himself of high society by other liquidations, so that Bolshevism could devote all its energy to fighting the enemy. Another reason for failure in the East was the poor performance of Germany's allies, particularly the Hungarians. Lasting resistance to the Soviets, he concluded, could be offered in Europe only by the Germans, since victory in battle was linked with ideology. Consequently, the anti-Semitism which formerly animated party members must once more become the focal point of their spiritual struggle. It should also be a rallying cry for the troops. If they did not stand firm as a wall, the hordes of the East would sweep into Europe. A constant untiring effort must therefore focus on taking the necessary measures for the security of European culture. If it be true today that the Bolshevism of the East is mainly under Jewish leadership, and that the Jews are also the dominant influence in the Western plutocracies, then our anti-Semitic propaganda must begin at this point. That was why there was practically no possibility of any compromise with the Soviets. They must be knocked out exactly as we formerly had to knock out our own communists to attain power. At that time, we never thought of a compromise either. Despite the vigorous tenor of his talk, it was apparent that Hitler's health was failing. Dr. Morrill doubled the hormone injections, as well as adding still another drug, prostacrine. But there was little improvement. Another electrocardiogram indicated a worsening of his heart condition. Fearing that the diet regime of Dr. Zabel was aggravating matters, Morrill recommended that the Führer hire a special cook. They settled on a woman from Vienna, a Frau von Exner, who would surely know how to please an Austrian palate. Neither was aware there was Jewish blood in her mother's family. On May 12, Hitler returned to Wolf, Schanz satisfied that his leadership had ended the withdrawals after the fall of Stalingrad. His complacency ended the next day upon learning that two German-Italian armies in Tunisia, some 300,000 men, had been bagged by the Allies. It was another Stalingrad. A week later, there was worse news. Mussolini's regime was close to collapse. Italians in high places were using phrase is such as you never know what's going to happen and when the war is over. On the streets, German soldiers were openly cursed as enemies. In mid-June, Hitler's youngest secretary married his valet Jung. After a short honeymoon, the groom went to the Eastern Front, while Trottle returned to her duties at Wolf, Schanz. "You've become very pale and thin," was Hitler's first observation. kindly meant it caused Trottle embarrassment when Linge, Schaub, and Bormann broke in. Knowing Lurs, no longer was she the naive girl who first came to Führer headquarters. The daily routine of the leftist circle in the Reich was causing a curious depression. She tried to express some of this in her diary, then spoke to others, particularly the sympathetic Hull. Of her misgivings, she discovered that most of the others shared the vague sense of dissatisfaction and gloom. They too suffered from cabin fever, but nobody could give a concrete reason for their common uneasiness. That June, Hitler persuaded Dara Christian to return. She arrived with many sick cases and soon filled the bunker and barracks with her effervescence. Her songs, jokes, and gaiety raised everyone's spirits. By this time, Trottle had lost her bashfulness and one day asked Hitler point-blank why he was so eager to get everyone else married when he hadn't done so himself. The reply was that he did not want to be a father. I think the children of a genius have a hard time in this world. One expects such a child to be a replica of his famous father and don't forgive him for being average. Until now, he had seemed quite modest, and she was disturbed by the complacent announcement that he was a genius. Despite the reverses in North Africa, Hitler was still considering the all-out attack on Kursk, so vigorously opposed by Milch. Armored expert Guderian came to Berlin and added his objections. And second, in answer to the Führer's argument that the attack was necessary for political reasons, that few people even knew where Kursk on the southern wing of the Central Front was, first on the grounds that the new Panther tank had a limited supply of spare parts. Hitler confessed that the mere thought of this offensive churned his stomach, but in the ensuing days he was persuaded by both Zeitzler and Kluge to launch it, while there was still time. The operation was entitled Citadel and, on the 1st of July, Hitler addressed his senior commanders. Germany, he said, must either tenaciously hold on to all conquered territory or fall. The German soldier had to realize he must stand and fight to the end. He admitted Citadel was a gamble, yet felt sure it would succeed. Hadn't he been right against all military advice about Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the Soviet Union? His inclusion of the last country struck a chill in the audience. Manstein's attack force in the north consisted of 18 divisions, but less than 1,000 tanks and 150 assault guns fit for combat. In the south, General Muddle had 15 divisions and only 900 tanks. The assault began at an unusual hour, 3 p.m. On the 4th of July, it was hot and sultry. Thunder rumbled threateningly in the distance. At first, it seemed as if the Soviets had been caught by surprise, for Red Army artillery did not respond until long after dark. But visions of a quick victory vanished once heavy rains began to fall. By dawn, roads and trails were veritable quagmires. Later that morning, a cloudburst transformed streams into roaring cascades, and it took sappers 12 hours to bridge them for tanks. By July 9, the leading German tanks were still 55 miles from Kursk. The disappointment was followed next day by news that an Anglo-American force had landed on Sicily and were meeting a spiritless defense. This came as no surprise to Hitler, and on July 13 he stopped the offensive he had so reluctantly supported so he could send reinforcements, including the SS Panzer Corps, to Western Europe. Manstein argued that failure to continue the Kursk operation would endanger a long salient stretching all the way to the Black Sea. A gambler, Hitler accepted the loss of Kursk in return for more probable success in another quarter. But Citadel turned out to be more than a lost campaign. Thereafter, the initiative in the East would belong to the Soviets. Turning his back on the East, Hitler journeyed to northern Italy for another meeting with Ildus, their 13th. On July 19, the conference held at the imposing Villa Geggia near Felt began promptly at 11 a.m. with the two men facing each other from large armchairs. Circling them was an elite group of military and diplomatic dignitaries. There were a few moments of embarrassed silence as both Mussolini and Hitler waited for the other to begin. It was a strange prelude, more like the stiff meeting of two families arranging a dowry. At last the Führer began speaking quietly of the general military and political situation. Ildus sat cross-legged, hands clasped on knees, on the edge of a chair that was too large and too deep, listening with impassive patience. Then he began to fidget, and he nervously passed a hand over the lower part of his face as Hitler abruptly assailed the Italians for their defeatism. Occasionally, Mussolini would press a spat behind his back that apparently pained him. Occasionally, he would heave a deep sigh, as if resigned but wearied by a monologue which grew increasingly strident. Struggling to hide his distress, he mopped his brow with a handkerchief. He did not pause in his reiterated assurance to the wilting Dus that the crisis could be over, written if Italy emulate Germany's fanatic determination to fight. Hitler showed no mercy, and even after an adjutant whispered something int his ear at 1:05, every German, he said, was imbued with the will to conquer. Lads of 15 were manning AA batteries. If anyone tells me that our task can be left for another generation, I reply that this is not the case. No one can say that the future generation will be a generation of giants. Germany took 30 years to recover. Rome never rose again. This is the voice of history. At exactly 1 p.m., the adjutant again whispered to Hitler, and the others imagined it must indeed be an urgent message. This time, after a look of annoyance, he ended his sermon. The meeting was over, he announced, and luncheon was served. The other Italians were distressed at Mussolini's silence during the harangue. Not once had he protested or even attempted to explain that within a month most Italian soldiers would no longer have the means or the will to offer effective resistance. 5 days later, Ildus was forced to listen to another diatribe, this from his own fascist Grand Council, which was convening for the first time since 1939. A resolution was proposed demanding restoration of a constitutional monarchy with the king in command of the armed forces. After a long, exhausting debate on his conduct of the war, the vote was taken and the motion passed 19-8. The next day, July 25, a sultry Sunday, Mussolini called on Victor Emmanuel III. He tried to control himself, but the notes in his hand rattled. The king stopped his arguments. It was useless to go on. Italy was defeated, and the soldiers would no longer fight for fascism. He requested Mussolini's resignation. Then revealed he had already appointed Marshal Pietro Badoglio as head of government. I am sorry, he was heard to say through the door. But the solution could not have been otherwise. The little king accompanied Ildus to the front door, where he shook his hand warmly. As Mussolini stepped out of the villa, he was approached by a carabinieri officer, who said His Majesty had charged him with the protection of Ildus' person. Mussolini, protesting that it was not necessary, was led in an ambulance. He was under arrest. At 9:30 that night, Hitler shocked his military advisors by announcing, The Dis has resigned. The government had been taken over by Bad Aglio, their bitterest enemy. He quelled the rising panic, and when Juddel suggested they do nothing until receiving a complete report from Rome, Hitler curtly replied, "Certainly, but we have to plan ahead." Undoubtedly, in their treachery, they will proclaim that they will remain loyal to us. But this is treachery. They won't remain loyal anyway. What's his name, Bad Aglio said straightaway that the war would be continued, but that doesn't mean a thing. Of course, they have to say that. But we can play the same game. We'll get ready to grab the whole mess, all that rabble. I'll send a man down tomorrow with orders to the commandant of the 3rd Panzergren, 80er Division, to take a special detachment int Rome and arrest the whole government. The king'll that scum, but most of all the crown prince to grab all that riffraff, particularly Bad Aglio and the entire gang. And then you watch them crib and crawl, and in 2 or 3 days there'll be another coup. At a midnight conference, Hitler issued more instructions. The 2nd Parachute Division was to prepare a jump in the capital area. Rome must be occupied. Nobody is to leave Rome, and then the 3rd Panzergren, 80er Division moves in. Someone wanted to know if the exits to the Vatican should be occupied. That doesn't matter, said Hitler. I'll go right int the Vatican. Do you think I worry about the Vatican? We'll take that right off. All the diplomatic corps will be hiding in there. I don't give a damn if the entire crew's in there. We'll get the whole lot of swine out. Afterward, we can say we're sorry. We can easily do that. We've got a war on. In the presence of his secretaries, he managed to gain control of himself. Mussolini is much weaker than I thought, he muttered as if talking to himself. I personally protected his rear and he has given way. We never could depend on our Italian allies, and I believe we'll be better off without such an irresponsible nation. He sent for the 2 men he felt he could depend on most in Acrisius, Goebbels and Gring. Of the latter, he told his military leaders, at such a time, one can't have a better advisor than the Reichsmarshal. In time of crisis, the Reichsmarshal is brittle and ice-cold. I've always noticed that when it comes to the breaking point, he is a man of iron without scruples. The 3 met at 10 in the morning, and half an hour later were joined by Ribbentrop, who was recovering from an attack of pneumonia. With quiet self-assurance, Hitler expressed a suspicion that Mussolini had not resigned voluntarily. He had been arrested. That meant fascism was in mortal danger, and they must seize any possibility of averting its collapse. He told of his plan to drop a parachute division around Rome and arrest the king and his family along with Bad Aglio and his henchmen. The catastrophe in Italy was almost immediately followed by the carpet bombing of Hamburg. By the morning of August 3, the city was a blazing mass of ruins. More than 6,000 acres of homes, factories and office buildings were gutted. 70,000 people were dead. Hitler was enraged, convinced as he was that such terror raids were a product of the Jews. He accused the leading British air commanders, including Portal and Harris, of being Jews or part Jewish. Psychologically, Hamburg's destruction was as devastating as Stalingrad, not only to ordinary citizens, but to Hitler's paladins. Goebbels was in a blue funk after inspecting the ruins of Hamburg, according to the diary of his own press officer, and for the first time posed the question, what if we lose to his subordinate? He armed himself with a pistol. The chief of the Luft Waff, so recently characterized as ice cold, was even more crushed by the bombings. We were met with a shattering picture, recalled Adolf Galland, one of those hastily summoned to his office. Gring had completely broken down, his head buried in his arm on the table. He moaned some indistinguishable words. We stood there for some time in embarrassment. At last Gring pulled himself together and said we were witnessing his deepest moments of despair. The Führer had lost faith in him. Negotiation with the enemy had become a common, if covert, topic at the Foreign Office ever since receipt of another peace filler from Stalin after the Battle of Stalingrad. Through former governor of Pennsylvania George Uhl was so convinced this was a serious offer that he persuaded Ribbentrop to present it to the Führer. Admiral Canaris, who himself had tried in vain to deal secretly with Roosevelt, he did so in the form of a memorandum which Hitler angrily tore up with a threat to execute anyone attempting to mediate on his own. There would be no negotiations, he said, until the Wehrmacht regained the initiative, and when his foreign minister timidly proposed they reduce the program of conquest in Europe so as to make it more acceptable to the Allies. He forbade Ribbentrop even to mention the matter again. Hitler was incensed. Believe me, we shall win, he said. The blow that has fallen is a sign telling me to grow harder and harder, and risk all we have. If we do, we shall win in the end. In the strictest confidence, Ribbentrop revealed all this to Fritz Hess. For safety's sake, their conversation took place on a walk through a wood near Wolf, Jans in a March snow flurry. All we can hope for now, he said, is that at least one of our opponents will grow sensible. Surely the English must realize that it would be madness to deliver us into the hands of the Russians. Tears came to his eyes, but he pulled himself together. He pledged Hess to secrecy. A few days later, they went for another walk in the snow. Of persuading the British and Americans of the insanity of the war they are waging against us. Didn't they understand that the defeat of Germany would only help Stalin and upset the balance of power in Europe? There must be some way, said Ribbentrop. Wasn't it possible to make them see that their own position throughout the world would be compromised? The Soviet military potential was already superior to that of the Western Allies. Can't we how make the British and Americans see that the victory of the Soviets is the opposite of what they want? Having spent years in England, Hess did not think this was possible. The two allies were not unduly worried about a Russian victory. Unlike the Germans, neither had experienced the first-hand terrors of Bolshevism, was already resuming his personal efforts to seek peace with Russia despite Hitler's definite injunction to cease further contact with Madame Kollontai. One of Ribbentrop's men, Peter Kleist, the Soviet ambassador to Sweden. His middleman was Edgar Kloss, a nondescript businessman who came from East Europe, spoke Russian and German with equal ineptitude, and lived in Sweden with a Swedish wife of Russian extraction. Kloss had met Stalin and Trotsky before the revolution and had connections with the Soviet embassy in Stockholm. Local Germans regarded him as either a braggart or a spy. After 2 long talks with members of the embassy, that the Soviets were determined not to fight for a day or even a minute, no longer than necessary on behalf of British and American interests. They felt that Hitler, Kloss reported to Kleist on June 18, 1943, blinded by ideology, had allowed himself to be pushed into the war by the intrigues of the capitalist powers. They feared it would be in an extremely weakened position after victory, when it would have to confront the cold steel of the Western powers, while confident that the Red Army could stand off the Wehrmacht. The Soviets distrusted the Americans and British since they had not yet come forward with any definite statements about war aims and territorial boundaries. Nor had they promised anything definite on the so-called Second Front in Europe. The Anglo-American landing in Africa seemed more like an attempt to protect their own flank from the Soviet Union than an attack on the Axis. Stalin therefore could not attach any real value to the promises of Roosevelt and Churchill, said Claus. On the other hand, the vast Soviet areas held by Hitler were a negotiable object, and a concrete deal could be concluded immediately. Stalin wanted only two things: a guarantee that peace would be preserved and economic aid. It was a tempting proposal, since it seemed clear that Claus had received his information directly from the Soviets, but there was always the chance that Kleist himself might be the victim of a Soviet trick. For hours that night, he wandered the streets of Stockholm, debating with himself. Finally, he decided that if there was the slightest possibility of ending the war and saving Europe from a Soviet invasion, he had no choice. The next morning, he flew to Berlin, intending to confess his forbidden conversation, but as he stepped out of the plane at Tempelhof, he was arrested on the charge that he had been conniving with the Jew Claus. Kleist was interrogated by Heydrich's successor, Ernst Kalten. Brunner, a burly man, 6'7", with a lantern jaw, a saber cut across one cadaver, aus cheek and dangling simian arms, he was impressed by Kleist's straight forward account. It rang true, he said. Kalten, Brunner also believed his denial that Claus was a Jew, and so only placed Kleist under house arrest. A fortnight later, this was cancelled, and he turned to the less dangerous operation of resettling Estonian Swedes. To his surprise, the question of peace was soon raised again, this time by Ribbentrop. The defeat at Kursk that summer had convinced him that German defeat was now irreversible, and he should brave the Führer's wrath. He summoned Kleist to Wolf, Schanz on August 16, and said, "I have asked you here because I want to hear that absurd story again of what went on up north. I mean your meeting with the Jew in Stockholm, before it's finally filed and put away for the next few hours." The two men thoroughly analyzed every detail about the possible motives of the Kremlin. Ignoring Hitler's order never to bring up negotiations again, Ribbentrop told him about the conversation with Kleist. The Führer did not explode, but repeated that there could never be any question of negotiating with Moscow. The war was to be fought relentlessly until victory. At the same time, he would allow Kleist to keep in touch with Claus, and if the Kremlin had any kind of offer, it was to be transmitted at once to Berlin. Kleist did not see Claus again for almost 3 weeks. At their meeting in early September, the WWII, who may very well have been misleading both the Russians and Germans about the extent of his intimacy with each of them, showed his displeasure. He was sick, he said, of playing at politics with people who didn't know what they wanted. A Soviet contact, it seemed, had stayed in Stockholm for 9 days, waiting in vain for Kleist. Not even a refusal had come from Berlin. Kleist managed to pacify Claus, then persuaded him to pay his respects to Madame Colin, and resume the contact. Claus returned with bad news. The Soviets, bolstered by continuing success in battle, would not negotiate unless the Germans gave a sign they were serious, for example, dismissing Rosenberg and Ribbentrop. Kleist could barely restrain a grin. That was going to be a delightful point to put in his report to the foreign minister, but he respectfully pointed out that Hitler had no intention of negotiating. Claus was not at all surprised. He sighed. The Germans didn't understand anything about negotiating. To do so, one needed patience and knowledge of one's partner. The Führer failed on both counts. Surprisingly, 4 days later, Kleist found Claus extraordinarily excited. His source at the Soviet embassy had just informed him that Moscow was about to take another dramatic step. Vice Commissar for Foreign Affairs Dekanoz, former ambassador in Berlin, would arrive in a week or so with authorization to speak directly to Kleist, and the Germans must release a previously agreed upon signed resignation of Ribbentrop, and Rosen would confirm that Kleist was authorized to take part in the talks. There were conditions. Kleist must return to Stockholm before Dekanozev's arrival. "What do you say now?" asked Claus, his face flushed with eagerness and impatience. "We have managed to refloat the wreck. Now all Hitler has to do is to get on board and set sail, and he'll be out of his dilemma. Will he do it?" On September 10, Kleist reported all this to Ribbentrop. Predictably, the foreign minister was hurt and angry that after all he had done to bring about Soviet-German rapport, his own resignation was a prerequisite for negotiations. He was also dubious that a man of Dekanozev's standing would be used in this kind of game. The next moment, his press officer interrupted with an announcement from Radio Moscow. Dekanozev was about to leave for Sofia to become ambassador. That, exclaimed Ribbentrop, proved his point. On the contrary, said Kleist, who knew more about Soviet tactics. This was confirmation from the Kremlin that Dekanozev was involved and would appear on neutral soil for talks. He suggested they reply with an announcement that Schulenburg had just been appointed Germany's ambassador to Sofia. Ribbentrop shook his head vigorously. The Führer would never send Schulenburg to Sofia. Kleist patiently explained that Stalin hadn't really intended to send Dekanozev there either. Both announcements would merely act as a sign understood only by the augurs and by nobody else in the world. Ribbentrop saw the light and with renewed enthusiasm left immediately for the Wolf Schanze. He returned late at night, somewhat sheepishly, with inhibiting instructions from Hitler. Kleist was to tell Claus privately that he was unable to get back to Sweden for the time being. "Try to hold on to the thread," said Ribbentrop. "The Führer is interested to find out how far the Russians will go." The next day, Kleist was recalled for another interview. This one completely discouraging. The Führer had decided to avoid any direct contact with the Soviets, however fleeting. Kleist left the room utterly dejected. They had come so close to no avail. Hitler's categorical refusal to negotiate with Stalin came at a curious time. 48 hours earlier, on September 8, shortly after Allied troops breached the narrow channel between Sicily and the toe of Italy, it had been announced that the new Italian regime under Marshal Badoglio had signed an armistice with the West. Hitler was badly shaken, even though he himself had predicted Badoglio would betray Germany. But he hadn't thought it possible, so he told the hastily summoned Goebbels that this treachery would be committed so dishonorably. Hitler's concern over the fate of 54,000 German troops in Sardinia and Corsica was succeeded by fear that the Allies might take the opportunity to launch their second front. The recent heavy English bombings were certainly suspicious. He was similarly haunted by another critical situation on the Eastern Front. The Wehrmacht, under heavy Soviet pressure, was withdrawing to the Dnieper. At this point, Goebbels wondered whether anything might be done with Stalin. Not for a moment, said Hitler. It would be easier to make a deal with the English at a given moment they would come to their senses. Goebbels disagreed. Stalin was more approachable, being a practical politician. Churchill was a romantic adventurer with whom one could not even talk sensibly. Sooner or later, predicted Goebbels, we shall have to face the question of inclining toward one enemy side or the other. Germany has never yet had luck with a two-front war. It won't be able to stand this one in the long run. Either concessions would have to be made, he said, pointing out how they had not come to power in 1933 by making unqualified demands. We did present absolute demands on August 13, 1932, but failed because of them. The first thing to do was admit that Italy was lost, and he urged Hitler to address the nation on this subject without delay. The people were entitled to frankness as well as a word of encouragement and solace from the Führer. With reluctance Hitler agreed, and on the night of September 10, from his bunker at Wolf's Lair, delivered a 20-page speech which was taped in Berlin and broadcast to the nation. Is founded not only on my own life but also on the destiny of our people. Neither time nor force of arms would ever bring the German people down. My right to believe unconditionally in success, he said. Those who joined Hitler at tea after the speech were revivified by his own display of good spirits. I must admit, wrote Goebbels' press officer in his diary, that for a while I was completely captivated. What secret strength comes from this man who can with a look and a handshake totally confuse a sober? The rather stilted words he broadcast must have sounded hollow to civilians undergoing devastating air raids and troops on the Eastern Front who were falling back with frightening losses. Realistic man such as myself, even so. Hitler, too, realized that words alone could not bolster his people's morale and decided to act drastically. Dramatically, he would rescue Mussolini, now held prisoner in a hotel near the top of Gran Sasso, the loftiest peak in the Apennines range of mountains, 100 miles from Rome. An attack up the steep rocky slope would not only cost many casualties, but give guards time to kill Mussolini. Parachuting int. Such terrain was about as risky, and so it was decided to use gliders. To carry off this piece of daring-do, Hitler chose a fellow Austrian, SS Captain Otto Skorzeny, a Viennese who stood 6'4", was apart from his size an imposing figure. He bore deep scars on his face from the 14 duels he had fought as a student, and carried himself with the air of a 14th century Condati. Skorzeny was not only a bold man of action, but a canny one who believed commando operations should be carried out with minimum force and as few casualties to both sides as possible. At 1 p.m. on Sunday, September 12, he and 107 men boarded gliders which, once airborne, began jerking erratically on their tow lines. The plan was to land on what appeared in photographs to be flat, grassy meadow near Il-Du's hotel. Mussolini, who had been threatening to commit suicide, was sitting by an open window with arms folded when a glider suddenly loomed and a parachute, acting as a brake, blossomed behind just before it crashed with a shattering noise 100 yards away. 4 or 5 men in khaki piled out and began assembling a machine gun. Mussolini had no idea who they were, only that they were not English. An alarm rang and carabinieri guards and police excitedly rushed from their barracks as other gliders began landing. One skidded to rest less than 20 yards from the hotel. It was Scorzeni's. Looking up, he saw Ilduz staring out at him away from the window. He shouted and lunged into the lobby. Skorzeny and his band literally bowled over the detachment of soldiers trying to stop them. Then he bolted up a staircase 3 steps at a time to the next floor and flung open a door. Mussolini stood in the middle of the room. "This," he said, "the Führer has sent me." "You are free." Mussolini embraced him. "I knew my friend Adolf Hitler would not abandon me," he said, and profusely thanked his rescuer. Skorzeny was surprised at Ilduz's appearance. He looked sick and unkempt in ill-fitting civilian clothes. He was unshaven. His usually smooth head was covered with short, stubbly hair. By 3 p.m., they were in a small Fieseler stork, which had managed to land safely on the sloping meadow. While happy to be free, Mussolini was apprehensive. Being a pilot, he knew how risky the take-off from this unlikely strip would be. As the plane gathered speed, it bumped erratically over rocks toward a yawning gully. The stork finally lifted, but its left wheel almost immediately struck the ground. The little plane bounced into space, then plunged straight into the gully. Skorzeny closed his eyes and held his breath, awaiting the inevitable crash. Somehow the pilot managed to pull the plane out of its dive and, to the shouts and waves of Germans and Italians on the meadow, guided it safely down into the valley. Nobody uttered a word. Only now, in most unsoldierly fashion, did Skorzeny lay a reassuring hand on Ilduz's shoulder. Within the hour, they landed in Rome, transferred to a Trimeter Heinkel, and were bound for Vienna. They arrived late at night and were driven to the Hotel Imperial. When Skorzeny brought Ilduz a pair of pajamas, he rejected them. "I never wear anything at night," he said, "and I would advise you to do the same." "Captain Skorzeny," he grinned roguishly, "especially if you slip with a woman." As midnight struck, Skorzeny's telephone rang. It was Hitler, who, until he received word of the rescue, had been like a caged lion, pacing to and fro. Listening for every ring of the telephone, his voice was husky with emotion. "You have performed a military feat which will become part of history," he said. "You have given me back my friend Mussolini." After a stop over in Munich, where Mussolini was reunited with his family, he and Skorzeny set off for East Prussia early on the morning of September 14. The Führer was waiting at the Wolf Schanz airstrip. He warmly embraced his ally, and for some time the two stood hand in hand. Finally, Hitler turned to Skorzeny, who had discreetly waited before dice, embarking, and thanked him effusively. This one daring feat had forever endeared him to Hitler. It had also captured the imagination and admiration of foes as well as friends. More important, the spirits of Germans were uplifted not only by the rescue of Mussolini, but by the manner in which it was done. The Führer expected Mussolini to wreak vengeance on Bad Aglio and the regime in power, but Ilduz's only ambition was retirement to the Romagna. Privately, he knew that his political life was over. His only future was as Hitler's pawn, and the latter reacted with sarcasm and resentment. "What is this sort of fascism which melts like snow before the sun?" he said. For years I have explained to my generals that fascism was the soundest alliance for the German people. I have never concealed my distrust of the Italian monarchy. At your insistence, however, I did nothing to obstruct the work which you carried out to the advantage of your king. But I must confess to you that we Germans have never understood your attitude in this respect. These words of intimidation were followed by a promise even more mean. You still treat Italy well despite bad. Aglio's treachery, if ill-disposed, would assume his role in a new republic. The war must be won, and once it is won, Italy will be restored to her rights. The fundamental condition is that fascism be reborn and that the traitors be brought to justice, otherwise Hitler would be forced to treat Italy as an enemy. The country would be occupied and governed by Germans. Mussolini wilted. If Hitler did not have his way, the Italian people would undoubtedly suffer. Renouncing his plans to retire, he issued an official communique announcing that he had today assumed the supreme direction of fascism in Italy. This was accompanied by 4 orders of the day, which reinstated those authorities dismissed by bad. Aglio instructed the party to support the Wehrmacht and investigate the conduct of members relative to the July 25 coup d'etat, reconstituted the fascist militia by sheer force of will. Hitler had turned things around in Italy, but he no longer had any illusions about his partner. I admit that I was deceived, he told his family circle. It has turned out that Mussolini is only a little man. During his guest's brief stay, Hitler remarked that he wanted to settle with Russia. It was only said to impress Mussolini, but Ribbentrop, who happened to be present, took it seriously and promptly asked for instructions. Hitler put him off, but once they were alone again, forbade Ribbentrop to make any overtures. He must have noticed his foreign minister's dejection, for he later took the trouble to call at his quarters. You know, Ribbentrop, he said, if I settled with Russia today, I would only come to grips with her again. Tomorrow just can't help it. Ever the wishful thinker, Ribbentrop still felt Hitler might relent. Late in the evening of September 22, he telephoned Kleist and asked if he could fly to Stockholm the next day. Kleist was astonished. It would be pointless to take such a trip, he said, without definite instructions. Ribbentrop admitted he had none to give, but ordered Kleist to go anyway as soon as possible. The following day, it was Goebbels, taking advantage of a seat near Hitler at dinner, who urged him to seek some sort of peace with either England or Russia. But Hitler said that negotiating with Churchill would be useless, since he was guided by hatred and not by reason, and Stalin could not possibly accede to German demands in the East. And so, against this background, Kleist set off again for Sweden, this time with a feeling ranging between annoyance and despair. It seemed obvious that Hitler was only flirting with peace. In Stockholm, Kleist was informed by a depressed Claus that the recent German refusal to accept terms for the talks had made him persona non grata at the Soviet embassy. Germany, he said, had lost her last chance in the East. He was right. 10 days earlier, Stalin had rejected another peace bid by the Japanese and promptly reported it to Washington. Then, following months of excuses, he agreed to a conference with Churchill and Roosevelt at Tehran. It took place late that November and bound the Grand Alliance, so it seemed inextricably together. One sum, how he managed to convince his wife, whom he kept almost permanently pregnant, that his infidelities were for the greater good of National Socialism. In one remarkable letter, She suggested he bring his latest mistress, M, to their Berchtesgaden home, and then expressed the hope that Bormann see to it that 1 year M has a child and the next year I, so that you always have a wife who is mobile. To E. Ganhan, Stangl he had been Uncle Dolph to Jelly Uncle Alf. 3 Scorzenies men escaped by cable car with their only casualties, 10 men injured in a glider crash. Chapter 27. ANDW ITHTHEBE ASTSOFTHEE ARTHAPRIL April 1944. To most Germans, Hitler's treatment of the Jews was a matter of minor importance. They had been indifferent to the lot of Jewish neighbors forced to wear the star of Davidoffter all. Didn't they deserve it? And even after the same neighbors began to disappear, it was assumed they had been deported. It was only wise to discount unspeakable rumors in a land where listening to a foreign broadcast was punishable by death. Not many knew about the killing centers. These were all in Poland, and each was surrounded by a barren stretch several miles wide posted with notice, is that trespassers would be shot on sight. To ensure secrecy, the process from deportation to murder was not only executed speedily but done so under a smoke screen of euphemism. The overall operation was referred to as special treatment. Collectively, the centers were described as the East. Individual installations were called labor concentration, transit or PW camps, and gas chambers and crematorium, Yun. Its were bath houses and corpse cellars. Rumors of atrocities were answered by lies. When an important Nazi official, Hans Lammers, brought Himmler several reports that Jews were being executed in large numbers, the Reichsfuhrer was vehement in denial. He explained that the so-called final solution order, received from the Führer through Heydrich, merely entailed evacuation of Jews from the homeland. During these movements, there had unfortunately been some deaths from sickness and attacks by enemy aircraft, and a number of Jews he admitted had to be killed during revolts as examples. Himmler assured Lammers that the majority of Jews were being accommodated in camps in the East, and brought out photo albums to show how they were working for the war effort as shoemakers, tailors, and such. This is the order of the Führer, emphasized Himmler. Then tell the Führer and tell me the names of the people who made these reports to you. Lammers refused to divulge any information and sought more information from Hitler himself. If you believe you have to take action, he gave almost identical information. I shall later on decide where these Jews will be taken, he said. Then added reassuringly, and in the meantime they are being cared for there. While some of those closest to Hitler truly did not know what was going on in the East, many others, victims of self-deception, guessed if they did not know the terrifying facts. Don't let anyone tell you he had no idea, Hans Frank later wrote, including himself in the accusation. Everyone sensed that there was something horribly wrong with this system, even if we didn't know all the details. We didn't want to know. It was too comfortable to live on the system, to support our families in royal style, and to believe that it was all right. This was the man who had recently told his subordinate, "It's that they were all accomplice is in the elimination of the Jews," which, disagreeable as it might be, was necessary in the interests of Europe in his role as head of the general government in Poland. Frank knew the order had come directly from the Führer, but the average German still was convinced that Hitler had no part in any brutality. People are now clinging to the hope that the Führer doesn't know about such things, can't know. Otherwise, he would take some steps, wrote an ardent Nazi woman to a friend in reference to the euthanasia program. The overture to the final solution anyway. They think he can't know how this is being done or on what scale. I feel, however, that this can't go on much longer without even this hope being lost. Those in Hitler's family circle could not imagine Uncle Adi authorizing the murder of Jews. It was unthinkable. Hadn't both Schmidt and Engel successfully persuaded the Führer to let a number of part Jewish Wehrmacht officers keep their commissions? The villain had to be either Bormann or Himmler, acting behind his back. But these two were only Hitler's faithful agents. He alone conceived the final solution, and he alone could have ordered its execution. Without him, there would have been no final solution, and he was confident he could get away with it if it were presented to the world as a fait accompli. There would be threats of retribution, but the memories of men are short, who today recalled the bitter condemnation of Turks for massacring 1 million Armenians during the Great War. The Führer instructed Himmler to proceed with the deportation of Jews to the East regardless of any unrest it might cause during the next 3 or 4 months. It must be carried out in an all-embracing way. While these words would certainly not have convinced the family circle that Hitler was a mass murderer, in a secret conversation on June 19, 1943, he added those he uttered some time later to Bormann would have. For us, he said, after proudly admitting that he had purged the German world of the Jewish poison, which we have prosecuted to its ultimate limit, and without which we should ourselves have been asphyxiated and destroyed, hadn't he always been absolutely fair in his dealings with the Jews? This has been an essential process of disinfection on the eve of the war. I gave them one final warning. I told them that if they precipitated another war, they would not be spared, and that I would exterminate the vermin throughout Europe, and this time once and for all. To this warning they retorted with a declaration of war, and affirmed that wherever in the world there was a Jew, there, too, was an implacable enemy of National Socialist Germany. Well, we have lanced the Jewish abscess, and the world of the future will be eternally grateful to us. One particularly horrifying aspect of Hitler's final solution had recently come to an apocalyptical ending. Of the 380,000 Jews crowded into the Warsaw Ghetto, all but 70,000 had been deported to the killing centers in an operation devoid of resistance. By this time, however, those left behind had come to the realization that deportation meant death. Jewish political parties within the ghetto finally resolved their differences and banded together to resist further shipments with force. With this in mind, they did so to Himmler's amazement, and he thereupon ordered the total dissolution of the Warsaw Ghetto. At 3 in the morning of April 9, 1943, more than 2,000 Waffen SS infantrymen, accompanied by tanks, flamethrowers, and dynamite squad, invaded the ghetto, expecting an easy conquest, only to be met by determined fire from 1,500 fighters, armed with weapons smuggled into the ghetto over a long period. Several light machine guns, hand grenades, 100 or so rifles and carbines, several hundred pistols and revolvers, and Molotov cocktails. Himmler had expected the action to take 3 days, but by nightfall, his forces had to withdraw. The one-sided battle continued day after day, to the bewilderment of the SS commander, General Jürgen Strupp, who could not understand why this trash and subhumanity refused to abandon a hopeless cause. He reported that although his men had initially captured considerable numbers of Jews, who are cowards by nature, it was becoming more and more difficult. Over and over again, new battle groups consisting of 20 to 30 Jewish men, accompanied by a corresponding number of women, kindled new resistance. The women, he noted, had the disconcerting habit of suddenly hurling grenades they had hidden in their bloomers. On the fifth day of frustration, Himmler ordered the ghetto combed out with the greatest severity and relentless tenacity. Strip decided to do this by setting fire to the entire Jewish area. Block by block, the Jews, he reported, remained in the burning buildings until the last possible moment before jumping from the upper stories to the street. They still tried to crawl across the street into buildings which had not yet been set on fire. Despite the danger of being burned alive, the Jews and bandits often preferred to return into the flames rather than risk being caught by us. With their bones broken, the defenders fought 3 weeks with reckless heroism, taking refuge as a last resort in the sewers. Firing from the few remaining Jewish nests of resistance became sporadic, and the following day, General Strip blew up the Tlumaki synagogue. Finally, on May 15, in the Aryan section of Warsaw, to celebrate the end of the battle. For exactly 4 weeks, the little Jewish army had held off superior, well-armed forces until almost the last man was killed or wounded. Of the 56,065 who were rounded up, 7,000 were shot out of hand, 22,000 were sent to Treblinka and Lublin. The remainder to labor camps. The German losses were 16 dead and 85 wounded. Of far more significance was the blow dealt to Hitler's concept of Jewish cowardice. Early that June, Pius XII secretly addressed the Sacred College of Cardinals on the extermination of the Jews. Every word we address to the competent authority on this subject, and all our public utterance, is, he said, in explanation of his reluctance to express more open condemnation, have to be carefully weighed and measured by us in the interests of the victims themselves, lest we make their situation worse and harder to bear. He did not add that another reason for proceeding cautiously was that he regarded Bolshevism as a far greater danger than Nazism. Contrary to our intentions, the position of the Holy See was deplorable, but it was an offense of omission rather than commission. The Church, under the Pope's guidance, had already saved the lives of more Jews than all other churches. Religious institutions and rescue organizations combined, and was presently hiding thousands of Jews in monasteries, convents, and Vatican City itself. The record of the Allies was far more shameful. The British and Americans, despite lofty pronouncements, had not only avoided taking any meaningful action, but gave sanctuary to few persecuted Jews. The Moscow Declaration of that year, signed by Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, methodically listed Hitler's victims as Polish, Italian, French, Dutch, Belgian, Norwegian, Soviet, and Cretan. The curious omission of Jews, a policy emulated by the U.S. Office of War Information, was protested vehemently but zealously by the World Jewish Congress. By the simple expedient of converting the Jews of Poland into Poles and so on, the final solution was lost in the Big Three's general classification of Nazi terrorism. Contrasting with their reluctance to face the issue of systematic Jewish extermination was the forthrightness and courage of the Danes, who defied German occupation by transporting to Sweden almost every one of their 6,500 Jews of the Finns, who provided refuge in Manchuria for some 5,000 wandering European Jews in recognition of financial aid given by the Jewish firm of Kuhn, allies of Hitler who saved all but 4 of their 4,000 Jews, and of the Japanese, another ally, Loeb and Company, during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-5. But the man who did most to hinder the atrocities in the East was a 34-year-old German lawyer who worked for Himmler, had become imbued with the ethics of law from his student days, and even as an assistant SS judge was outspoken in his disapproval of illegality, whoever committed it. Conrad Morgan, son of a railroad conductor, his judgments based strictly on the evidence, so exasperated his superiors that Morgan was posted to a front-line SS division as punishment. Because of his outstanding reputation, he was transferred in 1943 to the Financial Crimes Office with understanding that he was not to deal with political cases. Early that summer he was given a routine investigative mission to clear up a long-standing corruption case at Buchenwald concentration camp. The Commandant Karl Koch had been suspected of hiring out camp laborers to civilian employers, racketeering in food supplies, and in general running the camp for his own personal profit. The initial investigation had failed to bring conviction when a parade of witnesses categorically supported Koch's plea of innocence. Morgan journeyed in July to Weimar, where he installed himself in Hitler's favor at local hostelry, the Elephant Hotel, and quietly began his research. To his surprise, he found the concentration camp located on a hill above Weimar, a prospect pleasing to the eye. The installations were clean and freshly painted, the grounds covered with grass and flowers. The prisoners appeared to be healthy, sun-tanned, normally fed. They enjoyed regular mail service and a large camp library, which boasted books in foreign languages. There were variety shows, movies, sporting contests, and even a brothel. As Morgan began to dig deeper, he learned that the corruption at Buchenwald had started with the influx of Jews after Crystal Night. Unfortunately, the closer he got to the truth about Koch, the further he was from proof. Too often for coincidence, he found that prisoners said to have information of corruption were now dead. From their files he discovered that the dates of death were years apart, and in each case a different cause was given. Suspecting murder, he ordered an investigation, but his own special agent could not find a single clue and refused to continue his search. An ordinary man would have abandoned the investigation, but Morgan was so convinced that crime had been committed that he turned detective himself. He went to local banks where he briefly displayed official-looking papers and pretended that he had been authorized by Himmler to examine Koch's accounts. His persistence was rewarded. At one bank he found undeniable evidence that Koch had embezzled 100,000 marks. Finally, proof of murder came when Morgan burrowed deep into the prison records to discover that witnesses were taken to a secret cell and eliminated. Armed with a bulging briefcase of records and affidavits, Morgan set out for Berlin. His superior, the chief of criminal police, blanched at the evidence. He had not expected Morgan to take his assignment so seriously, and hurriedly passed him on to Calton. Brunner, Heydrich's successor, was equally agaster, pretended to be, and said, "That's not my business. Take it to your own boss in Munich." Morgan dutifully took the evidence to the head of the SS legal department, who was just as unwilling to take any responsibility. You'll have to tell all that to Himmler, he said. Morgan proceeded to the Reichsführer's headquarters, where he was refused an interview. With the help of a sympathetic member of Himmler's personal staff, Morgan proceeded to draft a cautiously worded telegram outlining the case. The problem was to get it delivered personally. Somehow it was slipped through the bureaucratic barrier and came to Himmler's attention. To the amazement of almost everyone, he gave Morgan complete authority to proceed against Koch, his wife, and any one else connected with the sordid case. Some thought it was because of Himmler's mistrust of Oswald Pohl, the administrator of all concentration camps. Others believed that he did not realize the case was a potential Pandora's box. But those who knew Himmler most intimately felt it was another instance of his peculiar sense of honor. Cruelty has a human heart. There was no more paradoxical figure in the higher reaches of National Socialism than Heinrich Himmler. He impressed many by his charm and politeness, his modesty at meetings, his reasonableness. Diplomats described him as a man of sober judgment, and the resistance movement regarded him as the sole leading Nazi who could be utilized in ending Hitler's rule. The most unscrupulous figure in the Third Reich to Max Amenhe was a kind of row, Bespi, or witch-burning Jesuit. What made him sinister to Karl Burckhardt? To General Haas? Back he was the Führer's evil spirit, cold and calculating. The former League of Nations High Commissioner of Danzig was his capacity to concentrate upon little things, his pettifogging conscientiousness, and his inhuman methodology. He had a touch of the roe, but to his young daughter Gudrun he was a loving father. Whatever is said about my papy, she recently said, what has been written or shall be written in the future about him was my father, the best father I could have, and I loved him and still love him. Most of his subordinates regarded Himmler as a warm, thoughtful employer with a deep sense of democracy. He played scat with secretaries and soccer with aides and adjutants. Once he invited a dozen young charwomen to his birthday dinner and ordered his reluctant officers to choose them as table companions. Then himself led off the head charwoman. The key to this enigmatic character did not lie in his youth. He came from a well-to-do Bavarian middle-class family and was named after his father's most famous pupil, Prince Heinrich von Wittelsbach. Young Himmler was neither more nor less anti-Semitic than the average young Bavarian of his class, and the remarks about Jews in his diary were those of a bigot trying to be fair rather than of a racist. He had rigid convictions concerning sex, and these were not unusual for his day. In short, he seemed to be the predictable product of Bavarian education and training, a promising young bureaucrat, meticulous and regulated. By 1922, at age 22, Himmler was a typical young nationalist with anti-Semitic leanings and a romantic vision of military life. That year he wrote a poem on the flyleaf of his diary, which revealed his dream of dying for a cause. Although they may pierce you, fight, resist, stand by. You yourself may perish, but keep the banner high. It was not strange that a young man of such bent should be attracted by the theories of National Socialism and its charismatic leader. A bureaucrat by training and loyal by nature, he was a perfect Nazi career man. As he rose in the party, he became the victim of a battle raging within himself. He was a Bavarian, yet fervently admired Prussian kings like Frederick, the great and constantly praised Prussian austerity and hardness, himself dark of average size and somewhat oriental features, he believed fanatically that the ideal German was Nordic, and, like his master, preferred to surround himself with tall, blond, blue-eyed subordinates. He admired physical perfection as well as athletic skill, yet was constantly suffering from stomach cramps. He presented a ridiculous figure on skis or in the water, and once collapsed trying to win a lowly bronze medal in the mile run. With more personal power than anyone in the Reich except Hitler, he remained unpretentious and conscientious. Conscientiously rebuilt his SS on Jesuit principles by assiduously copying the service statutes and spiritual exercise is presented by Ignatius Loyola. Born and bred a Catholic, he now relentlessly attacked the Church, and yet, according to a close associate, dreaded by millions, he trembled before the Führer, who he confessed to a subordinate, made him feel like a school boy who hadn't done his homework. Like his Führer, Himmler was indifferent to things material and, unlike Göring and others, never profited from his position. He lived in frugal simplicity, eating moderately, drinking sparingly, and restricting himself to 2 cigars a day. He maintained one household on the Tegern, see for his wife and daughter, another near the Knig, see for his personal secretary, Hedwig Pathist, who bore him a son and a daughter, and as a man of responsibility, he provided for each family in a style which left him very little for his personal use. Some of his tenets were so eccentric that even his faithful followers found them difficult to accept: glacial cosmogony, magnetism, homeopathy, mesmerism, natural eugenics, clairvoyance, faith, healing, and sorcery. He sponsored experiments in obtaining gasoline by having water run over coal, and in producing gold out of base metals. While his power had all come from Hitler, the Führer wanted nothing to do with him personally. "I need such policemen," he told Schaub, who had been entreated by Himmler to get him an invitation to the Berghof, "but I don't like them." Hitler went so far as to order his personal adjutant, Schultz, an SS captain, not to keep his nominal chief informed about the daily military discussions. At the same time, he put the Reichsfuhrer in full charge of the operation closest to his heart, the final solution. In some respects, it was an appropriate appointment. From the beginning, Himmler had been under Hitler's spell, and he remained totally Hitler's man, his disciple and subject. Furthermore, Himmler was the epitome of National Socialism. For it was as a diligent professional party worker that Himmler had overcome his own problems of identity. He was the Führer's faithful right hand, who, despite squeamishness in the face of blood or beatings, had become a mass killer by remote control, an efficient businessman, murderer. He had done so while retaining his sentimentality. "I've often bagged a deer," he confided to his personal physician, "but I must tell you I've had a bad conscience each time I've looked in its dead eyes recently, at some personal risk." He had connived with Field Marshal Milch to save the lives of 14,000 Jewish skilled laborers in Holland. He had also released from Ravensbrück concentration camp the mother of a Luftwaffe colonel who refused to renounce her belief as a Jehovah's Witness. He did so under Milch's threat never to speak to him again. He so wanted to be considered a good fellow. If approached diplomatically, he found it difficult to resist a reasonable plea for mercy. In one case, he freed a deserter; in another, forgave an official for writing a biting critique of SS treatment of the Poles. But his sense of honor forbade him to show mercy to his own flesh and blood. When a nephew, an SS officer, was brought up on charges of homosexuality, he immediately signed the order sending him to a punishment camp. During imprisonment, the young man committed other homosexual acts, and the uncle ordered his execution. Rolf Wesser, an SS judge, urged leniency, but Himmler refused. I do not want anyone to say that I was more lenient because it was my own nephew. It was Hitler himself who had to revoke the judgment of death. Under Himmler's supervision, the work of the killing centers reached the peak of efficiency by the fall of 1943. At Auschwitz, those selected for death marched to the gas chambers, unaware of their fate, past an inmate symphony orchestra conducted by the Jewish violinist Alma Rose. At Treblinka, however, the Jews almost always knew they were about to die and would cry and laugh from shock. Annoyed guards lashed away at them babies who hindered attendance while shaving their mother's hair, would be smashed against a wall if there was any resistance. Guards and Kapo's trustees would use whips to drive the naked victims in. Trucks bound for the gas chamber, the thought of refusing the order to murder never entered the heads of the executioners. I could only say, "Ja, wohl," the commandant of Auschwitz later confessed. It didn't occur to me at all that I would be held responsible. Then the man who gave the orders was responsible, nor did these executioners ever question whether the Jews deserved their fate. You see, in Germany, it was understood that if something went wrong, don't you see, we SS men were not supposed to think about these things. It never even occurred to us. We were all so trained to obey orders without even thinking that the thought of disobeying an order would simply never have occurred to anybody. Those who participated in the exterminations had been trained so rigorously that one would shoot his own brother if ordered to, and somebody else would have done it just as well if I hadn't. Besides, orders were everything. Some of the executioners thoroughly enjoyed their work, but these were sadistic at the peril of punishment from their chief. Years earlier, Himmler had forbidden independent action against the Jews by any member of his organization. The SS commander must be hard, but not hardened. He instructed one Sturmbannführer, "If during your work intervene at once." Recently, he had passed down a similar judgment to the SS legal department in regard to unauthorized shootings of Jews. You come across cases in which some commander exceeds his duty or shows signs that his restraint is becoming blurred. Judicial punishment should be imposed for murder or manslaughter, as the case may be. That was undoubtedly why he had authorized Morgan to bring the commandant of Buchenwald to trial. If the motive is selfish, sadistic, or sexual, training his men to become hard but not hardened was a difficult task for Himmler, and he attempted to do so by transforming the SS into an order of knights with the motto, "Loyalty is my honor." He imbued the SS, therefore, not only with a sense of racial superiority, but with the hard virtues of loyalty, comradeship, duty, truth, diligence, honesty, and knighthood. His SS, as the elite of the party, was the elite of the German Volk and therefore the elite of the entire world. By establishing castles of the order to indoctrinate SS members in his ideals, he hoped to breed a new man, far finer and more valuable than the world had yet seen. He also lectured his men on good manners and good breeding. Whether it is a dinner you are giving or the organization of a march, wherever there are guests. I insist that you attend to the slightest details, for I want the SS to set an example of propriety everywhere, and show the utmost courtesy and consideration to all fellow Germans. His SS men were to be models of neatness. I do not want to see a single white vest with the slightest spat of dirt. Furthermore, they must drink like gentlemen, or you will be sent a pistol and asked to put an end to it. They were to be gentlemen, in fact, no matter how atrocious their mission. And with this in mind, Himmler summoned his SS generals to Posen on October 4, 1943. His primary purpose was to enlarge the circle of those privy to the extermination of the Jews. The recent revelations by Morgan, combined with persistent rumors of terrors in the concentration camps, were causing apprehension and some revulsion among the most loyal adherents of the Führer. Now that the truth was leaking out, he had decided to involve the party and the military in his final solution. By making them in effect co-conspirators, he would force them to fight on to the end. The war was probably lost, but this would give him time to fulfill his main ambition. If worse came to worst, he would take millions of Jews to death with him. The speech to the SS officers was only the first in a series of information lectures by Himmler that were to include many civilian leaders and Wehrmacht officers. The first was the most important of the scheduled speeches, since he must convince the SS that the execution of this distasteful deed was not at variance with the highest principles of their order. In a sense, he said he wanted to talk to them quite frankly on a very grave matter. Among ourselves, it should be mentioned once, quite openly, but we will never speak of it publicly. His reluctance to proceed was obvious, but finally he said, "I mean the evacuation of the Jews, the extermination of the Jewish race. It's one of those things. It is easy to talk about the Jewish race is being exterminated," says one party member. "If that's quite clear, it's in our program. Elimination of the Jews, and we're doing it, exterminating them." These plain words, after years of rhetoric and sloganeering, were shocking despite the unwelcome suspicions raised by Morgan and Kurt Gerstein. More so was Himmler's condemnation of those who had been profiting by the final solution. A number of SS men, there are not very many of them, have fallen short, and they will die without mercy. We had the moral right, we had the duty of our people to destroy this race which wanted to destroy us. But we have not the right to enrich ourselves with so much as a fur, a watch, a mark, or a cigarette, or anything else. Because we have exterminated a bacterium, we do not want to be eventually infected by the bacterium or die of it. I will not allow so much as a sepsis to appear here or gain a hold. Wherever it may form, we must cauterize it. In the final analysis, however, we can say that we have fulfilled this most difficult duty for the love of our people, and our spirit, our soul, our character have not suffered injury from it. 2 days later, Himmler spoke in the same vein to a group of Gauleiters and Reichsleiters. The sentence, "The Jews must be exterminated," with its few words, gentlemen, can be uttered easily, but what that sentence demands of the man who must execute it is the hardest and toughest thing in existence. It was apparent to his listeners that they were about to hear what they had been closing their ears to for months. I ask you really only to hear and never to talk about what I tell you in this circle. When the question arose, what should be done with the women and children, I decided here also to adopt a clear solution. I did not deem myself justified in exterminating the men, that is to say, to kill them or let them be killed, while allowing their children to grow up to avenge themselves on our sons and grandchildren. The hard decision had to be taken. This people must disappear from the face of the earth. This was, he said, the most onerous assignment the SS ever had. It was carried out, I think I can say, without our men and our leaders suffering the slightest damage to spirit or soul. They had remained knights despite mass extermination. A leaden silence fell over the hall. He spoke, recalled Baldur von Schirach, with such icy coldness of the extermination of men, women, and children, as a businessman speaks of his balance sheet. There was nothing emotional in his speech, nothing that suggested an inner involvement. After enlarging on the difficulties of this awesome task, Himmler brought the subject to a close. You now know what is what, and you must keep it to yourself. Perhaps at a much later time we shall consider whether something about it can be told to the German people. But it is probably better to bear the responsibility on behalf of our people, responsibility for the deed as well as for the idea, and take the secret with us in't. Our graves he was like Brutus, forcing his colleagues to dip their hands in Caesar's blood. The final solution was no longer the burden only of Hitler and Himmler, but theirs, a burden they must carry in silence. Bormann closed the meeting with an invitation to lunch in the adjoining hall. During the meal, Schirach and the other Gauleiters and Reichsleiters would. Leslie avoided each other's eyes. Most guessed that Himmler had only revealed the truth so as to make them accomplices, and that evening they drank so much that a good number had to be helped in. The train that was taking them to the Wolf Schanze was so disgusted by the drunken spectacle that the next day he urged Hitler to read his party leaders a lecture on temperance. Albert Speer, who had addressed the same audience just before Himmler. The Jews were not the only victims of Hitler's new order. Millions of others, particularly in occupied Russia, had been shot, gassed, and beaten to death. During a recent visit to Wolf Schanze, Peter Kleist had voiced opposition to this policy to the Führer himself in a long, detailed memorandum. You've given me a very unpleasant picture of conditions in occupied Russia, said Hitler after reading it. Isn't this idea of improving conditions by giving in to the ambitious demands of any nationalist politician that come along nothing but an illusion? These nationalists will just think we are weak, and their ambition will spur them on to make more and more demands. Kleist spoke out boldly, explaining that he did not mean they should give in to demands. Rather create conditions that would make the peoples of the East choose Germany instead of the Soviet Union. As he continued, Hitler listened thoughtfully, eyes on the floor. This gave Kleist the rare opportunity of observing his face at leisure. I had always been struck by the way in which his expression was split up in many different units. It seemed to be composed of single elements that did not combine to form any real unity. Finally, Hitler interrupted. He was not at all angry, but completely cool, calm, and thoughtful, as if talking to himself. I cannot turn back now, he said, gazing into space, and would bring a landslide. He did promise to consider a more liberal course once he had gained the military initiative. Any change in my attitude would certainly be misunderstood as giving in the military situation being what it is. But Kleist felt this was only rhetoric. How could you change such a mind? Abruptly, Hitler looked up at Kleist. Gone was the calm, contemplative mood. It's an illusion, he exclaimed with some violence. You have a right to think only of the moment and of the situation weighing upon us at the present time. But that is also where you fall short. I have a duty to think of tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. I cannot forget the future for the sake of a few momentary successes. In 100 years, Germany would be a nation of 120 million. For that population, I need empty space. I cannot grant the Eastern peoples any sovereign rights of independence and replace Soviet Russia with a new national Russia, which is, for that very reason, much more firmly knit together. Policy is made not with illusions but with facts. Space is the deciding question for me in the East. And so his policy of oppression continued, accompanied by the ruthless starvation of Soviet prisoners of war. Alfred Rosenberg himself bore witness to this inhumanity in a scorching letter to Keitel that must have been prepared and thrust upon the minister for the occupied Eastern territories by more forceful subordinates. It charged that of the 3,600,000 Soviet prisoners of war, only a few 100,000 were in good health. The great majority had been starved or shot out of hand in a series of atrocities that ignored potential understanding. Countless other Soviet prisoners, along with non-Jewish inmates of concentration camps, were dying in a series of medical experiments, some after lying naked in snow or icy water, some during high-altitude tests, some as guinea pigs for mustard gas and poison bullets. Gypsies at Dachau and Buchenwald satisfied the curiosity of a group of doctors who wanted to know how long human beings could live on salt water. Polish women at the Ravensbrück camp were inflicted with gas gangrene wounds. The administration of occupied territories throughout Europe had also resulted in manifold executions as reprisals for acts of sabotage and rebellion. These were legalized by an order issued by the Führer on Pearl Harbor Day. Once he realized all hope of taking Moscow was gone, and eventual victory was dubious. Bearing the odd but apt title Night and Fog Decree, it ordered that all persons endangering German security, except those to be executed immediately, were to vanish without leaving a trace. Their families were to be told nothing of their fate. By the fall of 1943, Hitler's new order in Western Europe, which purported to be an amalgamation of states for the common good, was exposed for what it was, a plunder economy. Faced with millions reluctant to become mere vassals, Hitler turned from persuasion to sheer force. Acts of work stoppage and sabotage were answered by enforced labor and the execution of hostages. In Holland and France, the death toll was more than 20,000. Legalized pillage had become the order of the day, with boxcars of loot including food, clothing and art treasures converging on the homeland from Norway, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, and Denmark. This did not include enormous occupation assessments. France alone was paying 7 billion marks a year for membership in the new order. Hitler revealed the truth to the entire party leadership at a meeting in Berlin. All that rubbish of small states still existing in Europe must be liquidated as fast as possible. The aim of our struggle must be to create a unified Europe. The Germans alone can really organize Europe. A unified Europe, of course, meant one completely dominated by Germany, one kept orderly by the Gestapo and collaboration police. Yet with all its oppressions and brutal reprisals, Hitler's new order had not aroused the spirit of rebellion among the masses. Most of the occupied peoples still cooperated with Nazi authorities so that they could lead comparatively normal lives. Attacks on German overseers or attempts to disrupt the administration and economy of their nation would inevitably lead to massive reprisals at worst or a lowering of their own standard of living at best. Convinced that general strikes, it was easier and more prudent to make common cause with an occupation that probably would last indefinitely. It was this will to survive that reduced resistance activities to a minimum. Few, indeed, belonged to the underground, and too often, as in France, there was bloody, debilitating rivalry between communist and non-communist partisan units. The only substantial resistance movement was in Yugoslavia, and this too was blunted by the internecine quarrel between Tito, a communist who strove to unite all anti-Hitler elements, and Mihailovic, the Serbian nationalist. Although Hitler's ultimatum, it aimed to transform most of Europe into a Germanic empire, was now in the open. The extent of his ambitions was not. Even many of his enemies surmised he would restrict himself to Europe. They would have been confounded to read his secret handwritten notes on the subject. England, for the good of the world, must remain unchanged in its present form. Consequently, after final victory, we must effect a reconciliation. Only the king must go in his place, the Duke of Windsor. With him we will make a permanent treaty of friendship instead of a peace treaty. Scandinavia and the Iberian Peninsula, he continued, would be joined under the new order, thus materializing that united Europe envisaged by Charles the Great, Prince Eugene, and Napoleon. The most important point of final victory will be the exclusion of the United States from world politics for all time and the destruction of their Jewish community. For this purpose, Dr. Goebbels will have dictatorial authority as governor to accomplish the total re-education of the racially mixed and inferior population. Göring will also help in this respect, above all by mobilizing all those with German blood, at least 50% of the inhabitants, so they can be educated militarily and regenerated nationalistically, while Hitler envisaged grandiose plans of conquest that encompassed 5 continents. His armies in the east were being steadily driven back toward the homeland, inspired by success in repelling Operation Citadel. The Soviet High Command had gone over to the attack with confidence and daring. In the last 6 months of 1943, the Red Army had advanced in some places as much as 250 miles, throwing the Germans in the south and center back across the Dnieper River. This only spurred Hitler to accelerate the final solution, and early in 1944 he allowed the secret to be revealed to a large non-party, non-SS group. On January 26, 1944, Himmler made his third address. This to some 260 high-ranking Army and Navy officers in a theater at Posen. In his cool, antiseptic manner, he told how Hitler had given him the mission of extermination. I can assure you that the Jewish question has been solved. 6 million have been killed. A wave of applause swept the auditorium. One Wehrmacht officer near Colonel von Gersdorf, who had tried in vain to bomb Hitler and himself to bits, stood up on a chair in his enthusiasm. From the rear of the hall, an aghast general checked to see how many of his colleagues were not applauding. He could count but 5. Himmler continued this campaign of enlightenment in the next weeks. He admitted to a group of Navy leaders that he had ordered women and children killed, a criminal to our descendants if I allowed hate-filled sons to grow to manhood in this battle of humans against subhumans. But we must recognize more and more that we are engaged in a primitive, I would be a weakling, regional, natural racial battle. He told much the same story to another group of generals at Santafen. The Jewish question in Germany and in general throughout the occupied territories is solved, he said. And when he added that it had been done without compromise, there was applause. In all, Himmler made some 15 speeches on the final solution, covering a wide range of audience, but significantly, never one of Foreign Office personnel. The last days of 1943 were oppressive ones for Hitler, but his extermination program was threatened when SS Judge Morgan finally uncovered the network of corruption at Buchenwald. Not only did his troops face new setbacks at Leningrad and throughout the Ukraine, an accomplice of Camp Cumin, Aunt Cox named Cler, lost his nerve and agreed to testify. He was jailed as a material witness, but within days was found dead in his cell. In the light of such damning evidence, Koch wilted under Morgan's relentless interrogation. He confessed that besides enriching himself at the expense of the inmates, he had executed a number of them to cover up his secret. The successful prosecution of Koch by no means satisfied Morgan's sense of justice. He pursued the trail of corruption to Poland. In Lublin, Morgan was warmly greeted by the camp's commandant criminal, Mr. Worth, who had acted as Gerstein's guide in Belzec. He revealed with pride that it was he who had not only built the 4 extermination camps in the Lublin area, but organized the system of extermination. Each establishment, he said, had been built up like a Potemkin village. As trains pulled into a dummy railroad station, the occupants imagined they were entering a city or town. With relish, Worth described how he or one of his representatives would greet the newcomers with a set speech. Jews, you were brought here to be resettled, but before we organize the future Jewish state, you must of course learn how to work. You must learn a new trade. After these coming words, the victims would innocently start off on their march to death. Worth's description of the entire process seemed completely fantastic to Morgan, but not after he toured the building which housed the loot. From the massive pile, including one incredible heap of watch, realized that something frightful was going on. Here never had he seen so much money at one time. Particularly foreign currency, there were coins from all over the world. He gaped in wonder at the gold smelting furnace and its prodigious stack of gold bars. Morgan inspected all 4 camps built by Worth: Majdanek, Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belzec. In each one he saw evidence of execution gas chambers, the ovens, the mass graves. Here was crime on a ghastly scale. Yet he was helpless to act, since the order had come directly from the Führer's chancellery. Morgan's only recourse was to prosecute the arbitrary killings of prisoners. These could be brought before the SS judicial system. He set out to get evidence and persevered, despite continued hindrances, until he found sufficient proof to bring charges of murder against the 2 top officials at Majdanek. The guiding spirit of all 4 camps, the helpful Christian Worth, continued to talk freely to Morgan. One day he remarked casually that a man named ran another large extermination complex near Auschwitz. This sounded like fertile ground for Morgan, but his authority was limited, and he had to find some good reason to go so far afield. He soon found his excuse: an unsolved case of gold smuggling involving several men on staff. And so, by early 1944, the doughty Morgan was investigating the death camps near Auschwitz. He had no trouble locating numerous sheds loaded with loot, gas chambers, and crematories. But investigations of illegal killings and corruption were blocked every time one of his men got too close to the truth, and Morgan decided to return to Germany so he could attend to a more important matter, mass official killings themselves. Morgan decided to approach Himmler personally and make it clear that the extermination system was leading Germany straight into the abyss. To reach the Reichsführer, he again had to go through channels. First on the list was his immediate superior, the chief of the criminal police. Nib listened in shocked silence. I could see his hair stand on end when I made my report, and when he found tongue he told Morgan to report the matter immediately to Calton Brunner. He too was appalled and promised to take his protest to both Himmler and Hitler. Next came Chief Justice of the SS Court Breithaupt. He was so incensed that he promised to arrange a meeting between Himmler and Morgan. But this time the machinery of bureaucracy prevented Morgan from getting beyond the Reichsführer's anteroom. By removing from this system of destruction the leaders and important elements through the means offered by the system itself. This convinced Morgan that he would have to take a more practical route to justice, that is, I could not do this with regard to the killings ordered by the head of the state, but I could do it for killings outside of this order, or against this order, or for other serious charges. Determined to institute proceedings against as many leaders as possible in hopes of undermining the entire system of mass murder, he returned to his task with spirit. He expanded the scope of investigation to concentration camps despite threats and attempted reprisals. At Oranienburg, one of his informers, a prisoner named Ruth, was saved at the last moment from a public execution designed to warn other inmates not to collaborate with Morgan. Even so, he won the nickname the Bloodhound Judge, bringing some 800 cases of corruption and murder to trial, 200 of which resulted in sentences. Karl Koch of Buchenwald was shot. The commandant of Maidenek was also executed, his chief assistant condemned to death. The commandant of Hertogenbosch was posted to a penal unit for maltreatment of prisoners, and the head of Flossenburg was fired for drunkenness and debauchery. These trials caused such reverberations in the hierarchy by the early spring of 1940, for that Himmler, undoubtedly at Hitler's order, instructed Morgan to cease further investigations. The Bloodhound Judge was going too far, too successfully, and was about to launch a full-scale inquiry into Rudolph's and the Auschwitz constellation of camps. The shock wave of Morgan's one-man house cleaning had already compromised the Lublin killing complex. Criminal Commissar Wirth was instructed to destroy 3 of the 4 camps he had built it, Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belz, without leaving a trace. That task completed, Wirth was dispatched to Italy to defend Rhodes against partisans. Here the man who had escaped Morgan's justice was soon brought down by a Ruder O'Neill partisan bullet in the back. Conrad Morgan was surreptitiously continuing his lonesome attempt to end the final solution. He was particularly interested in a rather low-ranking SD officer named Eichmann. In the meantime, despite the Himmler-Hitler order, one Himmler was determined to breed out within 100 years. The dark German types like himself and Hitler by mating them exclusively with blonde women. An SS maternity organization whose main function was to adopt racially suitable children for childless SS families and to assist racially sound unwed mothers and their children. To promote this racial policy, he established Lebensborn Spring of Life. Thousands of children in the occupied territories were kidnapped and raised in special SS installations. All good blood in the world, Himmler told his SS generals. All Germanic blood which is not on the side of the Reich can one day be our destruction. There, for every German of the best blood whom we can bring to Germany and make int. A self-aware German is a fighter for us, and one less on the other side. To rob and steal where I can lurid post. War accounts describe Lebensborn as stud farms where SS men and suitable young women were mated to breed a master race. I really have the intention of fetching German blood from all over the world. While Himmler's program did nothing to discourage illegitimacy, there is no evidence that he sponsored illicit sexual liaisons, nor is there proof that the kidnapping of children was done on a large scale. The fact that there were only 700 employees in all the Lebensborn homes casts doubts on such claims. Certainly Himmler envisaged a huge operation, but Lebensborn never realized anywhere near its full potential because of the overriding needs of the resettlement and extermination operations. 2. These were among the most indomitable of Hitler's victims, and most of those imprisoned refused a standing offer of freedom if they would but renounce their faith. 3. The experiments made by Stanley Milgram in the United States, as described in his book, Obedience to Authority, indicate that blind obedience is not limited to Germans. During the Milgram experiments, only 35% of those tested refused in order to inflict pain on fellow human beings. The majority simply obeyed the voice of authority. These tests made in 1960 were corroborated by Vietnam and, to an extent, by Watergate. For Speer claims to this day that he knew nothing of the final solution. Some scholars have accused him of attending Himmler's speech, since during it, the Reichsführer specifically addressed. Speer insists he left for Rastenburg immediately after his own speech. Field Marshal Milch confirmed this. Granted that Speer was not present, it is difficult to believe he did not know of the extermination camps. From the text of Himmler's speech, it is clear that he thought he was talking directly to Speer and assuming that he was one of the high-ranking conspirators. 5. These documents are presently in the Mullern-Schenhausen collection. 6. Morgan also did his best to convict Ilse Koch, the wife of the Buchenwald commandant. He was convinced that she was guilty of sadistic crimes, but the charges against her could not be proven. After the war, Morgan was asked by an American official to testify that Frau Koch made lamp shade is from the skin of inmates. Morgan replied that while she undoubtedly was guilty of many crimes, she was truly innocent of this charge. After personally investigating the matter, he had thrown it out of his own case. Even so, the American insisted that Morgan sign an affidavit that Frau Koch had made the lamp shade is. Anyone undaunted by Nazi threats was not likely to submit to those of a representative of the democracies. His refusal to lie was followed by a threat to turn him over to the Russians, who would surely beat him to death. Morgan's second and third refusals were followed by severe beatings. Though he detested Frau Koch, nothing could induce him to bear false witness. Fortunately, Morgan survived and is presently practicing law in West Germany. Part 9, Chapter 28. THEARMYBOMBPLOTNOVEMBER July 21, 1944. On the eve of the 20th anniversary of the Beer Hall Putsch, Germany's strategic position was frankly revealed to 100 or so Reichs, Leiters and Gauleiters by General Jodl, of the failure to draw Spain int the war and thus seize Gibraltar because of that Jesuit foreign minister Sereno Zur. In a top secret lecture at Munich he told of the bitter defeats in Russia and of the most monstrous of all betrayals in history, that of the Italians, alarming his listeners with the admission that the Western Allies enjoyed such tremendous air superiority that a massive landing could not possibly be contained by the present defense forces. Jodl spoke extemporaneously of the future. There was he concluded only one solution to mobilize every German able to bear arms. It would not be possible to drain troops and supplies from the east, he said, since things were indeed getting warm there. New ways had to be found to solve the dilemma of man-power shortage in the West. In my opinion, the time has come to take steps with remorseless vigor and resolution in Denmark, Holland, France and Belgium to compel thousands of idle ones to carry out the fortification work, which is more important than any other work. The necessary orders for this have already been given. The glum picture of the present ended with the acknowledgement that the terror air raids by the West weighed most heavily on the home front and that U-boat reprisals were declining drastically because of enemy air superiority over the Atlantic. At the same time, he said there were considerable grounds for confidence in final victory. They were blessed with a leader who was the soul not only of the political but also of the military conduct of the war, and it was his willpower alone that was animating the whole of the German armed forces. With respect to strategy, organization, and munitions of war, is personified by him in a way such as has never been known since the days of Frederick the Great. He ended with a burst of hyperbole worthy of Hitler. Similarly, the unity of political and military command, which is so important. No one could predict what troubles lay hidden in the darkness of the future. One thing alone was certain: Germany would never cease the fight for the culture and freedom of the continent. A Europe under the whip of American Jews or Bolshevik commissars is unthinkable. The politicians cheered. Jodl's talk was a tour de force mixture of candor and hope that was followed 2 days later by a purely inspirational performance on the part of Hitler. In a speech from the WWII, Bruxelles, he spoke with such confidence and fire that many of those listening on the radio were as uplifted as those present. These attempts to inspire the party and the people were undermined within weeks by deterioration in both the political and the military situation. Hungarians were eyeing Italy's desertion with envy, and Romanians were bitter at the destruction of 18 divisions on the Don and Volga. The Wehrmacht itself had suffered 1,686,000 casualties in the past 12 months, and it was so difficult to find replacements that the conscription law exempting the youngest or only son of a family was suspended, and 50-year-old men, veterans of the First World War, were deemed eligible for service. With prospects of another disastrous winter on the Eastern Front, the atmosphere at Wolf Schanz was glum. The Führer completely ignored the holiday season. There was no Christmas tree, not a single candle to celebrate the festival of love and peace. Early in 1944, on January 26, he summoned several hundred generals and admirals to Rastenburg. After explaining the ideological basis of the war, he made it clear that his officers must take an unequivocal stand in regard to National Socialism. They must support its principles from inner conviction. He said all this in a calm matter-of-fact manner, and so his next words, uttered with an intense sincerity, cut his listeners off balance. "My generals and admirals," he said, "if Providence should actually deny us victory in this battle of life and death, and if it is the will of the Almighty that this should end in catastrophe for the German people, then you, my generals and admirals, must gather around me with upraised swords to fight to the last drop of blood for the honor of Germany. Say, gentlemen, that is the way it actually must be." There was deathly silence in the room. Everyone, it seemed, was holding his breath. Finally, the silence was broken by an officer in the first row, who felt insulted. In an ironic voice-filled, Marshal von Manstein said, "My Führer, it shall be so." There followed another silence, as Hitler waited for his military leaders to rise as one man and cheer these words, even though they had been uttered sarcastically. This one fearful, but there was not a sound, not a movement on the rostrum. Hitler paled. He scanned the room, his eyes like searchlights, finally stopping at Manstein in the front row. "Field Marshal," he said harshly, "I have good reason to doubt the faith which your response implies." There was another long, embarrassing pause. Finally, he said he knew all about the anti-Hitler movement in the Wehrmacht, the strong negative attitude of numerous officers. He had proof positive that some of these gentlemen were refusing to execute certain Führer orders. Yes, and he knew all about the Free Germany movement among certain officers captured by the Soviets. These impromptu accusations broke his concentration, and he was unable to finish his speech as planned. Instead, he brought it to an abrupt close and stalked out of the room. Moments later, Manstein was ordered to report at once to the Führer's study. Hitler glared at him. "Field Marshal," he said, "I must forbid you ever to interrupt me again during a speech. How would you like it if someone broke in while you were addressing your subordinate? It's one of the few pleasures of Hitler's life in those dreary winter days was the excellent cuisine of his new diet cook." Marlene von Exner was also young, attractive, and Viennese. He enjoyed her company, and the two would talk at length about Austria and her family, which had supported the National Socialist movement when it was illegal. Her only complaint was Hitler's limited menu. How monotonous, she confided to Trottel Jung, to live on vegetarian soup, carrots, potatoes, and soft-boiled eggs. She feared he might get so bored with her meals that he would send her away, and she had fallen in love with a young SS adjutant. She was destined to leave for quite another reason. Bormann, whose advances had been repelled by Frau von Exner, discovered there was Jewish blood on her mother's side, and got his revenge by pressing the matter until Hitler, who wished it had never been raised, felt obliged to dismiss her. But he gave her 6 months' salary and made the entire Exner family honorary Aryans. Late that February, Hitler returned to the Obersalzberg so that the Wolf's Schanz buildings could be reinforced against Russian air raids. But life at the Berghof was scarcely more cheerful. Could not hide the disquiet which we all felt in our hearts. Eva had not seen her lover for some time and was shocked by his appearance. The forced gaiety, the light conversations, and the variety of guests recalled Trottel Jung. "He has become so old and somber," she confided to Trottel. "Do you know what is troubling him?" The secretary was embarrassed. "You know the Führer much better than I do, and you must be able to guess about those things. He doesn't speak of the military situation alone," she said, "must be sufficient cause for deep concern. Later in the day, at the tea house Eva Skoll did Hitler for his stup, but he turned it int a joke. That's because I have heavy keys in my pocket. Besides, I tote along a full pack of troubles, he grinned facetiously. Now, you and I will go better together. You are always wearing high heels to be taller, so if I bend down a little we will harmonize well. On the last day of February, an unusual guest arrived at the Berghof. Hannah Reich, the aviator and glider pilot, had come to tell the Führer how to win the war. The new V-1 rocket, she argued, was too inaccurate. A piloted rocket was the answer, and she offered to be the first volunteer. Hitler rejected the project out of hand. This was not the right psychological moment for such a suicidal idea to be accepted by the German people. He changed the subject to the jet plane, one of his secret weapons. Hannah knew that jet propulsion was only in its early stages of development, and could not resist interrupting him in mid-sentence. Mein Führer, you are speaking of the grandchild of an embryo. He was poorly informed about the German jet program. She said, and again brought up the subject of suicide pilots. He gave peevish permission to begin experimental work on the project, so long as he was not pestered during the development stage. Surprisingly, it snowed almost continuously at the Obersalzberg, but the isolation seemed to improve the Führer's spirits. At lunch, he began deriding the watercolors he had painted in Vienna, and which now commanded high prices. It would be crazy, he said, to pay more than 200 marks for such amateurish efforts. I did not really want to be a painter, he confessed. I only painted these things to live and study. He had disposed of them, but kept his architectural sketches, me most treasured possessions, my mental property which I could never part with. One must not forget that all my present ideas, my architectural plans, go back to those years when I worked all night long. Life at the Berghof seemed to give him renewed confidence, and by the time Goebbels arrived in March, deeply depressed over the first daylight American bombings, Hitler had to instill him with hope for the future. Yet the next day it was the Führer who suffered an attack of nerves. In a conference on March 7, at near by Klesheim Castle, he lost his temper with Admiral Horthy, regent of Hungary, and accused the Hungarians of planning an Italian-style betrayal. Schmidt, waiting outside, was astounded to see the aged Horthy rush out red in the face, with Hitler at his heels, looking angry and embarrassed, calling out to come back. The affronted Horthy sent for his special train butt before it could move. Ribbentrop faked a convincing air raid, including a smoke screen over the castle, which successfully kept the regent a prisoner. When he had cooled down, Ribbentrop informed him that he could leave and read the draft of a joint commune, stating that the entry of German troops into Hungary had been arranged by mutual consent. You may as well have added, protested the admiral, which is another of the threats he made. This sentence was deleted, but by the time Horthy arrived in Budapest, he found his country occupied by 11 German divisions. That I begged Hitler to have Hungary occupied by Slovak and Romanian troops. Hitler's nerves had led to a petty triumph that was a military as well as a political blunder. It took divisions away from the West, where there were increasing indications of an impending invasion, and from the East, where reported intelligence expert Jelin, the enemy was about to launch a massive offensive in the Ukraine, which could have imminent and far-reaching political, military, and economic repercussions on the rest of the war in Europe. The only prospect of regaining the initiative Jelen added was to make bold strategic withdrawals. In line with his policy of hanging tenaciously to every bit of conquered territory, the Führer turned down the recommendation. This decision may have been influenced by bad health. Others besides Eva noticed how his knees would tremble if he stood too long, and his left hand would shake enough to rattle a cup in its saucer. Early in May, he was again plagued by agonizing stomach spasms while ignoring Dr. He did agree to take Cardiazol and subject himself to intravenous injections of two other drugs, gluca and testosterone, to combat increasing fatigue. Morell's advice to submit to gentle massage and go on long walks. Morell also urged Hitler to get to bed earlier, but he said that was impossible. He could not sleep until the last British bomber had left the Reich. That spring, enemy planes ravaged Bavaria. Almost every day the warning sirens screeched and Hitler would climb down the 65 steps to the deep bunker under the Berghof. But no bombs dropped on the Obersalzberg. The raiders were bound for Vienna, Hungary, or other populated targets. In clear weather one could see the red of the fires in Munich, and Eva begged permission to drive there to see if her house on the Wasserburgerstrasse was safe. She persisted until the Führer finally let her go. She returned so shocked by the havoc that Hitler vowed vengeance. Panic will break out in England, he promised, and told her about the new rocket. The effect of this weapon will be too much for anyone's nerves. I shall pay back those barbarians who are now massacring women and children and destroying German culture. The air raid alerts became so common that some of the guests at the Berghof began to ignore them. One early morning Trottle rushed from her bed to safety, but found no one in the bunker. When she came up to see why, there was Hitler standing at the entrance like Cerberus, scanning the skies anxiously. He wagged an admonishing finger at her. "Don't be so careless, young lady." The alarm is not yet over. She didn't tell him that the other guests were still in their beds, but obediently descended the long flight of steps. Get back to the bunker during lunch. Hitler delivered a lecture on the stupidity of not taking shelter. My co-workers, some of whom are irreplaceable, simply have an obligation to go to the bunker, he scolded. It is idiotic to prove your courage by placing yourself in danger of being struck by a bomb. He was placing his own body in jeopardy by steadfastly refusing to exercise, rest, or undergo massage, while depending more and more on medication, in addition to the other pills and injections. He allowed himself to be dosed with a heart and liver extract and 4 to 6 multivitamin in tablets a day. It was almost as though his health was no longer important, and he was only keeping himself alive until he had accomplished his mission in life. He did succeed in lifting himself out of depression and resumed preaching his message of hope. One fine day, he assured the family circle something would change the entire situation. The Anglo-Saxons would eventually realize their best interests lay with his anti-Bolshevist crusade. It had to happen. The Allies responded with a new strategic bombing campaign of coordinated and concentrated raids. By early May, attacks by American daylight bombers on fuel plants in central and eastern Germany seriously endangered Hitler's entire armament program. The daily output of 5,850 metric tons abruptly fell to 4,820 tons. The enemy has struck us at one of our weakest points, Albert Speer reported to Hitler. If they persist this time, we will soon no longer have any fuel production worth mentioning. Our one hope is that the other side has an Air Force general staff as scatter-brained as ours. Keitel hastily protested that there was still a huge reserve of fuel, but Hitler was more realistic and called a meeting a few days later to discuss the problem. 4 industrialists agreed that the situation was hopeless if the air raids continued systematically. At first Hitler replied with the usual argument that they had survived worse crises with Keitel and Gring nodding in unison, but when the industrialists supported their conclusions with data and comparative figures, Hitler made an abrupt about-face. He seemed, thought Speer, eager at last to hear the unpleasant truth. The Führer, he hoped, had finally realized that this was the beginning of the collapse of German economy. The war of mobility, which the Germans had so successfully employed in the early stages of the war, was now turned against. In the First World